Flyover. Anthem, 7 o'clock. Bully, anytime directly after that, when they are ready.
Welcome, everybody, to the 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships, brought to you by Maxim Tire. And thank you to our sponsors that have been with us all weekend long. They certainly do appreciate your guys' patronage as you made your way out to the midways and into the infield to check out all of their cool items. We also want to thank you, the fans, for being with us this weekend through Mother Nature, through all of our little quirks that we had. We're going to have a good time tonight. So, to the fans, give yourselves a big round of applause. Starting things a little bit backwards here. We're used to that. But, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, can you please rise for our prayer given to us by our chaplain from Pullers for Christ, Tony Kelly.
Please allow me to pray. God, we thank you for this weekend that we've enjoyed. We thank you for all the pulling that has taken place. We ask that you would bless us with safety throughout this evening, Lord, that the session would be another safe one. Father, we thank you for all the sponsors and laborers that have put forth their effort to make this event possible. We ask for a special blessing on their behalf. And as we travel from Bowling Green to our appointed places, we just ask that you be with us and bless us with safety on the roadways. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are now to honor our Stars and Stripes with the playing of the Ragged Old Flag.
She turned blood red in World War II, and she hung limp and low a time or two. She was in Korea and Vietnam. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam. Now they will not quit waving her here back home. In our good land here, she's been abused, she's been burned or denied, refused, and the government for which it stands is scandalized throughout the land. She's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in. Because she's been through the fire before, I believe we can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning and we take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we pull her up right. On second thought, I do like to brag because I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
Here to sing both the Canadian and national anthems, Miss Abby Pastfan Hunter.
Oh, Canada, true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Take a breath. We got 15 seconds. 10 seconds.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Abby Paskvan Hunter, and to the 180th Fighter Wing. Uh-oh. Wait for it. Presenting tonight's colors is Post 183 Pemberville Legion Hall.
Coming right down the pipe one at a time.
allow this group of men and women that you see out here on the track, ladies and gentlemen, this is your blue shirts. And here is the president of the Northwestern Ohio Tractor Pullers Association, Dave Schultz.
Thank you, Greg. At some point in this line, you're going to see 2 holes. Each year, we try to honor those who have passed from our ranks. And it's hard, because not only are they friends, they're part of our blue shirt family. And this year, we have 2. We have John Roller and Joe Hartman. I'd like to take a moment and have a moment of silence in honor of these 2 gentlemen that have been part of our blue shirt family for many years. Thank you. Blue shirts, let's go put on the best truck and tractor pull in the world. Let's go do it.
What a great start for tonight's opening ceremonies. Delayed just a little bit, but that's not a big deal. We'll be here all night anyways. We've got a lot of action that's going to be taking place on the track. We have 5 classes tonight. All 5 will receive rings. But we also have that $10,000 extra bonus to 1 winner in 1 class. Now, we're going to have to find out which class that is going to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn it over to Dan and Miles. And for those of you that were here this afternoon, you had seen our electronic wheel. Now we're getting ready to spin it again. So guys, go ahead and take over on that.
Well, thank you very, very much, Greg. And obviously, it's our honor to be here with Marty from Bad Gear. We're going to let him talk here for just a second. But 6 classes of competition this evening, and those 6 classes will all find their names on that wheel. So we have the Unlimited tractors, the Mini Rods, the Super Stock Diesel tractors, Pro Stock tractors, Super Stock 4x4 trucks, and the Super Semis. Those are the 6 classes that have a chance to pull for $10,000 this evening.
All right, well, at this time, we're going to turn things over here to Marty. And Marty, tell us about your company, of course.
Well, Bad Gear, we're the largest, well, it used to be diesel apparel company in the nation, and now we're, I guess, probably the largest tractor pulling apparel company in the nation. We are privileged to do a lot of the shirts for the pullers that many of you have on here in the stands, and we appreciate it also. We think those are walking billboards for the sport that we love. As you're walking around, you're telling everybody about what your shirt's about and who that is, where you saw it, etc. We like to do this as part of being associated with the best tractor pull in the nation, ran by the best tractor pulling organization in the nation, the Blue Shirts. If you're going to be the best, you got to be associated with the best, and that's why we're here.
Well, we're so glad that you are here as we do this again. I believe this is year number 4, correct? That we have celebrated with a $10,000 winner. And each of those first 3 years we've done this, the Mini Rod division has been the class to pull for $10,000.
Yeah, we've picked the Mini Rods 3 years in a row now, and it's electronic this time, so we'll see how it shakes out. But we'll be doing this again next year, and the next year, and the next year. Good Lord willing, for Saturday night. So we plan on continuing doing this, in perpetuity. We love coming here. I wouldn't miss this event for any reason at all. And we just want to continue to be a part and continue to be associated with the Blue Shirts, Bowling Green, Ohio, and the world's largest tractor pull, and the world's best fans as well.
Absolutely. Well, with no further ado here, Dan, I'm going to let you step up, and you and Marty can make that cue, I guess. Is that right?
Actually, I think before we find out what class is going to run for $10,000, let's give the folks from Bad Gear a nice round of applause and a welcome here to Bowling Green, Ohio for sponsoring this here. some great folks. And we will now turn our attention over here to the big video board. You see it up there? Well, Marty, I'm going to turn things over to you. You go ahead and you say, spin that wheel when you're ready.
Spin that wheel.
All right, here we go, fans. Check it out.
Super stock diesel 4-wheel drive trucks for $10,000. Is that how we read that? Am I right?
Well, that's pretty exciting. That's actually sort of how we got started in this business with super stock diesel trucks. Actually, Kent Crowder, believe it or not, years ago got me kind of hooked on this sport. So that's pretty good. Pretty happy about that.
All right. Well, you know, at least we broke the streak of the minis here, right?
Not that there's anything wrong with the minis. We love those too. But it was great to have something different for sure.
Absolutely. Fans, one more time. Let's give Marty here a nice round of applause. So super stock diesel trucks running for $10,000 here tonight.
We want to thank you guys for having us into your living room, your screens, your homes for the 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships, the Wood County Fairgrounds here in Bowling Green, Ohio. It's the big dance, baby.
This is Saturday night. We've already gone through 4 sessions. This is session number 5. We got $10,000 that just got added to somebody's pocket.
5 rings to distribute tonight in the classes that are left.
Right.
Crown champions.
In that super stock diesel 4-wheel drive class, they just got a $10,000 pay bump.
Oh, that's just a bonus program through a sponsorship.
Right.
Absolutely. It's only available here. It was available this afternoon.
Right.
But this is brought to you by the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers Association. They've done this since the 60s. They're 225 members strong. We affectionately refer to them as the Blue Shirts. They're in the baby blues out there on the track, prepping the track now. But Bert Forbes, what are you expecting tonight? What is your anticipation level on our 5th session going into this event?
My anticipation right now, looking at some of these classes, they're going for broke here tonight. They're going. Everybody is after that Bowling Green ring. I mean, we've already placed a bunch of those in. John Strickland on the Galat 2.
Yeah, let's hit some of that.
Yeah, John Strickland on Galat 2. Brooke Ferris on Absolutely Nuts.
In the Super Farms, yes.
In the Super Farms. Mason Theobald in the Supermod 2-wheel drives. And the Holmans getting their 10th ring.
10
rings.
So it's not literally one for the thumb. It's one for each thumb.
And here's the other thing about that, and I'm not 100% accurate on this, but they've had well over 100 wins. It was like 117, I think.
Oh.
You just think about that history and that. And then you're going here, Johnny Payne on Limitless in the light mod class.
Yeah.
That tractor ran great this weekend.
So in 4 sessions so far, we've already distributed a few rings. We've got 5 more to go tonight. We're glad that you invited us in your living room. We're glad that the Full Pull Live crew can host you through the event this evening at the National Tractor Pulling Championships, the NTPC, as affectionately known, because we don't want to write it all out.
What's the craziest thing you've seen here this weekend? That we can talk about.
Yeah, okay. So, you hit me in a mindset once, but I got to back it up. The most exciting thing is they bring all this equipment. It's not that they're going to need it, but they can use it. We had a slight weather delay. That's what we're going on right now. And the amount and quantity of rain that this track and facility took just recently to what it's turned into, as you're seeing the scope of the project, of they're just lining out the tracks, from the rototillers, the harrogator, the grader unit,
it was still
the chisel plow.
It was still sprinkling, and those guys had already got the equipment ready, lined up. As soon as it stopped, they hit the ground running. This was literally less than an hour ago. I mean, an hour and a half ago. This track had water standing in it.
What did it have on it, Bert?
Water. I'm from Eastern North Carolina. This is how we talk.
I love it.
So it had probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches of water sitting on the top of it.
Let's get our full pull picks in. I'm just saying I'm the near lane. It's not my color, but I'm picking near lane.
Why are you picking near lane?
Because I can see I've already got the advantage. I got a sled length over you in the far lane.
Is it? Well, that's because the John Deere's.
That's the point. Full pull picks, bro. Head-to-heads, full pull picks. I took near lane. You take far lane. You owe me $1. Come on. We're wagering real money here.
I I wasn't ready.
I knew it. I know it. I pounced on you. When I saw what looked like a little bit of a drag race, I watched the John Deere guy bump it up a few gears.
Well, earlier the case one.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, the case
Oh,
one.
see, so then it would have been a push. I'm glad I wasn't sitting in here earlier.
Yeah, I know. Well, I saw it from up on the top, earlier today.
Well, we've got an exciting lineup. The track we're looking at here that's going to have the red Von Bauer sled on it, the case-sponsored Von Bauer built manufactured sled on it. That near side track to us, as our perspective currently, is the Pro Stocks. Whoop, whoop, baby.
And look, we've got, hold on, let me look at this number, because we've got a ton of them here tonight. I'm sure 42.
42, and there were still a few scratches coming into the office late. The girls at the tractor registration office with the NTPA and Miss Melissa in there. Omen's work, because as so many sessions go on, there are parts failures, drivers changes, a lot of things go on.
Some of those vehicles really didn't know until an hour or so ago
if they could participate.
Correct, yeah.
Following them on this south side track is the super stock 4x4 diesels. 25 going to make the hook tonight. 25 of them have a chance at $10,000, and they can pick and go head-to-heads and use all 10,000 in our fullpullpicks.com.
Let's go to Full Pull Picks for a second, though. The way Bowling Green is, you can't always pick the one with the better odds.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we've had a lot of wins this weekend, or top performing people that were not your normal, what we call our normal class of Grand National.
Yes, so when we look at odds, they wouldn't have been the evens.
No, they would have been like
a Gallup Motorsports vehicle would be an even sort of push. You're like, I'm not going to make any real money.
But you had a truck that was 49 to 1 odds that ended up winning Friday night.
$49 to every $1 wager.
Think about that.
Awesome. See, I'm thinking to do a little long shots. A few bucks here, a few bucks there.
Take $5. You're going to lose more than that.
Absolutely.
In your couch.
So the semis are going to come up as the third class on this near side, on this south side track. There's currently a few of them coming up on that third side track, and then let's just kick it over to the case side, and they're still setting in the track. They're test hooking. The Unlimiteds. The Unlimiteds are first up on 12th.
Yeah, and right now we got a few questions that I'm seeing. We're going to wrap things up because we're getting ready to go to pulling action. But Joe Etter is a question mark. Now, he is right now your points leader.
Oh, my. Big implications.
So I'm not sure what's going on there. We haven't heard word on that. Dylan Owens, he's dropping the last. So the first one in that class is going to be Brad Benedict with Nonsense. And if you remember here at Bowling Green a few years ago, remember the engines flying off?
Oh,
yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, right.
So,
the time and effort. So the Unlimiteds on that side, first class. Then we kick to the Minis. Minis, 52 of them. Oh, 50. There were two scratches just recent. Says the front office up there. Coming up after them, Superstock Diesel. 12 of them. It's a big night in Bowling Green.
This is, you're gonna see some stuff tonight that you're not ever going to see at any other pull because they are going for the guts and the glory.
Absolutely. So, $39. Worth it right here tonight.
Fullpull.live, folks. You're not going to find a bigger show in 4 hours anywhere else in the United States here tonight. We've had I'm not sure what the count is for tonight, but we've had hooks of 150, 155 hooks all weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at in the numbers right now. 79 on one track, 80 on the other. I got to give a shout out to Dave Schultz and the National Tractor Pullers Association group. They've been a superior host to us at Full Pull Live in facilitating our production and our production crew and everything they've got going on, and commingling our conversations of technical needs as well as logistical needs. We got a shout out to them. They do a great job, and as a competitor, they're great hosts as well.
I was going to say they're not only a host for pullers, they're a big host for the fans. If you see how this facility is laid out, folks, I'm telling you, if you ever get the opportunity, I know it's too late if you're a couple hours away to come here tonight. If you ever get the opportunity, come next year, check out that facility with the museums, the food, all the attractions. You get to meet all these pullers. I mean, you think about how many pullers are here. We have over 400 pullers here on these grounds here this weekend.
That's a lot of equipment. It's a lot of participants. And then on the same side, the amount of fans and the patrons that are here this weekend. They facilitated with great communication. They have a text message system when you're on site.
Right.
And what I know is the renewals come up first if you're looking to purchase tickets to come next season. And then the open slots come up after the renewals. But I just had a challenge for you.
All right, what's that?
You take mine, and you do my picks. I'll take yours, and I'll do your picks. You want to do head-to-heads, or do you want to pick the top 3? How do you want to do it? Let's do head-to-heads.
You want to do head-to-heads?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let me pull this up.
We'll just trade phones. Once we get into the polling action, we'll trade phones. We might miss the first classes.
Yeah,
but those classes are still open. And
Well-
did you know those classes are still available to go head-to-head until the class starts, till the first hook drops?
So let's go. Let's just look at the sheet.
I'm excited.
I can tell you're a little
Okay.
fun. But that's good.
I think I got to turn the volume down. I recognize that.
No, you're good. You're good. No. Look at if you say, "Ooh, they got us a little."
Oh, they got a little dissolve going on the preview.
Yeah,
stream.
that's cool. Yeah, but check out these names here.
Yeah.
Joe Ader, he was with me yesterday afternoon. One of the legends in truck and tractor pulling with over 100 wins, 7-time points champion. And he's a question mark right now. So who's going to be your second pick in that class?
You know, I don't know. I really love the way that Adam Bauer had, but if you had purchased your $39, and I think this were complimentary right now to you at home, Adam Bauer, he just lit it on fire. Literally lit it on fire.
You know what that was from? A clutch finger. It came apart. And when it came
caused a spark.
And it caused a spark.
Lit it all up.
Yeah.
But I looked down that list. I think Doug Theobald's had an Omens run on that tractor. Really good runs. But I like Uncle Dave. The David Richardson.
Yep.
The foursome.
You know,
Kentucky.
I'm going to go with...
You know what? I went by David's tractor a little bit earlier.
Did you?
He had fresh cuts. Uncle Dave came out to win. Uncle Dave
he was
play
looking for
keeps.
that extra inch or two. Yep,
That doesn't always happen there in Uncle Dave's pack and his team. But the foursome tractor is a strong
Who's your second
runner.
one? Who's your second pick?
Oh,
if you had to.
well, of course.
If you had to.
Bill Leichner is my second pick.
I'm going to go with Kevin Criswell on Blown Senses.
Yeah.
That's a solid running tractor.
I like the way that they have, as they run their vehicle, they're not afraid to put it on the hilts. We saw them in Chapel Hill earlier this year. Had melted half a head, left half the head in a dead cylinder, and they still ran out there 7 cylinders in one of their engines.
That's,
right?
That's going for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
And I suspect, you know, if we don't have the time to meet with all these guys prior to find out what's going on, but I suspect there are guys going to run like that tonight.
Oh, yeah. This is if there's a pull-off and you've messed up an engine, this is the last big...
You're going to wing it.
Yeah, you're going to go with it.
You know, and in saying that, we have Todd Feist is going to join us here at the top of the show.
Yep.
And he is in some of those scenarios in that light mod class that he sponsors and supports and pulls in it, him and his wife. Some days you're just hooked knowing you've got a bad cylinder, knowing you've got a bad engine. And hopefully that engine will just add a few horsepower. It might not add everything you want, but we're going to make the hook.
Correct. And you're just looking at either gaining points or you're say, like if you're in a pull-off, what are you going to do? You're going to just drop the hammer, especially here in Bowling Green.
You know, so jump me over to the Pro Stock class. The Pro Stock class is deep.
Deep, very deep. And there's so many big names in this class, you know. You just look at some of the names here. We got
look at the
Travis.
I want to jump to the bottom. Brian Shamrock, Brad Moss, and Brent Meyer at the bottom of the order.
That's one of those. And don't forget. Let's see. No, he's scratched here for today. I was going to say, but you look at those bottom names. Mike Connie. You look,
and you mean bottom of the list.
I'm not. No. Yeah. So we're looking at a list of 40. Yeah, we're looking at a list of 40. You look at any of the Connie tractors.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Mike Connie's down there at the bottom too, right above Schrammett.
Oh, absolutely.
So Brandon
Connie's
Simon
very well out there at when we were in Napoleon, and Timmy Kane and that whole Lemke Motorsports group is running so variably strong.
Tim Kane has had a solid season. He's had a win. He's picked up some good stuff.
I go with more than solid, like competitive, exciting, really challenging for wins.
This is going to be a good show here tonight. Those late hooks, I think you're going to see them have a little bit of a benefit.
You think so?
I think so.
And we've got Brandon Simon out there in the middle, Rob Russell, the culminate. But let's get down to the track side, I think is what we're going to get to. They're going to come out on the track. We're looking at the north side track. There he is.
Man, this is where the horsepower meets the road.
Brad Benedict's coming out on track.
Brad Benedict going to be the first one up. Nonsense. Come on in here.
We're bringing in Todd Feist. He's going to sit down. He's going to guide us through a few classes and quite a few hooks. He's going to garner some knowledge to us and experience. Thanks, Todd, for joining us.
All right. Hey, Todd Feist, the legend, the guy that I've seen running for many years. Welcome to your first time being in here. Hopefully there'll be many more. You've had a pretty decent weekend. I've had a little trouble on Friday night, but had a pretty good go with it.
Terry had a good weekend. I had not a great weekend. That young man right there, I started pulling blower motors, and they started pulling blower motors at the same tractor pull, I believe.
Oh, really?
We've been pulling against each other and around each other for years. Good guys.
Now, if you look right there, he is standing out of the seat and not sure if he had an issue. Let's look at this replay. If you watch right there, you see a bunch of cylinders spitting.
You do see that, but you see that a lot with these Unlimiteds. When they're coming out of the hole, they don't have a good bite on the track, and when the engines don't have a load on them, they tend to blow alcohol because they're just not loaded good. And I think he just realized it wasn't going to be a great hook, so he probably backed out of it, probably hoping the track will get a little bit better.
And that's one thing, we've had a lot of moisture this afternoon. It may be a little slick, going to have to mix it up a little bit and hopefully dry it out a little bit.
Exactly, and usually a track like that, you look for a later hook to do better because the track will get mixed in good and things will start to, distances will increase. But that's pretty typical move for this type of situation.
All right, Victor Miller coming up on Diesels and Dirt out of Lewistown, Illinois. First hook. These tractors have a ton of horsepower. We were talking about it earlier. They went from about 2,500. Now they're up in the fives in this class.
Right. The development in all these engine programs has just been phenomenal, and they're making a lot of power.
We're going to just sit back and listen to this thing spool up. My goodness, we might have a full pull. We're going to be right there at that limit. We're going to wait for an official distance. That was a beautiful pass. I think it's going to be a little bit short of that 350.
Yeah, it does look a little bit short, but he's right in there. And if the track starts coming around, that could be an issue with this class.
Well, I mean, we've got 42 of them. So if this track really starts to come together, if you're later in the class, like we were talking about earlier, some of the names you have at the bottom, Mike Connie, Ron Tramick, Brad Moss, Britt Meyer, any of those names.
Right. There's a ton of them. In this class, most of them could do it on any given night. And they are getting so consistent, and they all have a good engine program, and they're fun to watch.
A little reverse replay there. Sometimes you like to back up a little bit and start all over, wouldn't you?
Lots of times I would like to do that. I'd like to hit the replay button more often than you would think.
All right. Showed a little track view out here, but you had a little bit of a rough weekend, but Terry had a good solid weekend, and
she did, and she come in third here yesterday, and her tractor has been making better passes than mine has here lately. I've been struggling with this. I saw something earlier I wanted to comment on. They were running the sleds down the track with the big four-wheel drive tractors.
Right.
I like to be out on the track when they're doing that and watch those guys go down through there, because you can watch that sled. You can watch the tires and see if the tires are sinking in any given place. Right. You can watch the way the dirt's coming up, where the grousers are getting into it. You can even watch the tractor pulling it and see what the dirt's doing underneath the tracks.
Is it just pulling it off in chunks, but it's not really like it's pulling off in sheets, or is it kind of breaking up as it's pulling it off?
Exactly. Or if it's that looking slick or something like that.
Right.
So I like to watch when they prep the track with the sleds, because it'll tell you where there's a soft spot. It'll tell you where there's a hard spot. Typically, big tire tractors like a little bit softer, tackier track than a four-wheel drive or a two-wheel drive with the small tires.
So Travis Coons coming up right here out of Arthur, Illinois on the Trailblazer. This is massey powered.
There aren't very many V8 powered tractors out there, and they're very unique the way they sound.
They just have that real deep throat to them, and it's the...
They do, and especially if it's dark, you can watch the headers turn bright orange as they go down the track, which that's always been fun to watch the Carlton Cope go down the track. He had an awesome pass the other night.
All right, what I'm showing right here, this is going to be Mark Cole on the Gambler out of Pavilion, New York. Look right down the barrel, and you're used to seeing this, except from the other angle. You know, we're going to see how this runs out here. And
Mark's tractor he's been coming around and doing a lot better, and he's getting things lined out. I think he kind of was out for a while with some injuries or something, so he can get it done and he's running wedge style motors, which is very unusual.
But it's all about finding the right combination too. So if it works, right?
Exactly. Combination in any class is key.
So it may tell you that start line might be a little slick.
Pretty slick, I would say. Yeah, you don't hear many of them sound like that. That's a unique sound.
You see the one side of the V8 headers sticking out the side there, and you're right. Yep, 8480. That's got a Perkins V8 in it, and I have a little experience with an alcohol version of that tractor.
That's right. Yeah, I know what tractor you're talking about.
And it's a combination, just like you said, the sound. But I tell you, it takes a lot of ingenuity to get those Perkins V8 to handle the power they're putting out.
It does, and Carlton Cope got a really good handle on it here a few years ago, and really was going strong. But that thing had a nice rumble to it.
Oh yeah. All right, the Gambler 313-120. That's going to stick him number 2. Well, actually, he must have dropped. Victor Miller must have dropped. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yep. There we go.
Yep.
So Brad dropped. Yep.
Yes. I've run against Mark Cole a couple different times in like regional type competition, and he's a tough competitor. I've gotten around him a time or two, and he's gotten around me a time or two. He knows what he's doing with that tractor.
This is a very strong tractor right here, though.
Yeah, and it's unique. That's what's kind of cool about it. It's a unique tractor.
If you look at that run, the front end's 2 foot in the air. It's just toting it. You know, it's not bobbing up and down. It's just toting it.
You couldn't ask for a better hook than that. I thought he was a little low on RPM when he was at about the 75-foot mark, but it kept toting it down through there, to use your words.
Toting it on that. And that's one other thing about that V8 Perkins is it can handle that low RPM load, and it will just sit there and hold it.
A lot of torque.
Now, Adam Bauer, a guy that needs no introduction. In fact, I talked to him the other day when that big fireball happened. He said it was just a clutch finger just came off and tore up some stuff and did a little spark under the fuel tank, and that's where all that came from.
What you'll get a lot of times when something like that happens is the fuel tank will have vapors coming out of it, and then if it gets sparked by something, it'll start a fire. We had my wife's truck went down the track one time, blowing fire all the way down the track out of the blow-by tubes.
All right, so I just got word they are resetting the Pro Stock class, which if you look at what's down at the bottom, you can see that.
I would say that's
we were going to have a 25 tractor pull-off probably there.
That's probably a good decision. Yeah, this tractor right here, it's hammered down, and those motors will scream, and it's exciting to watch. It's like I used to tell Ken Venny, I love watching him, but I don't love competing against him so much. But boy, it's tough. And Adam's one of those kind of guys. He's all in.
Let's just let it sit there and listen to the rumble. Scott's got us a good shot there.
watch Jim Miller over there. He'll give a fist bump to all the drivers before they go down the track. We're sitting here probably 500 feet from that tractor, and we can feel the floor rumble.
It was shaking the whole trailer right there. I mean,
that's some ingenuity right there, engineering. It's amazing.
Adam's not afraid to try something different.
No, he is not. He will get out there and try different things. And CJ, I believe, builds all their chassis for him. And that chassis is a new one over the last couple of years, and it's very unique. If you look at it closely, there's a lot of things about it that are different. And it's actually been working really well for him.
345, 830, just a hair short.
Yeah, it looks to me like they've got a pretty good setting on that track because you got one of the strongest competitors. Now, unless the track comes around big time, they should have a good set.
This is Jack Wishmeyer out of Brownstown, Indiana, on Barely Getting By. We're going to see a lot of these John Deeres tonight.
Quite a ways short from where they were. That's a very strong tractor. They're actually not too far from us, and we see Wishmeyer trucks on the road all the time.
Really?
They haul a lot of grain in distilleries and different stuff like that, I believe. And but we're in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and we see their trucks go through town all the time. They're from just straight west of us.
Good looking pass. Front end gets up. It stays pretty stable throughout the run, so this might be a good setting mark here. 309, 890.
And that's a good tractor. That tractor's been around for a long time. They've been doing it a long time, and they've got a good program going on.
You see how quick he was having to move his hands to get everything. Once you stop that tractor, you got to be ready to change them.
Well, I'll tell you what, I used to stop, and I had a little foot pedal like the mini rods do.
Right.
And as soon as the tire stopped spinning, I would kick that thing, and it would jump backwards. And I decided I probably should not do that so quickly because I was gonna break something. But yeah, it's just you're all amped up at that point. You're ready to do something. It's a thrill. You get down there, and it's pretty exciting. You got to be careful you don't do things too quickly.
So you've been coming to Bowling Green for a long time. Do you still get, I'm not going to say butterflies, but you get excited to come here just for the...
I get excited. I don't really get all that nervous, so to speak, because I've been coming for a long time. And once you're in the seat and you fire the engine, that crowd disappears. All those people around you, all you're thinking about is between the white lines and getting backed up straight. Now this tractor right here has really been on a roll lately. Ricky and Jeff have this thing working really well in the mod class and the unlimited. They discovered a couple weeks ago they had a brake caliper that was sticking, and it was causing them trouble they didn't even know about. So they found that, and they corrected that problem. And boy, this tractor's making some great laps. He's doing really well.
I've seen a lot of the Unlimiteds going to Mitas tires. That seems to be...
They all have Mitas tires. Now this tractor, they run, in this configuration, they run 1871s on those back two motors.
Right.
And they have 1471s on the front two motors. When they run the mod, they take the two off the back and put another one on there that has a 14.
Gotcha.
So they do a lot of engine switching between classes.
They've got it down to a science. So this is going to be Ricky Rose on Giddy Up. Now we're going to Russ Yoder out of Topeka, Indiana on the Extra Butter. That's a pretty Minneapolis motor lane right there.
It is. They actually put that in their showroom in Shipshewana. They have a store, a popcorn store,
right?
And they put that in the showroom. And they say when a couple walks in, the man always goes to the tractor and the wife goes to the counter.
That's what I heard. That's what he was talking about the other day when we were interviewing him. And he was like, "Yeah, we know exactly what's going to happen when they walk in the door." All right, we might have a little bit of a drag race here. They call it race tractors here in Bowling Green for one reason and one reason only.
That's right. That was pretty fast by Ricky Rose. He got down the track really well.
He's going to be right at that 350. It's going to be interesting to see if he got past it.
It's going to be very close. I don't think he's quite out there, but he's really close. And that was a nice pass. The balance was just dead on. Didn't look like he maybe had to get on the brakes. Didn't look like it to me. But this Minneapolis Moline can get down the track well too. That's amazing when you can carry those front tires about 6 inches off the track and never bobble one bit. That's an awesome pass.
And that's a perfect balance, too, because normally when you're in that position, you're not having to – if you're having to touch a brake, you're like, tap,
That's
tap.
right. That's right. And it's just perfect balance, the tire pressure, everything has to be dead on to do that. And that's a good tractor. It runs strong. They don't get out as much as some of the others, but when they are out there, they make a good pass.
I mean, we've already seen some great runs here, but going back to Ricky Rose here on Giddy Up, 346, 660.
And look at the balance on that tractor. The tires may have touched ground once, but it just floated down through there, and that's the goal when you're setting your tractor up. That's what you want to see right there.
All right, looking at it, Giddy Up is in the lead. Right now, nobody's in the pull-off, so we're going to wait and see. Extra Butter, 321, 930. That is now your new leader.
Yeah, I'd say they got a good set on that sled on the Pro Stock side. You know, they're not out there at that 350 mark, but they're getting out there halfway between 300 and 350, and those guys, there's some really good ones coming up.
And by the time we get down to the end, we might be working ourselves up to that 350.
Exactly. Now, this turbine tractor coming out here, we compete against this tractor all the time in the region. They'll take that top motor off and they'll run two. And it's a lot of fun with that group. That's the Bargy family, and we trade back and forth with them all the time, and it's a lot of fun.
I was actually with Derek a few weeks ago in Fort Recovery, and he came in and said, and he didn't know who I was at first, and we were sitting there talking, and you know, we pulled against each other, and I pulled against those guys too, and it was kind of like, you sure didn't know a lot about that. And I was like, well, I used to run against you. I would hope I would, yeah.
I remember those days. And it looks like we're getting all the variety out of the gate, right?
It seems that way. I mean, we've gone yellow. Now we've gone to our second Massey Ferguson, the Warpath, Carlton Cope.
This tractor, Carlton got this thing figured out about 8 or 10 years ago, and there for a while it was on a tear. One of the most exciting Louisville shows I ever saw, Carlton made the last pass of the night and won it, and that place went crazy. It was fun.
Then we're looking down right at the front of those T55 turbines. Now, we are running unlimited, so all three of those are running. A lot of times, and I was talking to Derek the other day, they'll run that they'll disconnect the top one. They'll take it out.
Correct. Now, when they run in the mod class, they run that configuration. That's actually a mod setup for them. So they're a little underpowered, but they've been making good laps with that tractor. It's been working good for them. They had some problems, but they got them figured out. Now, this one will sound great. I wish it was a little darker because you'd be able to see them glow. Them headers would glow, but That's a very unique sound, and it's fun to see something a little different like that.
That's a unique engine setup. As you know, a lot of them are sticking with basically one version or the other. So it's like International John Deere 6-cylinder having a V8, but
and Carlton, from my knowledge, from what I've learned over the years, he pretty much developed that thing on his own. He made that thing work, and it's amazing.
Well, Galen Bargy coming up right here on the judge. Looks like he got close to that left side out of bounds.
He's got room there, but again, that's really a modified tractor setup, and considering that was a pretty good pass. Carlton made an awesome looking pass down the track. It was bobbling just a little bit, but he still went into the lead. Galen Bargy that just pulled in with the turbine tractor. He's an engineer at Cummins in Columbus.
Oh, wow!
And, part of the Bargy family from Ansonia. There's a lot of them, and they love tractor pulling.
Derek was saying we all have to work on it if we're going to drive it.
Yep, that's part of the deal, and they do. They work hard on it, and usually the guy that puts in the most time gets to sit in the seat. Now, Galen has kind of he's really learned a lot about the turbines. Being an engineer, that's right up his alley, so he really is he's got the engines lined out and running really well. They had trouble with that tractor going left a lot. They kind of got that straightened out, and it's making straight passes. Boy, talk about unique. Here comes another one. All the unique ones are coming right here.
I mean, right at the beginning. I mean, I don't know. You got some big names at the end. We'll have plenty to talk about those, but this is Conley Medding out of Texas.
This is just a beautiful tractor. I was looking at it yesterday, and it's like a piece of art. I mean, everything's perfect. Look at the exhaust pipe on that thing. That thing, it looks like a garbage can. It's so big.
These Pro Stocks running 6-inch turbos?
I think they're limited to 6, I believe.
Yep.
I'm not that familiar with it, but I know they did. They used to not limit it at all, but they did like 2-3 years ago. They actually put a limit on it because they were just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, these, talking to a few of the Pro Stock guys over the last few weeks, one of the things I understand about, they're more like a steam engine than they are a conventional, what you would call a diesel engine. They're injecting just as much water as fuel.
Yes. Now, I'm not sure if I heard someone talking about that. I don't know if it was the super stock class or the pro stock, but they said some of them put more water in than they do fuel.
Oh, wow.
And they have to cool the cylinders. If they didn't, they just melt down. And as a matter of fact, if they have an injector line, a water injection line come off, it'll burn a piston instantly.
It's done.
We were in Fort Recovery a couple of years ago, and the lock and load burned a piston, and it blew the oil pan off of it, and it was pretty spectacular. But when they had to go work on it, it was not spectacular.
Oh, I'm sure.
This is a beautiful piece of work here.
See that shot they have right there? You can see the exhaust, how that little bit of throttle up was puffing.
Yep.
You're going to see this one, as we call it, roll a lot of coal. Have a new leader. That's going to be close.
I believe he moved the flag on that one. That was a nice pass. From my understanding, the two Medding tractors just had a revamp on the engine program, and one of the better builders out there did the work on it, and it should be a really strong engine program and a beautiful machine.
That's going to be a pretty good pass there. Not a bad pass for him. If you notice right there when he hooked up, though, and that front end raised up really high, that might have hurt him a little bit there as far as the ground speed. But
it could have. It depends on the track. Sometimes if the track is not as it's not hooking as hard at the big end of the track. You want to get the front end up in the middle so that you still have the front end off the ground when you get down to that end where it's maybe not hooking as hard.
Well, that's true.
But that tractor, what's different about that tractor is it's got screw blowers on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Screw blowers, you'll make a lot more horsepower because the blower itself does not take nearly as much horsepower to turn. So they gain on horsepower. We run 1471 blowers, and they take a lot of horsepower to turn.
So you're losing some of that percentage of horsepower. We're going back to this run here.
Yeah, that's just.
I mean, front end's just bobbing off the ground. Good straight pass right there.
Looked like they never touched the brake.
327, 450 sitting number 2.
Moved into number 2. That's a good pass for that tractor, and especially since I think it's relatively new with the upgrade, we'll say.
Right. Takes a little dialing in. We'll get Kevin Criswell's distance. He's out of Marion, Ohio, which isn't too far up the road from here, on Blown Senseless.
Yeah, he's actually just south of here, and it is those guys run those 2 tractors hard, and they got a good engine program. They run MBR engines and the screw blowers. They actually turn the blowers down because they make too much horsepower. They can't get them hooked to the dirt. But Kevin and Brad, we pulled against them for years. They stepped their program up more than we did, so now we watch them most of the time.
$298, $550.
Yeah, that's a little shorter than I thought it would have been because it looked like he had a pretty good start. But like you said, the front got high. If your front goes high, you lose hitch, and that can affect your run. But by the time he got out there a little ways, it settled down to a nice little.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of went up and then it just kind of settled back down. Chris Hoyt on the nutcase.
Now here's another kind of unique tractor. You don't see a lot of cases tractors out there.
No, not at all. And it has to be in other words, if you have a tractor in this class, it has to have not a factory block, but it has to be a factory design block, to my understanding.
I believe that's correct. Like a lot of the IH tractors will have what they call a recast block, I believe.
Right, yeah.
Now, you don't have to match the sheet metal to the engine on these things.
Yeah.
And coming up on the other side is a team that's just been on a roll here lately, the Theobalds.
Yeah.
Most of these post-op tractors are getting down the track with, they're not really, they're having nice passes. Nobody's having any issues.
If you look, they're all kind of getting what I call wadded up in there, 327, 328. Yep. But right here, Doug having a great run the other night with this tractor.
He had an awesome pass. He really did. And he's got this thing working awesome. Now, think about that. That's 3 engines against 5 with Adam's tractor.
Right.
And
so you've got to be getting a good percentage of your horsepower to the ground on this.
Exactly. And those motors have to be, or engines have to be making a lot of power. They're turning their blowers harder than Criswell's do because they're running 3 engines. So they're probably turning theirs at the limit, which is 125 over on the screw blowers.
Oh, wow.
But those things, they have been singing. They're really making power and staying consistent. He laid down an awesome pass the other night for, I think, a 3rd place.
All right, we're going to have not got there. We go distance 325, 485.
That's a good placing for that tractor. He's got to be happy with that.
That also tells you a lot about how these tractors are set up. They're all within a couple of feet of each other, and we watched the first distance at 309, but if you look at the other distances, and that maybe everybody saw that, and it was like, oh, now we know what we need to do to get further.
You can watch. That's one of the things that I like is to watch tractors for a little bit, and you can kind of tell what the track's doing, what the sled's doing. Boy, that is that thing was rumbling, wasn't it?
Sitting in third place, yeah.
You can feel the power.
Yeah, that's right.
Hear the noise,
feel the power.
Feel the noise. How's that go? I forget. But
Yeah.
you can feel it.
Feel
You
it.
can
No
feel it
doubt
in your
about it.
chest.
We're sitting here in the trailer, and every pass they go by, and it's like you hear things rattling on the wall and everything else.
I cannot imagine what it would like to be like to sit in that seat the way that thing rumbles. It's amazing. Now this tractor here is a fairly new tractor. I don't know if this tractor was. I think it was built new at in Pennsylvania.
Right. This is the bootlegger.
The bootlegger, Jason Savanovic, and he was out of the sport for several years. He had some really good tractors a couple years ago, and he's been out of the sports. And the Chaos Fabrication, I think, has done most of the work on this tractor. It is, and it's just artwork. It really is.
They're working through some bugs though. They've had a few challenges this year throughout the season, and normally, but that's when you build one of these tractors, that's going to happen.
I think they're trying some new stuff, and the Chaos group they're experimenting and trying a lot of different things, but they will get it figured out. But if you raise the hood or look at this when it's got the hood raised, it's amazing. It's the billet aluminum work underneath there is it needs to go in a museum instead of a pulling.
Yeah, I was going to say. Trying to build that boost.
It takes them a while because those turbos are so big. They gotta spool them up, and it takes some time.
You got to get the right temperature. You see that little puff of flame? Here we go.
Yep. There he is. He's right in the thick of things. Now, did you hear that tractor coming down the track? Even after it lit, it was popping. You hear that loud popping?
Yep.
A lot of the newer Pro Stocks, there's something about the way they're tuning them or setting them up that they're actually popping. They always did that when they were warming up.
Right.
But now they're doing that going down the track, and I find that interesting. I don't know what's causing that. This tractor right here is it's going to make some noise.
Oh, it is.
They turn a lot of RPMs.
David Richardson on the foursome. This is a beautiful the setup, and it's very smooth looking tractor. But going back to the bootlegger, you could hear that pop because from the other video, and you could hear it from in here. But looking at that video angle, not a bad run. 322, 735 is going to put them in fourth right now.
They're just stacking up there.
Oh, he's going to be.
There it is. Yeah.
He is right on the door.
I see how that thing was turning some RPM.
I mean, it was, wow.
He's got a version of like a Noonan style engine. I don't know that they're Noonan, but they're that style of engine.
Right.
Man, they turn a lot of RPM. It's just amazing to me to hear them go down the track, and they're not afraid of RPM.
Watch this run. Front end kind of bobbles on the ground, never gets high, never is just a good. You see it. See that front end just kind of waving back and forth, just dancing. 335, 355 puts him in fourth.
I thought he would have been a little closer. That was a nice run. That thing is it was balanced nicely.
It was 339, 335. So 339, 335.
David, their team has Uncle Dave. And
Uncle Dave,
the UD, and he's got a tavern, I think, and they've got too many rods in the team, and they are not afraid to get after it.
No doubt about it, but still, the old giddy up has got to giddy up right now. Ricky Rose,
and there's some really strong tractors still coming in that class also.
This tractor right here really needs no introduction at all.
The River Rat's it's a legend. It really is.
Patrick Gentry. This tractor, I remember even years ago seeing this tractor, and you always saw it at the big name pulls, and it's always a top contender. It's never.
It's always in the thick of things. If you go to Louisville, Kentucky, and watch the National Farm Machinery Show, these guys seem to have a lock on that event. They do really, really well there. But they're just savvy pullers. They have their own dyno set up, and they
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep, they do a lot of engines for other people, and they got a good program going on. Now
Well,
we're hearing another mod startup over there, and I can't quite see. It looks like it might be Dylan Owen. Is that correct?
I'm showing Bill Leichner. Well, I have a question mark. It's either going to be him or Bill Voorhees.
Well, Dylan had dropped, so it might be his turn around.
That's true,
It kind
yeah.
of looks like Dylan's tractor from
Yeah.
here, but I can't see it clearly. But we'll watch this Pro Stock go down the track before we get to that. But, yeah, the Mastersons, they're the masters, I'm telling you.
Well, you know, and a lot of these tractors go to certain facilities, and they've just figured out the track. They've figured out what works on the track, and they know they're set up well enough. So when they go to those facilities, hey, it's like, okay, this gear, tire pressure, this is what we're going to do. But let's see what the River Rat can get done today.
Yep.
Got to go past right now. 3:28 is still the leading distance, held by the Warpath.
Right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
That 1X tractor, it is one of the Dirt Slinger crew.
I just saw him move the leader marker there.
Yeah. That's always a good sign when you're in the seat and they move
That's
that
right.
flag. Yeah.
That's the first thing you do is look back. All right, this is Matt Johnson on the Dirt Slinger one time.
Yep. They're trying to get this thing lined out. They've been having some issues with it. He made a pass earlier today or yesterday, and that was, I think, probably the best pass I've seen that tractor make since they redid it, and this gentleman owned it, and they had trouble out in Iowa with it, but it made a nice pass. Now that's actually, I think, probably in a modified configuration rather than unlimited. So that's
Okay,
probably why
yeah.
he's back a bit. You could tell it was laboring the engines.
But that's something you also want to do. You want to find out where your labor point is too, so you know if you need to change gears or do whatever, and make sure your motors are running good.
Absolutely, and you know, they want to get some laps on that tractor so they can figure out. I think the drivers knew he run a mini rod, but I
Right.
don't know that he's ever driven a big mod. I don't know that for sure. I don't know the gentleman, but
In fact, last season or the last few seasons, you'd seen that 1X. We do? Okay. All right, so we're going to get a distance on him. Look at the crowd here tonight. I mean, go back to that River Rat run. That is your first place. New leader right there, Patrick Gentry, at 3:34 and 7.4.
that was that. You talk about rolling coal. He's rolling some coal, and that thing just settled in and just really went down the track straight. It doesn't look like they're fighting the sidelines at all much tonight. Now, earlier today in some of the classes, it was taking them to the left hard on that north track. Now, it took him a little bit.
Yep. But that track has always pulled a little bit harder, it seems like, than what I've seen since I've been here this weekend.
Yeah. And the conditions are so varied right now because of the rain we've had. You know, we got a half a session rained out, and it rained between sessions. So there's a lot going on right there as far as trying to figure out the track, because it's probably not what it would normally be. So
Louisville, Ohio, the rampage of Danny Schmucker, four-time NTPA Grand National Champion, 11, 12, 14, and 22. Won the ring here back in 2014. Pressure's on, too.
All right, next up right here, this is going to be Danny Schumacher on the Rampage. 2 John Deeres in a row. You think he's going to follow the same tracks?
It depends on what he saw, but I would say since the Masterson tractor went into the lead, or the River Rat went into the lead, I'd say he's going to stay close to that track. Danny he's young, but he's a very experienced driver and a good driver. Those guys are always at the top of the class. They haven't been running as much this year as they have in the past, but they're always a contender when they're in the house. You can count on them making a good pass. You couldn't ask for a better pass than that.
I think they're building the road. All right, now what I'm showing coming up next is going to be Bill Voorhees on the American Thunder.
That is not
Bill Voorhees. So who is that going to be?
I think that's Dylan.
Is it Dylan?
Dylan.
Dylan Owens
Dylan
on
Owen,
Thorn.
Yeah. Bill's got 3 motors on his. He doesn't have a 4-engine setup. It is taking those guys to the left on that track.
It is.
Now, this is another tractor that is basically a modified setup rather than an unlimited. Now, they may be turning their blowers harder. They might have turned the overdrive up on their blowers. But other than that, it's pretty much a mod tractor.
Going back to this
Look
run.
there, we got the first place for the Rampage.
Yep, 3:36, 5:15.
Danny's got to be thrilled with that. That was just picture perfect. And for them not running a lot this year, and then to be able to come in there and stick one out there like that, it's pretty impressive.
All right, you're looking at it right now. Rampage number 1, 3:36.51, and the River Rat still sitting number 2.
And back down here in the Northern Ohio Grain Co-op Light Superstock Winter Circle, Larry Phillips. And Larry, good to see you back here in the Winter Circle. A lot of success here in Bowling Green, and it's always good to see you back.
Yep, it's been a pretty couple tough weeks here. Better let the boys speak.
Now, we appreciate everyone coming out. He's probably getting tired of me harping at him a little bit on his driving, but he done a good job tonight, done a great job, got it down the track. But I knew he could. I knew he was getting discouraged. And I told him, I said, don't worry about what I'm saying. Just get on there and do your normal thing, get down the track. So that's what he did tonight. We made a good pass. We were kind of crazy for having 3 light supers here this weekend, but with all the help, I can't thank Kyle Carlin, Gary, Brittany, Bonnie, all of them. I can't thank them enough. And everyone here behind us. I mean, it takes a world of us to make this happen. Terry Blackburn, Josh Blackburn, Colleen, all of them. They give us a great motor, keep these things running, and try to just keep on going. So we need to thank Larry Peterson, Profab, Hart's Turbo, Blackburn Racing again, Chad Mayhill for tires. He's probably getting tired of my phone calls. We're always calling, asking about tires and what we can do different. Always looking for the leading edge. All the fans, the blue shirts here at Bowling Green, we appreciate everyone. Our class sponsors. It's a great feeling to be here at Bowling Green. So thank you all. We'll be here next year.
All right, we're going to turn things over here to. Are you ready, Larry? All right.
So my sister from Central Florida, her and her husband, Brian.
Very nice. What do you think of Bowling Green?
I love it.
All right, she's coming back. That's for sure. What do you say, fans? Yeah. All right, we're going to turn things over here to Dave Schultz, the president.
Larry, on behalf of Northern Ohio Grain Co-op and the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers, congratulations on your 4th place finish. That was a tough class and nice work out there. We also have a National Tractor Pulling Championship cooler for you. That way you can load it up and celebrate tonight.
Thanks again. Thanks, everybody. Blue shirts. Everybody's here. So thank you again.
And fans, let's give Larry Phillips a nice round of applause. 4th place here tonight.
Okay, that was Camille Shelton on the Preparation H. Now, she made her first pass the other night and had a few issues. Seems like they're working on it and getting it figured out. She's used to mini rods, going to Brad Benedict on nonsense,
Brad
Right.
was the test hook, and he turned it down.
Yep,
so
he turned it down. This is his option.
I'm assuming he thought the track was going to get better. That thing was definitely singing the song.
We got a little flame show
yeah,
there.
He lit some of them vapors on fire, and
I see a big puddle down there.
yeah, those breather tubes, they put out a lot of alcohol and oil when
Right.
those motors really scream, and a lot of that is, people think it's oil, but a lot of it's alcohol, and
Right.
it probably got a spark and it lit it on fire. But I'd say that's pretty minor. But I think it made a nice pass. It sounded good. He just didn't quite get down there like I thought he might have.
Didn't quite have the ground speed, yeah.
Right. They've got the boat loaded pretty heavy for this group right now.
I'm
I'd
sure.
say. Yeah, they are some powerhouses.
And that is the other thing you got to look at too, is that when those blowers are turned up that hard and they're putting all that pressure inside that engine, a lot of that fluid just has to go somewhere.
Right, it goes out those blow-by tubes because that's blowing past the pistons down into the crankcase, and it comes out up through the valve cover and then out.
Right.
And now I've actually got tanks on mine. We'll watch Camille on one of her first passes on a pro stock tractor.
196, 525. Just looked like the tractor was trying to smother on her a little bit.
I think she probably didn't get the RPM where it needed to be before launching out of the hole. That is a tricky thing on these tractors, is to launch them and get the RPM where it needs to be and maintain all that. Look at that frame just flexing just a little bit, not a lot. Now they've got new frames here not too long ago, and a couple years ago, and when they did, it really helped their program. They'd get up like that and they'd go to the left every time. Mod tractors typically, if they get too high in the front, they typically want to go left.
It loads that left tire.
It loads the tire and it drives you to the left, because the torque is to the right, so it plants your right tire harder, and then it wants to drive you to the left. When I first started in the mod class, I had a lot of trouble with that, and we tried a couple different things, and we remedied the problem, and it's amazing how much difference it makes.
We used to slide a weight over on the tractor, but this.
Well, one of the things I ended up doing is I put a spacer in my left wheel to give it just a little bit more leverage.
Let's look at this top 10. Number one still Giddy Up, 346.60.
Yep.
Oh, this is it. Yep, right here. Giddy Up, 346.66. Cross threaded at 345.83. The Foursome tractor, a great run here this evening, 339 and 35. Full blown Wicked, still top 5, 337.42. Nonsense, 319.53. And the Gambler at 313.12. And the one time making a good pass, 312.87.
So, no Joe Eater?
All right. Nope, Joe.
Joe Scratch?
Joe Scratch. Ricky Rose, your winner. Here's that winning pass.
That was a nice one. Ricky has been making some really good passes this summer, and he early on he struggled, but they found that problem with the brake caliper
and fixed it. Rip Parrish on El Nino.
This is a beautiful piece of work here too. If you look at this thing in person with the hood up, it's amazing. That was a very nice pass. But that tractor in person, when you walk up to it, it's like, wow. It's just wow. That's all you can say about it.
You look at a lot of these machines, and one thing about Bowling Green, and what I love about Bowling Green is you see a lot of regional guys, regional people, and you see a lot of Grand National. And they're all mixed together, and a lot of those regional guys have just as nice as a machine as the Grand Nationals. And one of the regional guys said, well, the only difference between us and them is that we may not have the time to go Grand National. We got the equipment. We just...
Yep. And when I was pulling state level and regional level strictly, there's a lot of times when, I would come to Bowling Green. I knew I was an underdog. I just wanted to go to Bowling Green. So you don't care if you're 20 feet behind the leaders, 50 feet behind the leaders. As long as you make a good pass for what you do, you feel good about it. And it's just an awesome place to come.
All right, Corey Hoffman is going to be coming up on King of Deers, but looking at El Nino, 330. And I missed that last couple of numbers there.
He made a nice pass. I don't think he quite got there, though.
No, there it is, 338.
Third place.
Yep. Hey, still a good run.
That's you're in the thick of things when you can do that with the group of tractors they're running against. The Pro Stock class is, I think, unique in the fact that every single one of them is just beautiful.
I mean, you look at the top three, Rampage, River Rat, and El Nino.
Yep.
3 top contenders. They're kind of where you kind of would expect them to be at.
That's a pretty good group of tractors right there, and it's they got a lot of history behind them.
Oh, yeah. Those are names you've heard many times.
Yes, it is.
Before.
Now, the El Nino, they built a new tractor a few years ago, but even when they ran their older tractor, I mean, they were always in the thick of it and always had nice-looking equipment. Now we got the little noisemakers coming out here, the mini rods, 2,050 pounds, and these things are making a lot of horsepower. The horsepower to weight ratio is amazing on this.
Bryce Cullen on Crazy Horse is going to be your test hook here tonight. And let me tell you, we've had some exciting action in the mini rod class. Brian McDonald, I think, is still in the lead by just a few points. And this class, this can really mix things up. You can have one bad night, and with the points race we got going on now in the mini rod class, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and at Bowling Green there are so many entries, it can hurt your national standing. Now that thing started wheel hopping on him, and unless he hurt a motor, he needs to come back last. He just got a bad start.
Oh yeah.
There is a lot of blue smoke coming out of that thing, so I don't know if he's going to be able to come back. But now we got another good one on the line here, another John Deere.
Corey Hoffman on King of Deers. We're going to see if he can be the king tonight, because right now it's all red up front. But no, we got 2 deers up front
That's
right
right,
now,
yep,
and
yep.
1 red. So.
That box topped out before 250 feet, and they drug the whole thing the rest of the way. That's amazing. He was a little short, but made a decent pass. But that is such a tough class, so competitive.
Okay, let me give you an update. They just radioed into me. That was actually the bull hauler, Butch Poland. So I'm not sure what's going on with Bryce Cullen, because he's not scratched on our paperwork here today, but we're going to pull that up and see if he's going to come back.
Yeah, sometimes we'll have an issue starting one of these motors or something, and you'll have to take a few minutes to regroup and get it started. Now, it looks like we got one of the Uncle Dave team up here, the UD team.
You see the big UD on the side? This is CJ Grazik on pile driver.
And I tell you what, that is a fun-loving group right there. They have a lot of good times when they're going pulling.
We get through
they're competitive on top of that.
They are. We get through with a show at night. We head over there. They're going to have us a nice cold drink and some good food to eat, I guarantee you.
Yes, sir.
You saw Jeff Hurt. He was all in the mix of things there.
Jeff Hurt's in the mix of everything everywhere. If you got a problem, he'll be the first one there trying to fix it for you. He's just one of those guys.
Good run here. 3:10.805, sitting in 9th.
They're kind of. This tractor here also has one of those motors that it will just scream. Now that's it, Brad Benedict.
Yeah, here we
that's
go.
Not
there
right.
we
There
go.
we go. Pile driver, CJ Krasik. There's Jim Miller giving the fist bump, and at that point, it's go time.
Yep.
That
was a pass. That was a pass.
He did have one cylinder over on this side of that engine that was shooting a couple ducks, but I don't think it hurt his pass because he was carrying the front nicely and just made a really nice pass.
Wow. That class has changed quite a bit. All right, this is going to be Ryan Walters on Chase and Tail.
Yep, Chase and Tail.
We used
to see this tractor a lot in Ohio State competition and Region 2 competition. Hasn't been out as much in recent years, but it's been a good running tractor.
You got to go to Bowling Green and give it a shot, though.
Yeah. Go to the big show.
That's right. Another one of those Massies.
Another one of those Massies. You could tell when he got down towards the big end, it kind of loaded the motor pretty hard. Maybe doesn't have quite the engine program that some of the other guys do. And, you know, it's like any class. You got to work your way up. You make improvements in small steps because it's so expensive to do. Krasik made just a very nice looking pass.
321, 385. That's going to be your number one.
Yep, and I'd say they're pretty close on their sled setting because that's a good tractor, and they still got a little bit of room out there.
And it's with some of the names you have down here at the bottom. I mean, you got Chase Richardson, and
right now the Theobald team is
lent me a set of tires, and we came out here to actually help him out with an issue. Decided to throw it in the trailer with us, and it paid off. I had no idea being in the winner's circle with this, and I'm pretty excited. I mean, it's Saturday night, Bowling Green. The Blue Shirts put together a hell of a track, and with this weather, they've really done a good job with it, and just really glad to be here and do what I did. I got to thank everybody behind me, and I got to thank Ford, Hart's Turbos, and I got to thank my dad for putting a killer tune-up on that tractor. It ran awesome for me. It made my job easy.
So, Josh, I got to ask the question, how did the phone call back to the customer go after you won with it?
He was actually working the chain for his son's football game, and I heard the ref yelling at him, hey, we got the time going, we got to get going. He was pretty excited to hear, but he is going to have to buy a new set of tires for that tractor.
Great story. Fans, will bring in Dave Schultz here, the president of the Blue Shirts.
Josh, on behalf of Northern Ohio Grain Co-op and the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers, congratulations on a first-place finish today. We also have a blue cooler for you. Load that thing up and you can celebrate tonight.
This is an awesome trophy. This is sweet. Thank you.
All right, fans, our winner this afternoon, the Light Superstock class, brought to you by Northern Ohio Grain Co-op, Josh Blackburn.
all right, still the top three spots, 2 deers and a red. All right, Johnny Hill coming up. This was a replay of his run. Kind of got on the wheelie bars.
Yeah, this is a tractor I'm not familiar with. I don't know if he runs a regional type thing.
Yeah, he's Region 2, is by my understanding, or used to be.
Okay. I've run a lot of Region 2 stuff, and I haven't seen that tractor.
Okay, yeah.
Now, this tractor right here is a new tractor that Adam built this year, and it has really been performing well for him. He was kind of struggling a little bit. But
in
boy,
the beginning, yeah.
This tractor has really turned his program around, and he's right at the top of the class just about every night. Now, this tractor right here is a Craig Lowdy. It is a very unique tractor. You'll not see another one of these, I don't think, anywhere in America.
I have not seen them. Nope, not at all. This is a Fendt tractor, and that's not the normal colors of a Fendt, but that is the hood and the grill is very.
It's unique. It's a European tractor, and it's very unique. nice hook, and that. Now, typically that tractor would be painted like a dark, like forest green or something
right, yeah.
like that.
And it's got a tan mix in it with the trim work and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's a beautiful tractor. There, you look at him trying to get that thing in neutral, getting it back in reverse, and then unhook and go forward. But going to Adam Kester.
Yep, Adam's been doing well with this tractor, so it's one that might go on out through there pretty well. The tractor kind of started hobby horsing a little bit on him. That's something you don't like to see because you lose hitch every time that front end goes up and back down. And it was a respectable pass, but I think he's been making better passes with it here.
Well, and like we were talking earlier with the way the track conditions have been over the last couple of days, and you know how a mini rod is. They're very finicky to being hard, being slick, being dry. That little bit of a difference makes a big difference on setup, and you've got to hit it perfect.
Yeah, and Adam's been doing it since he was a kid, and he knows all the ins and outs of it. And like I said, that tractor. Now this tractor here, again, it's kind of doing a little bit of hobby horsing, but it made a respectable pass, and I think he's probably going to be happy with that.
Well, if you're in the top 10 here, you're doing something. Rampage still number 1, 336 and 51. River Rat sitting number 2. Let's go back to Adam Kester.
Well, you can tell it is sure working those motors. It's making them work. So he went into the lead with that at 326.00. So he put 5 feet on the pile driver. So
we were kind of a little critical of it, but right now it's working for him.
It is, and I think now you're going to maybe see somebody get a nice smooth run that'll maybe get past that, but that was a respectable run. Like I said, that tractor has been doing really well for Adam. Now that tractor pictured right there, the Theobald team, wow, they have been on a rail lately. Now this is Mama.
This is Mama. This is Renee Theobald.
Yep.
She don't cut in that slack either.
She's a driver. She lets her eat. Now, her son's standing there with the tall one a little bit to the left. He'll drive a little bit, and he's right at the top of the class, and he's been making just fantastic runs down the track. Renee struggled a little bit. Fort Recovery kind of hurt her. She had a bad run there.
Paul Stone coming up on Rolling Stone.
Yeah, these guys come out of Greensburg, Indiana. I've seen them quite a bit. Usually have a respectable run out of this tractor.
Love the old school fenders.
Yep, the old Wheatman type standard fenders. Yep. That one doesn't have the Wheatman style fenders, but it does have the old school tractor fenders. But a little short on that one.
It looked like it took it a minute for the wheels to actually get turning. Like it wasn't quite building enough power to get everything spinning.
Or the clutch maybe wasn't locking up like it should have, or something. Yeah. But now Renee, she's gonna lower the hammer, and this thing's gonna make some noise. It'll scream.
Yeah. Fort Recovery, I think it was the first night. That tractor took a hard right turn and kind of slung the sled around and everything. So.
It absolutely did, and it's unfortunate that something like that happens. They looked like the front was a little heavy on that tractor. It didn't really pick and carry, and that family, Renee's comes from a pulling family. Her dad and brother pull an alcohol super stock tractor, and used to pull the Up and Atom tractor.
Right.
That's her dad, and so they got pulling on both sides of that family. Jake Brickner, Burning Green. So that was not the Rolling Stone tractor we watched a minute ago.
That was not.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that tractor.
I don't see it on my list. Yo. They must have dropped 6. All right, so what happened? Jake Brickner evidently dropped 6. We weren't told anything on Burning Green. So, yeah.
Renee goes into 4th place at 311.975. Yep. I think she would probably like to have that pass back and maybe adjust her hitch a little more or something like that. A lot of these guys and gals they can't get enough front end weight, so they'll lower their hitch on certain tracks, and it depends on how far they lower it. Now here comes the Rolling Stone.
Yeah, that's
this
right,
is
Paul
the
Stone. Yeah, Rolling Stone.
Yeah.
So evidently what he had dropped, I didn't have him scratched and wasn't told anything through here, so it may have been one of those late things and everything get...
Our flyover from the 180th. I have you each introduce yourself, but Yeti, I've got something for you to take back. We do a challenge coin, and this is coin 180 out of 500.
Yeah, my name is Major Joshua Yeti Caudill, and we appreciate everybody having us out here, and we appreciate our maintenance folks getting the Jets in here today and working with us. And if you didn't know, I'm from Pembroke, Ohio. I'm happy to be here.
Major Pete Fritz, thanks a lot for having us. Appreciate you guys.
Captain Josh Utter, Dutch, as I go by, from Oregon, Ohio.
Major Gabe Bate-Beal from Toledo. Glad to be here.
And I'm Captain Todd Pazik-Kopic, and I'm from Lumby.
Troy Hart in the slingshot.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for what you do to keep us safe. We cannot thank you enough for that awesome flyover and then the second flyover on top of it. So thank you so much. Go through and enjoy our crowd.
Thank you.
Yeah, y'all were looking at the fire coming out, or we're seeing it on our screen down here. So those pro stocks like to light up the night a little bit, I would say.
They do. And speaking of lighting up the night, the flyover happened right before I came into the production trailer, and oh my gosh, it'd put a lump in your throat. Those guys are amazing. That was fun to watch.
It was. I mean, yeah, we were in the trailer, and you could feel it. I mean, it was shaking. It was just like these mods.
Yeah. Now, that tractor, the mini rod that just ran, was actually a tractor that used to be the Cowboy Up tractor.
Right.
And it has a new owner, but they still kind of travel with the Bowers, and it's a strong tractor. I didn't see what its distance was, but he looked like he made a nice pass. The Rolling Stone tractor had some struggles. It looked like it got under the turbo or had some type of an issue, so they didn't have a good pass like they were hoping.
Looking at those, looking at the top three,
they're hanging in there. Those top three been there for a while. Yeah,
waiting for somebody to come up. But right now, Adam Kester, 326. Yeah. Even on top, that's going to be a tough one too.
Yes, it is.
Right now, it looks like that's going to be the one to beat.
It is, and that's something there. Now, this tractor coming up on the mini rod side is mostly a region puller. He pulls a lot of region 2. He'll jump into a Grand National event. Art, he does well for what he has. He's an up and coming puller, I would say, and good guy, and just goes out there and keeps plugging away. And
love the name though, Scratching for Traction.
And Art has he's been doing pretty well, especially in the regional type stuff.
Alrighty, this is Chance McGrath on Last Chance 2.
We might have some racing.
Yeah, here we go.
That was a respectable pass. That, like I said, that's a regional type tractor,
too, yeah.
and Art is he's doing well with what he has. I shouldn't, when you get into these classes, you got to work your way up. You got to get better parts and better parts. I've been getting better parts for years, and it takes a long time.
It's kind of like upgrading,
Every time, yep.
That's right. Good run. We're going to see. That's going to be close. You see the flag. It
Yep,
looks like
they're moving
the flag. So we
Yeah.
might have a new leader.
And I was thinking he was running out of steam, but he ran out after he went past the flag, right?
Aaron, yeah, I'm down here in the winner's circle, Hot Shot Secret. We had the Hot Shot Secret Challenge this year, and Colton Wentworth won that first place. Congratulations, Colton.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you doing this.
Give it up to him, fans.
All right, guys, sound.
All right. Here we go. Switching screens here, seeing what's happening coming up next. Matt Holland coming up on Glutton for Punishment. That's what I'm showing. But let's look at this replay. Got a little bouncy at the beginning, but scratching for traction, 285, 085. And we were talking about that. You got to start. I'm not going to say crawl before you walk, because you're definitely not crawling when you're getting in one of these things. But you're stepping them up.
Right,
You know.
and Art has I think he runs on a limited budget, like a lot of people do when they're starting out. But he does a very respectable job in the region, and loves to come out and run with the big guys every once in a while.
Right.
And that tractor right there just moved the flag, and I thought he was running out of steam, but he ran out after he passed the flag. So
Right.
that's the goal.
That's what you want to do, right? Yeah, you
That's
want to
right,
get down
that's
to the
right.
end. Jeff Hurt coming up. No guy. This guy right here, like we talk about him, this guy is wide open everywhere.
He is a crazy individual, but
he's got a big heart, though, man. I'm telling
he
you.
doesn't leave anything. He lays it all out
Right,
on the track.
yeah.
Let's put it that way. He just
If you saw him running the Open Superstock class, he knew he had problems, but he was going to go for it anyway.
he went back there and made a quick fix and tried it, and you never can count him out. He's been running really good with the mini rods, very strong.
I think he's beginning to find his niche in the mini rod class a little bit. He's had several.
He found
wins.
it pretty quickly. He really did. Might be moving the flag on that one.
That is close. If you see the flag just to the right of that pole,
yep.
We're going to see if they move it.
Jeff is one of them kind of guys. He is not afraid of anything. He would get on a bucking bronco, I believe, and just laugh when he got thrown off. But he's a fun guy.
All right, Matt Holland, Glutton for Punishment, coming up right now. Our leading distance has been taken over by Chance McGrath. Red's back in the lead on Last Chance 2 in the Pro Stock side. But looking at this run, good straight pass. I really didn't see the front end come up. He is your new leader, 328, 715.
You can never count out Jeff Hurt. He is a competitor to the core.
All right, looking there. He took the lead by
put
just
2.5
feet.
Yeah. That's as somebody told me, an inch is worth a mile at that point.
Well, in this sport, all you need is a tenth of a foot to make a difference. All right.
I'm not familiar with this tractor.
All right. It's hard to tell from this angle as far as the distance to the leader marker.
Yeah,
but
it is. I'm thinking he's back a ways, but
yeah.
made a respectable run. I think he'll probably be happy with that. Now here comes Short Fused. Young lady's been driving this thing just for like a year and a half.
Mr. Brad Benedict, sir, congratulations. Pretty good weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend all in all. I want to give a big shout out to Ricky Rose for winning the Unlimited class here at BG. That was awesome. And I want to thank everybody that helped us get things wrangled around in the pits, and Joe Eder for some of the track advice that he gave me there trying to help me out, and Adam Bauer too. So I'd like to thank Blue Shirts on a fantastic weekend and getting all this in.
Yeah, pretty cool when your competitors are sharing the info to help you. I'm going to hand the microphone off for a presentation.
On behalf of DMC and Associates, congratulations on your 5th place win.
The Short Fused Mini Rod of Lindsey Campbell out of Washington, PA. the one-time home of the Honkin' Donkey.
Up next over on the Pro Stock side, Stephen LaGrange, St. Isidore, Quebec with the High Rolling Deer. Then Corey Bobb, Brownstown, Indiana with Whiskey Wild. And Josh Martin, Chambersburg, PA, Think Green. So we have a red one on top, but a lot of green ones coming through here.
Lindsey Campbell has taken the lead here in the short fuse as she goes.
Florida. You know, we were in Ocala, Florida, and Mary Keel came unhooked from the sled, flipped her tractor end for end, and Lindsay had to get on her mini rod for the first time ever. You talk about
Wow.
nervous. That girl had to be nervous, but she's not afraid of it. She gets right on there and goes.
All right,
Hammer
blood for
down.
punishment. Good, respectable run, 3:16.120.
But, you know, with Lindsay down there in Florida, I'm not sure I would have got on that tractor after
that
watching
run,
Mary
yeah.
go flipping head over heels. But and Mary, she got right as soon as they rebuilt her tractor.
Oh,
she got
was
right back
in
on
the middle
it.
of it. In
Yep.
fact, Mary, she was in with me last night, and we had a good conversation about that. And that's one of the things. She said, "What was I going to do? I mean, we got a
Yep,
tractor.
yep.
We're going to run it. You know,
Right, and they actually just come back from Europe. They shipped their tractor to Europe and made some passes over there in Europe at one of the big events over there, and had the time of their life over in Europe. So they're living large.
Great opportunity. Stephen LaGrange coming up on High Rolling Deer. We might have a drag race here. We got Carolina Night Train, and I believe that's going to be the number 2 one. Yep, Carolina Night Train 2 out of Tar Heel. Cody Singletary made some good runs this year. Got to top 5 in Fort Recovery. And that's one thing about when you start running the Grand National Circuit,
Side, the top 10. Boy, that would be a major accomplishment for this team. First year out on the Grand National Circuit.
All right, Stephen LaGrange, we're going to go back to Cody's run here in just a second. Stephen LaGrange on High Rolling Deer.
Stephen LaGrange coming to us from St. Isidore, Quebec, the High Rolling Deer.
How about it? Where's our Canadian fans here tonight? Come on, Canadians.
We're going to come here to the winner's circle. Our friends from DMC Associates are the sponsors, and we have a very happy group of folks from Minnesota here with me. Ricky Rose, it's been a long time coming, sir, but you have had a great weekend here in Bowling Green. Congrats.
It's been one of the most awesome weekends I ever had here at Bowling Green. We were up on stage here every session we ran, and that was 4 sessions. That's an honor in itself, and then be able to top it off with a win in the Unlimited of all things. Never thought we ever could get that done, but the old Giddy-Up's been running really, really well lately.
Well, you told me that you went all winter long trying to get those horses trained, and you told them not to come here and do anything bad on you. And needless to say, they listened and abided to their jockey.
Yep, they listened well. We trained them all winter long to get them go straight, and the only thing was I told them at the end that they shouldn't shit on me.
Who do you want to thank tonight, sir?
Oh, there's a lot of people. You know, when you're up here, you get nervous and you forget a lot of things. But the blue shirts, of course, of all people, and Case IH, Mac Trailer. I just forget all the main sponsors. My individual sponsors would be like Ken Binney, helped me to get where I got to all these years. I buy parts from Hebe, which is Ken Binney, and SSI blowers, some Pico oil. Redberg takes care of all my tires. He works awesome for me. We both are in Minnesota, so we root for each other, we compete with each other, and it's fun.
Well, I'm going to hand the microphone off for our trophy presentation.
On behalf of DMC and Associates, congratulations on your first place trophy here. Good job. You guys work harder than anybody out there changing all those motors every session. Good job.
And I'm going to hand the microphone to Dave Schultz as well.
Ricky, we've got a blue cooler for you. We can fill that thing up and celebrate tonight.
Yes, we will. It'll keep everything cool tonight, I'm sure. And one other thing I want to talk to my best friends, Kevin Criswell and Brad Benedict. They're my best friends out here in Ohio.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. Nice round of applause.
Corey Bob, Whiskey Wild, Brownstown, Indiana.
All right, Corey Bob on Whiskey Wild. Pretty good run there, just not quite the distance I think it's going to take to win it tonight.
Exactly. Yeah, it made a decent run, but just falling short. The Bob family, they've been around in Indiana pulling forever. Back in the 70s, the mid-70s, I pulled a farm stock Oliver 88, and they were pulling a John Deere D21 super stock at the time, and it was like, holy cow, that thing is bad to the bone. That was back when I had to put my tractor on the sled as weight, and then every time they would pull, I'd have to back off and they'd pull the sled back. We're talking old here. I'm old.
All right, looking at Bruce here.
Yeah, and look at his seating position. Look how far forward he is on that tractor. That gives them an advantage on their hitch. They can have more hitch, more front end weight.
That more hitch is going to help with his hook. So.
Exactly. Now, I didn't see his distance. I think he was a little short, wasn't he?
I think if he was, here we go. Well, that's Whiskey Wild, 295, 675.
There we go, 323.70. So he goes into fifth. I thought he was just a little short, but very unique looking tractors, and they used to have their feet outside the headers, and they are outside the frame, and they made them do away with that. Short fused is out there at 330.
Lindsey Campbell, I tell you, she has, they started really driving. She started driving this tractor, last year, last year, and so you don't just hop in a mini rod and go. There's a lot of learn, a lot of feel. Mary, that's one thing she was talking about. She's had some rough runs, obviously the one she flipped in Florida,
right.
But it's good to see these ladies kind of showing these men how to do it.
Yeah. This is Chris Shoemaker coming up right here. Chris has pulled in several classes. He used to pull against us in a mod class. He made a respectable run. He hasn't run a mini a lot. Like I said, he ran a mod for a while. He ran a alcohol super stock for a while, and I think he went to the mini because it's just something more manageable. It doesn't have a big crew, so it makes it easier for him to do. He was also friends with the Horse family.
I got you. Yeah.
And him and Keith were friends and partners on the mod, so that was kind of a natural progression for
a natural fit for his situation.
Exactly, for having some guidance in the Horse family. The Horse family's been around that class forever.
All right, Josh Martin out of Chambersburg, PA on Thick Green. Mad Money pulling 314, 845.
Short Fuse and B-Bear. B-Bear, there's a lot of bears out there with the with that family.
With the Hurt family, definitely. I mean, Running Bear, the Super Stock, and Little Bear and B Bear, but right now Becky Curtis coming up on Running on Empty. Now, this tractor here looks familiar, and I'm trying to place which, because this used to be a different tractor, wasn't it?
I don't know where this tractor come from. They've had it for a while.
Right.
And actually, Becky's family, she comes from a mini rod pulling family.
Oh,
so
okay.
she's been around a lot of her life. I think it's her dad or a relative of hers that runs the Rolling in the Dough. He runs regional stuff.
Right.
And so she's been around it, and she's been in the seat quite a lot. She's a very petite lady, so that gives her an advantage.
As far as weight, having that extra
exactly.
movable weight, yeah.
And that's kind of Lindsey Campbell has a Renee Theobald, lightweight people have an advantage in that class. Well, I thought he was going to get there, but you could hear it labor
Right there
at the end.
You could hear that motor it was doing all it could.
Yeah.
Now, and here's the fine line on that is you've got to run a gear that's going to load the motor so you don't overspin the tires, but you want enough spin at the end that it keeps that momentum going, I guess.
Yeah. And you don't want to get below the turbo and that sort of thing. That was a good run for Becky. They run a lot of Region 2 stuff and regional events,
right.
And they do a respectable job. She gets down the track good. Her husband drives the tractor once in a while. I think they put her in the seat more often than him because she's so petite, and she's got a pretty good advantage on weight on her husband.
And if you look at a lot of these tractors now, there's a few tractors still running the 106, but everybody's gone to planetary just for the stability, how big that rear end is, how much horsepower it can take,
and how straight it'll go.
Exactly, that's a big advantage. Josh Martin on Think Green, 330 400 puts him in fifth right now.
Now I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, I'm assuming that's part of the Martin group out of Pennsylvania. That they've had a lot of pro stock tractors over the years, and they've had 2 or 3 at a time. I'm assuming that's part of that family, but I'm not that familiar with them. There's Becky's run. She got the front up good. Yeah. She was shooting a couple ducks there early on, but I think it cleaned up and looked like a nice little run. Puts her in 11th place, 306, 210.
If you can be in the top 15 in this show tonight, it's going to be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Lindsey Campbell still at 330 and some change. Jared Nelson coming up on half past midnight.
Question is, who's your best friend in Ohio?
Well, apparently it's not Ricky Rhodes because he don't even like me or something. But anyway, great job, buddy. You're my best friend in Minnesota. How about that?
Well, we got David Richardson here. He's the driver of the foursome entry this evening out of the state of Kentucky, sir. Congratulations. Great job.
Hey, thank you, guys. Blue Shirts, thank you. Thank everybody that helps do this. Thank my guys here, Chase, CJ, Donald, Ron. We about lost him a minute ago. Couldn't find him. Tammy called him, so he had to stay back in the truck. So anyway, but thank everybody. We love coming here.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand the microphone off to our friends from DMC Associates.
On behalf of DMC and Associates, congratulations on your 4th place win tonight. Congratulations. Yep.
David, we also got a National Tractor Pulling Championships blue cooler for you. I think you know what to do with it.
I got this. Do you need to borrow one?
We'll get you the right trophy. We'll work it out.
Up next over here on the south side, New London, North Carolina, Reese Shelton and the cutting down. A second in Benson and a...
All right, Reese Shelton out of New London, North Carolina on the cutting down pro stock. They've added a third one here. Let's see what he can do.
Ooh. A lot of fluid coming out of there.
Good pass.
That's a nice pass. I don't think he got past the leader flag, but he's close.
He's close. And we were talking about that water. They put, or water, I've been corrected on my southern slang today. They put bags of ice to keep that baby running cool, and they say it will melt in 300 feet.
Yep. And I couldn't tell if it was a hose that had burst and was leaking or just like overflowing from their intercooler.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, those Sheltons have some beautiful equipment.
All right, looking at this right here, Jeremy Nelson, he was actually DQ'd. He must have touched the right sideline. He was riding it hard.
He was fighting the sideline from about 150 foot, and it just killed him riding the brake, and then it finally beat him. You know, sometimes that sideline gets you. The Shelton tractor, boy, they got some great looking equipment. I don't know how they keep up with everything they got going on. They got so much stuff going on.
They're in drag racing. They're in mini rods.
And now they got 3 pro stocks. It looks like, and
335, 225 is going to put them third.
In third place. The Sheltons don't mess around. They're serious about their motorsports, and great bunch of people. They're just
they'll do anything to help you out if you need parts. A lot of the pullers, you know, if you're at a show and he's got something and you need it, he's going to help you out.
You couldn't ask for a better group of people, and I did not know Camille was getting on one of these pro stocks. But
I think that was the big surprise. This is Les Corporal coming up.
Yep. No, not Les. That's his brother Andy.
Andy, is it?
Andy Corporal, yep. And Les is driving.
No, Andy Corporal, you're right.
Andy Corporal, that's Les Corporal's brother from Modern Machine.
On Little Heathen.
Yep. But now, he had a really bad run here last year and actually flipped that tractor over. So let's hope he has some better luck tonight.
We had a lot of that happen last year.
Yeah.
Hopefully we do not see any of that this year. That's one of the things that challenges with this class is keeping that front end down. And you saw that first run teeter-totter and keeping that under control.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, right there at the end.
Oh, no.
Something happened. I can't tell what.
I see a lot. It looks like a belt.
Is that just a blower belt?
Yeah, I think it was a belt shred.
That's not so bad. I thought something in the driveline or maybe even a block, but I think it was just a blower. But he had a pretty good pass going there.
That was I mean, the front end was up. It was just sitting back and riding. Yep, you see the blower belt right there?
Yep.
See where it's peeled it off?
Yep.
And once that blower belt breaks, that's it.
You're done.
There's no air getting in that engine.
It's almost like you shut the ignition off.
Yep.
I've had it happen to me many times, but no, he had a nice run. I was a little nervous for him because of what happened to him last year, but he's made some good passes, won a couple of national events. I think he won at, was it Arcola? I'm not sure, but there he goes into 10th, even with a broken belt.
312, 560, yeah. I mean, the tractor was just sitting there, and it had a good plane going all the way down the track. But on the pro stock side, what I'm showing, Brandon Simon out of Farley, Iowa, on loud and heavy.
There's RJ climbing up there, putting the collar on. You will not find anybody more enthusiastic about pulling than RJ Simon.
I will say that.
He is into it.
This is.
You see him just then. He was telling him where to go. He just is so enthusiastic. You got to love him for that.
Come back. You're breaking. All right. I was just told that is Brent Myers driving. That was one of the updates we didn't get.
Okay. I got you. Well, that's a tractor that the Simon team helps with, and so there you are. RJ's, he's even excited helping somebody else. Right? One of these competitors, but yet somebody that's a part of their crew.
And their knowledge base of the sport is just unbelievable.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that tractor won the Grand National points last year. not going to get there tonight.
It sounded a little like it was a little under power a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. It's hard to say what would. Boy, here come the Sheltons right back in another class. Boy, that's tough when you got tractors on both tracks. We've done that before with a truck and a tractor, and it's
hard.
It's. Ooh, he must have had a little frost on his butterflies. He went to give it throttle and he jumped.
You'll see this. They'll spray either, in my understanding, de-icer or even squirt methanol to kind of break it up a little bit.
Right, one of the two. They'll do methanol. They'll spray, like a squirt jug. They'll put that in there, but we use an actual de-icer on ours. Here's Brent Meyer. He comes in for. Yeah, that tractor got a little upset right there in the middle of the track, and that'll cost you a lot of feet right there, where that kind of does that little duck walk and gets the tires out of the dirt.
That little shimmy.
Yeah.
They're looking at something.
Yeah, I think he's thinking something happened to the motor, but I don't see any issues. But that's his sister right there. She's the one that went down the track a few minutes ago with the Pro Stock tractor, the Preparation H tractor. These guys have been around motorsports their whole life. These kids, their dad, I remember seeing him way back.
With the old Tomcat. You remember the old Tomcat?
I don't remember the Tomcat, but he had a two-wheel drive truck, and we were in Salem, Indiana, and I was just spectating. And Stan went down the track, and he had a locker rear end, and he had it locked up, and it didn't unlock, and he ran it into the wall. And my understanding at the time, it was a brand-new truck. And
that was the Sawmill. Was that the Sawmill Express?
It probably was.
The yellow truck.
I think so, yeah. And it was long enough ago, I can't remember. And I remember a lot of that stuff, but see, it got a little unsettled right there. Look at that tire squat.
Yeah.
And once it does that, then
you see that wrinkle go in and out on that tire. Yeah.
You're doing that little duck walk thing, and that really hurts your distance. Look at that fuel tank on the front, or oil tank. That's
just shaking.
Yeah. It's. But I don't know what he was looking for. He looked like he thought he had a problem. I don't know if maybe the throttle cable. I don't know.
Well, the butterflies look.
I don't know.
They look open. They look open.
Well, when he came out on the track, it jumped on him. So maybe he thought there was something wrong with the throttle cable.
All right.
There's one that could shake things up. This is
Rob Russell, on that workhorse.
That is another one of them beautiful tractors, and one of the most experienced Pro Stock guys out there. Rob's been around this forever, and always has top-notch equipment, beautiful equipment, and he's a savvy puller, knows how to get down the track. So we could see things shaking up if the track is not going away on him. I'm a little surprised the track's looking drier than I expected.
I was kind of looking at that too. Now, they put sawdust or organic material in this track.
They do.
And it helps keep the track consistent, keeps moisture in it, but also doesn't let it get hard.
Yes, yeah. And we were here early one year, and they had a big old, I'll wait please. We want to watch Rob. Yep, he comes up just a little short. I think maybe the track's not what it was earlier.
You might have. Dave Lacey laying down an excellent run there. Not going to be enough tonight, I don't believe, on double or nothing, triple play, double or nothing. But
the Lacey's have two tractors,
right?
And boy, they are stellar performers on the region. They've won the region events or points many times.
A lot of region too.
Yeah, they come out of Canada, and boy, both their tractors are strong.
Now
they don't run Grand National a lot,
right,
but they'll come to shows like this and see what they can do.
If you look, I noticed something, and I haven't gone and looked at the chassis, but is he still running a wedge? Because it just appears that way on the side, but a lot of times they'll cover the bars up. So I'm not sure.
That I don't know.
I'm going to have to dig into that. I'm kind of curious.
They actually just built some new tractors.
Oh, okay. So
couple years ago. Now this it's kind of unusual to see his tractor bob up and down like that, but I missed it. I didn't see the distance, but
3:27.115.
Yeah.
Good pass.
He always has such nice looking equipment.
He does.
It just spit shined.
I wonder if that's what we have going on.
Wow.
Is that lane going away on that Pro Stock side?
Yeah, it could be. Here's a replay of the Lacey tractor, and they just do a really excellent job on the region. They're really an asset. When you're running region, you go to a lot of fairs and stuff, and they're just a great asset out there on the circuit.
All right, Ty Miller coming up next. This guy's no stranger to the sport of truck and tractor pulling at all. I mean, this.
Now, unfortunately, this is another tractor that had a bad ride last year at this event.
That was the famous one where you see all the pictures with the roll cage about a foot off the ground.
Yeah. And now they rebuilt, and I think they've actually might have even rebuilt twice, but they're trying to get their program better, and they're improving all the time. If you notice, he was pretty hesitant coming out of the hole, and I don't know if he just felt like that was the best way to drive, or he was maybe a little hesitant just because of what happened last year. It's hard to say, but
looked very heavy on the nose.
He was heavy on the nose. I don't think he was making full power. He was shooting ducks out of these pipes there, which basically that means it's not making full power when you're saying that.
And was it a little bit of thinking about it mentally, or 263, 465?
Yeah, it just never did get up and carry. He was pretty slow coming out of the hole.
The front end just stayed down the whole time. Julia Ray coming up.
This young lady's been making some really nice passes and
on the Mac Daddy. This is one to watch.
Yep.
If the track's going away, it's going to show right here.
Yep. That was nice. I can't see the flag right now, but I think she's really close.
That's going to be a close one.
That made it. Did you see that front end come up, and it carried that first 50, 100 feet?
Did
you see all the clutch dust coming out? They were letting it.
They were letting it eat.
Yeah, and it just made an awesome pass. That front end carried and just stayed up. It didn't touch.
Now
didn't touch the ground.
Riding that clutch out like that, what are you trying to do? Keep the RPMs up, keeping it.
Yeah, keep the RPMs up, I would say, and then letting the tires catch up, and not hurt your RPM.
That's going to be kind of interesting to see, brother from another mother. Jim Webb here.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the Webbs out this year. They've got this turbo set up. Oh, here we go. 7th place, 329.
Okay,
so she wasn't real close to the flag, but she did make a nice run. But this mini rod, they've always been running the twin turbo setup, and they've struggled with it. It's temperamental. Now I think this is a brand new setup.
Right.
I think they've changed things around a bunch, and they've just gotten it back together. And they run a lot of region stuff over the years. They have.
Red-headed stepchild, that tractor comes to mind, and they had another one, but I can't remember what that one was. So.
For a while, they had two. One had a root style blower on it, and then the other one was turbocharged. And they run a wedge style engine, or at least they did. I haven't seen what's in there. It looks like it's probably a wedge style motor, so it's like a Oldsmobile or a Pontiac type head or something like that. But with the turbos, you don't have that parasitic loss of horsepower.
Right.
It takes 600-700 horsepower to turn a blower.
Correct. Yeah.
Where these turbos, They create some back pressure in the exhaust system, but they don't rob horsepower from the actual engine.
Something I've noticed with several of these tractors is the big thing is you go in and you watch them when they run. You can't throttle it like you do a blower motor. You have to kind of build the boost, and you got to just let her go. So if that track's aggressive, can be somewhat of a challenge.
Yep. And I think it's dependent on how the system is set up. Jeff, there we go. It'll sound way different. Looks like Jim bent some front spindles, but they're still attached. But he kind of backed out of it a little bit. I'm not exactly. I think it was taken off to the left on him, and he backed out of it. But
she was dancing pretty hard at that one point. Yeah. So,
but
take those spindles, straighten them back up. Maybe wet a little extra brace to it. Be ready to go to pop one off again. So.
They'll be ready to go again. It sounded like the motor was coming alive pretty good.
That seems. That and we were talking about the throttle response, but that's another issue or challenge that they have. All right, this is Rob Horton, a little less patience. I saw a big puff.
I did too,
yeah.
And I can't make up my mind if it was because he backed out because he was about to hit the white line, or if something happened. But they've got a second tractor that says a little more patience. But I don't know. Not sure what happened there. It almost looked like they backed off for a split second.
Engine seems to be running. A lot of times when they burp, they'll just shut off.
Right, and he was headed to the left sideline pretty hard.
Now check out that little bit of flame that's coming up. He's firing it back up.
Now, if you watch it here in just a second, see how hard right there. I think it was something sneezed or something. I can't tell, but I don't think he backed out of the throttle. But he was headed to the left sideline pretty hard.
You've seen a lot of people today trying to go ride from the right side, let it just kind of drift to the left. If you know it's going to go that way,
now did you see that first hit? Bent the front wheels, so back tires. That one come out of the dirt. That was a rough ride right there, and it just wasn't going straight. And when you pedal it like that, it sets it down hard. And luckily, the spindles didn't pop off.
They've done a lot of safety on the mini rods as far as the skid plates, all the spindles. I mean, the chassis, the abuse the chassis are making now, or they're taking now, is just crazy.
Yes, and I was a little surprised that. Okay, here comes Jordan Nelson.
Yep. North American Trailer Rent. Let's see. A little up and down.
It was, and he got over to the left a little more. Most of them been more on the right side of the track, and I don't know if that maybe hurt him a little bit, but I'm not really familiar with this tractor. I don't know, like Brett Berg had one that was a rank C tractor.
Right.
I don't know if it's that tractor. But Jordan had been driving mini rods out of the Simon stable for several years.
Right.
But he went back to Illinois, but not sure what his status is right now.
Well, and if you watch that run, maybe he was going to try something different because everybody's kind of run that center to a little bit right.
Yep.
And everybody's kind of stopped about the same point. Maybe he was just thinking, hey, let me try the left-hand side or move to the left and see if I can get a little extra bite.
And that can be a hero or zero kind of situation.
Very quickly. But when you have 50 mini rods here, you've got to try something. This right here, Robbie Lemke, our New Generation Plus.
Yep, that tractor has been really running strong here lately. The Lemke tractors have been right at the top of the class here lately, and they work on a lot of these tractors for pullers and provide a lot of parts. I believe they're in southern Wisconsin, but they build a lot of parts for a lot of pullers. And they have been, actually, Robbie's son, Esden, has been driving it mostly and doing a really, really good job. And that tractor's really been coming around strong.
One thing I love to watch in this class right here is watch how they have to build up. You see that puff of fire is what we call it, but that baby's right on the ragged edge right before he leaves the line.
He didn't get there, but he's right in the mix. That was a strong run.
It's going to be close, though. I think he's...
Yeah, he's a little short, but that was a really nice pass. That tractor just picked up and launched. I mean, he had a lot of speed there at the 100-foot mark. They've been doing this for a long time. I think Esden is the third generation. Robbie's the second generation of pullers out of that shop.
All right, coming up next, Kim Kwame on Weld Oil Machine. Good solid pass. You can't complain with that.
No, and she's been making good passes all summer, and she's been right at the top of the class several times. She's not afraid of that thing. She will let it eat.
So what happened? She was trying to get it to go in reverse. It would not go. And you saw all it takes is a push of a tire because all the clutches are tight, everything's in position, and it kind of locked up on her at the end.
Sometimes you can't get the engine to idle back down enough.
Right.
I've had that with my tractor the last 2 times out. It didn't want to idle down. I'd have to shut one engine off. New Generation Plus, what a nice pass that was. That should put him up pretty close. Yep, puts him in 5th place.
Yep.
So
338, last chance 2. Chance McGrath
just a couple inches out of 5th.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's disheartening when you miss the podium possibly by that much, you know. So
has pushed El Nino down to 6th. Yeah. Good run here. Tractor kind of got up on the wheelie bars. You see it kind of bounce down, but 317, 580 sitting in 10th place right now.
But the balance wasn't bad.
No.
And it just didn't seem to get the speed that it needed.
Look, folks, if you're joining us here tonight, FullPull.live, appreciate you being here. We are at Bowling Green, the 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships. There's no other place like it. You see them out there. They'll not. They have train horns, knocking beach balls, all kinds of stuff out there on that north side.
The north side bleachers has a good time around this place.
No doubt about it.
The campground, it's crazy. Oh, I missed that distance for Kim Kwame.
317, 580.
Okay.
Jonathan Van Horn on Off the Rails.
Now, this is a tractor I'm not familiar with. I'm not sure what part of the country they come out of, but it's a nice-looking tractor.
It is. And if I'm looking at the team shirt you see, I wonder if this is one of the tractors out of the Bobcat Jr. stable.
It could be.
Because I see the Bobcat Jr. symbol on the back of that shirt. So.
Yeah. Boy, those guys, they were so excited when the Payne tractor took the win. Boy, they were jumping up and down. They were happy.
Good pass.
That was a good pass. He's right there close to the flag, but I think he's a little short, but I don't know if he was on the brake or not because it was coming to the left on him.
Well, you saw that front steering wheel turn just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. This is going to be Mike Linder.
This is a legendary family right here.
Linder brothers.
They've been doing it. Now, they've kind of laid out a little bit here for a couple of years, but I think they just got this tractor together for this event.
Oh, she kind of smothered.
Yeah, laid down right there at the end, but had a pretty strong pass going. One of the things I think with a brand new tractor like that, there's a lot of tuning involved with the water supply. And
I think we got a fire happening too.
Oh, yep. Looks like there might have an oil line loose underneath there or something. Yep, we got some. But nothing major, I don't think. It's probably just an oil line leaking or something on them hot manifolds.
I was going to say, as hot as that baby is right now.
It just relit. They got it out and it relit because it's so hot. But from what I understand, I saw some stuff online that I think this tractor, this weekend's the first 2 passes on it since they got it back together. It's got a little different look than it used to have with the grill and the side grill there. It's different than what they used to run. But the Linder brothers were the premier team for years.
The pinnacle to be at,
Yeah. Good people. We've known them forever. And
a good-looking run. You see that?
It's nice to see him back out there.
Yeah, it is.
It was a nice-looking run.
Looking right there, you saw that little bit of flame come out. They kind of scanned back there, 314, 440, but she kind of smothered right at the end. I don't know if, and that little bit, if he could have kept them turning just a little bit longer.
That last chance is still hanging in there.
Yeah.
This is a unique little mini rod right here, Dusty Price and the bacon bits, and personally, I kind of like it. I think it adds some flair to the class, and I think Dusty might have had his head a little too low or something like that. He never did get it picked up and carried.
Talked to him in Fort Recovery, and one of the things he was saying, he's trying some different things, he was having a problem with the tractor getting all squirrely and crazy, so I think you've got to have a good basis to start off of, and that may be what he's doing here is just trying to get some solid passes and making small adjustments. But I talked to him, I said, why did you choose the car body? He said, it's a great billboard. I can just, my sponsors, just stick them, fill that thing up, you know.
He majored in marketing, believe that or not. See,
I mean, that's a great idea.
The first time I saw that tractor run, something happened. The body come loose, and the body went flying about 40 feet in the air, and Dusty kept hammered down.
I saw the video of that run, and I'm thinking, what was he thinking as he was going down the track, when that happened?
He told me, he said, you know what? He said, it was still going, so I just kept it hammered. Dusty's a bit of a character, but I think it adds a little flair to the class. It's just unique, and
that with the drag style headers to go with it, it just looks.
Yeah,
it's a cool look. Right now, Lindsey Campbell.
Well, Lindsay's got it going on, doesn't she?
And nobody has really gotten right up on. Nope. I would say got close enough to threaten the lead.
Right. Yep.
All right, this is going to be Denny Brown out of Clay, Kentucky on Green with Envy.
Now, I've seen this tractor before, and I've heard about this tractor. I've not seen it a lot, but when I do see it, it seems like it's a pretty strong tractor.
I'm waiting for somebody to try a different lane and maybe find a different groove, because I'm wondering if that's what's happening, because most of the ones I'm seeing are kind of lining up in more or less that same position. Not unless it's something on one side or the other of the start line, because you got to think about it. We had that rain today, and the Blue Shirts do a great job in prepping this track and getting everything ready, but Mother Nature has its own idea of what it wants to do. So
that's right, and it's they recovered well from the rain. They really have.
Hour and a half, we were back pulling.
Yeah.
I mean,
and on the mini side, we got the Little Bear lining up, and Mr. Excitement, Jeff Hurt. You can count on him making an awesome pass. At least he won't be shy. He won't be shy about it.
He ain't gonna cut no slack either.
Yeah. Looks like the Pro Stock's going to make it out of the hole first. We might have a race here.
We're going to have a drag race right here, I think.
You see Jeff looking at the leader flag.
Yeah.
He was watching that
He
flag.
was watching that more than he was the track.
He knew where he had to go, and he was watching it. But he made a respectable pass. He's right down there in the thick of it.
I want to see what that distance is because he's going to be close. He might be sitting. He might be number 2. If he's number 2, yeah, he's looking.
Look at him. He's checking it out.
He's like, "What did they get? What did they get? Somebody help me get this off. I want to hear it. I want to hear it."
He is a character. He's a lot of fun, and he's one of those guys. If you break something, he'll be right there in the middle of your tractor trying to fix it for you. He's just that kind of guy, and he is knowledgeable about everything. All the classes, he's got knowledge about them.
325, 870 for Green with Envy.
He made a nice looking pass, and there's nothing to be ashamed of there. It was looking good, and there goes the little bear.
He's sitting number 4.
Yeah,
326, 875. Lindsey Campbell still holding on.
Now we were down in your neck of the woods at the Galat Motorsports Park for our first event, and Jeff was down there, but he didn't have his tractors, but he was in the seat of one of the
Carolina Night Train.
Yeah, that's right. He drove one of the Carolina Night Trains down there, and he gets around. He's always in the thick of something.
Well,
but,
and that was the thing I was talking to Cody about, and he's like, well, as much as he's helped me out, if he wants to ride, he ain't got nothing else to do. And Cody had to be somewhat he had to be at some event, and that was the reason. Jeff's like, well, the tractors are here. It's like, you just drive them. You've helped me out. You just do it,
And I wasn't sure why Jeff didn't have his own tractors down there, but
look at the crowd here tonight. This is Saturday Night Bowling Green, folks. Appreciate you joining us here on FullPull.live. But if you can ever be at Bowling Green on a Saturday night, this is the time to be here.
Yeah, and trust me, on the north side, there's a lot of antics going on. There's a lot of stuff happening up there.
I mean, some of the things I saw last night, or Thursday night even, they were throwing out koozies, and people were jumping over people over a koozie.
Now, this is another Kester tracker. I didn't see if it was Adam or if it was Toby, but
this is going to be Adam with Beast of Burden.
Yeah. This is Larry's old tractor, and there he goes. Started hobby horsing a little bit on him, and he was getting over there pretty close to that other line, the sideline. But his dad was a unique individual and just a great guy, and really helped the Make-A-Wish program a lot.
I mean, that's been they had the sale here this afternoon at 3:00, and all that rain shower come, right at 3:00.
Yeah.
Everybody was there for that. So, but right now, Kevin Masterson owned the Tinker Toy.
Now, this is one you got to watch because this is one tough character. That tractor has been down the track so many times, and it is a strong runner. Kevin's a savvy puller. Go. He had a lot of speed there, about 100 feet, and it just carried right on through.
And now, what is all that coming out?
That's a lot of oil coming from somewhere.
Yeah, that's something, yeah.
Now, it could just be a broken oil line, or it could be a hole in the block.
I don't know. That's
a lot of oil.
He's still running.
Motor's still running, yeah. I think I'd shut it off
I
if I
would
were
tell
him.
Hey, kill it.
Man,
We are lack of...
a lot of oil. He's pumping a lot of oil. There, he shut it off.
Yeah. I don't see any, what we call shiny parts. Yeah,
right,
we don't see any... We don't see any.
It could have just been an oil line pumping loose, and boy, those oil lines that are about a 3/4 inch diameter at 100 pounds pressure, they'll pump a lot of oil in a hurry.
Well, and that's and the other thing too. I've seen these right here, just the oil pan with the pressure that they're putting through these things.
Yeah.
Just blow a seal out, and it's enough. See them already getting the kitty litter down or the sawdust. Kevin Masterson.
Went into third.
Yep, 3:35.9.
I got to make one more comment about Larry Kester. Well, we got a mini rod Dirt Doctor coming. Dr. Dirt coming up.
Ooh.
That got ugly right quick.
Ooh. Bryce Cullen right there. That was that was getting ready to get nasty quick.
It took a left turn hard on him and right out of the hole. Now, these guys used to run a couple of blown four-wheel drives up in Ohio State, and they did that for years. But boy, it almost makes you think something broke in the drive line, like something in the plantaries or something that made it go that way hard.
Going back to the Tinker Toy. Third place run, Kevin Masterson, 3:35.9. That's a straight A to B pass. You see the tire wrinkle. Those Mitas tires are just, you're seeing everybody doing it, but Chance.
Yep, they're hooking to the dirt hard.
Yeah, Chance McGrath's still in the lead, but going back to this.
Look right about here, it takes off hard to the left. Kind of straightened it out, but boy, look at that dirt.
You see that
the tire come out of the dirt on the left tire just come up, ballooned up out of the dirt, and you're done when that happens.
Now, if the box was a little bit higher up on the rails, he might not have got quite as squirrely. But at that point, that pan is not all the way down. 151.19.
Now they're backing it up, and you look. No, they didn't go far enough. But if you look at the 1 point, that left tire was just like a balloon. It was blown out, and when they do that, they're not getting a hold of any dirt, so it'll drive it the other direction. But what I was going to say about Larry real quick is he had a saying, a smile is better than a tear. And I've got that stenciled in one of my doors in my shop. Larry was just an inspirational guy.
He was a first-class guy. The first time I actually ever talked to him, I'd seen him before, but we were at the NC State Fair in the early 2000s, and he didn't have any help. There was a normal guy that went with him. And I'd been burned myself, and, everybody knows about the tractor accident. And we were just talking about stuff, and he said, well, you're going to help me this weekend? I was like, yeah, I'll help you get started and do things. And just, me as a little I wasn't a teenager, I was a little out of that, but he was just an inspiration to talk to, and he made everybody feel welcome. It didn't matter who you were, and he loved people.
Yeah. He was a great guy. First time I ever saw him, I went to pull in Bowling Green, Kentucky, or close to Mammoth Cave, actually, in that area. And I told Larry, I said, I saw him in Benson a couple years ago, and I said, Larry, the first time I saw you, you were cutting tires. And I said, here you are today, 25 years later, you're cutting tires.
Still cutting tires.
He said, that's all I do is cut tires.
You would see that. That was his Saturday morning ritual after a Friday night run. He would have them babies stacked on it. But Kevin Campbell coming up on wild card here.
He better be careful because his wife's leading. He don't want to beat her, I don't think.
No.
Look at that. He drove right past his wife. Oh. They might have a 1-2 finish right there. Wouldn't that be something? Look at that.
That is amazing pass right there. Now, here's a question. He's probably still going to have to buy her dinner after that run, taking the lead.
He better do something. Be
I was here to say,
right?
Yeah.
That was an awesome pass. That
wow.
was just stellar.
That is definitely your new leader.
And my wife and I, we do the same thing. We pull against each other, and we really don't care which one wins. And if we can go 1-2 one night, it just doesn't get any better than that. Look at that, 3:39, 4:30.
Coming up on the Pro Stock side, Conley Medding out of Texas on the bull wagon.
This is another one of them tractors, the one that looked like a 830 John Deere. That was the same team, and both the tractors, I think, have been updated just recently.
3:39 and 4:3, and Lindsay sitting. She held that for a long time.
She did. She might have a thing or two to say about her hubby there. But when you make a pass like that, it's
you can't. Yeah,
it's fun. It really is. I thought he was a little early on the clutch there. Yeah, he needs to build a little more boost before he goes there. But that's a new setup for him, I think, and it's probably going to take him a little bit to really get completely used to it. But
the pro stocks, like you were saying earlier, are very finicky. So you've got to build that boost up. You've got to get enough heat in the engine too, along with that situation to make it really light and hug. But
now coming up on the mini side, we got a young man that has been on a tear lately. Grant Theobald. This tractor has just been working awesome for him. Now, after watching Kevin Campbell make that pass just now, and then see this tractor, who I believe is leading the points right now, this could be exciting.
This is going to be...
Yeah, and this family just does such a professional job, and they're good people. They work hard at it, and boy, they got a lot going on. 2 mini rods, a truck, and an unlimited mod.
Yep. I think we're going to go green first.
Yep. He's going to get that pro stock and try it one more time. That was a decent pass. Here comes the mini. Now from that angle, he didn't get there. It took off to the left on him, and I think that kind of hurt his pass, but he's going to be quite a ways short. You know, when you're driving one of those things and it starts drifting to the left, sometimes it's hard to make yourself, really mash on the brake because you don't want to kill your momentum.
Distance, yep.
But yet, then you get into some dirt that maybe isn't as good.
Good, right. Yep, and then it's not going to respond. Sitting fifth though, 328, 135.
Yep. That's pretty good for the way he went over there to the left. So I'm sure he wishes he could have kept it straight, but that'll keep him right in the thick of things with the point chase. Grant's been doing a great job of driving that tractor. He last year he had a really unfortunate situation in Rockwell, Iowa. The track got really hard. Here we go with the bull wagon.
298, 855. Going to be down on the totem pole with that run, but didn't look like a bad pass, just didn't quite have the ground speed.
Well, with the new setup, I'm sure they're still tweaking on it, and that thing will come around. This next pro stock is a friend of ours. He's been around for a very long time, Tim Kane, the red pro stock. And then this is somebody you know pretty well.
Yeah, Cody Singletary out of Tar Heel, North Carolina. This tractor right here, he's been running along the Grand National Circuit this season, and one of the things that I talked to him about, he's learned so much. He's running 2 tractors. They're basically identical. Of course, you can build them exactly the same, but they're not necessarily going to respond the same. His biggest challenge right now is he wants to get the front end up. He's been having this little bit of an issue. He's got a top 5 in full recovery, but he's had an issue with, he wants that front end to kind of sit up and float. He's a little bit bigger guy, so he's having to use his hitch a lot to find that happy point.
Yeah.
And
that's hard to do. We used to in the light unlimited class, we used to have to lower the hitch once in a while, and it's a tough decision how much you lower to equal how much weight you might move.
Because the other thing is,
he kind of had a little bit of a rough start. It jumped on him, almost like the butterflies might have been stuck, but and he did carry the front pretty high that time.
Yep.
So that you say that was one of his goals.
That was one of the hold it where it wasn't going up and down. But Tim Kane picked up. I know he picked up a win at Galot Motorsports Park, but I think he's picked up another one also. Or been right there.
And he had a really good, respectable run yesterday. I think he was on the podium yesterday.
Right.
He's got some new parts in this tractor this year, and he's pretty thrilled with it. And Tim has been doing this a very long time, and his son pulls a 5.0 Pro Stock. They've been doing it a long time. yeah, he's right in there. That was an awesome pass. I can't tell where the flag is. I don't think he got there, but he's close.
You see the flag right there.
Yep.
There it is right there, yep.
And
he's close. He's going to be probably in the top 5, I would think. Oh, we got a little fire again.
Yep, but Tim's got some new parts in that tractor, and it's really been performing well for him. And he's a big part of Hoosier State, and we've known him for a very long time. Just a good family. His son Chris used to run this Pro Stock class, but he went back to the 5.0. There's Cody's run. Look, it might be a little high. Don't you think?
that might be what hurt him. 327. Hey, he's still in 6th place.
Top 6. That's not a bad place to be.
327, 955.
We're getting down to what we got, about 10 left or something like that.
We're at number 30, and we got to go to 50.
Oh, there's another page here. I didn't see the other page.
Surprise, surprise. 334, 055. Not a bad run.
Yeah.
No.
Not bad. But, you know, a couple years ago, Tim was kind of a middle-of-the-pack tractor, maybe a little above the middle of the pack.
Right.
But this year he's been more to the top of the pack, which I'm glad to see.
Chance McGrath still in that lead. Camille.
She's getting on all kinds of rides today, isn't she?
On the Pro Stock. Now we're sitting on the mini rod. Now, a few years ago, she had one of those gearboxes actually explode.
Yes. It never sounded like the motor come up strong, and it just never picked the front tires up. Don't know what that was all about. But you mentioned the gearbox. She was in Fort Recovery, and the gearbox actually didn't. It spun loose from its mounts and spun in the chassis.
Wow.
And it hurt her legs a little bit. She was lucky it didn't hurt her worse than it did. And
I think it did some damage to it, like it broke one of the frame rails or something along that.
So after that, they made some new rules as far as how the transmission's mounted and safety blanket and that kind of stuff. So.
Well, if you look at the horsepower, you know, it wasn't 10 years ago in this class. You had 1,700 horsepower in your top tier. Now you're sitting 3,000 right there between 27 and 3,000.
And the tires are much better than they used to be.
We were talking about that earlier, that you were used to the old, you know, Firestones.
Yeah.
You know, that's what kind of everybody had, and CPEX kind of came out. A good-looking run, like you said, it didn't sound like the engine came up.
Yeah, the tires were just kind of skimming the dirt a little bit, but to me it didn't sound like the engine came alive. I don't know. We got another John Deere here. I can't tell who that is.
This is going to be Brandon Simon on Loud and Heavy X.
I thought Brandon usually had an orange.
Okay.
I mean, a green helmet.
RJ is driving.
RJ,
okay.
that's it.
Yeah, my list says that. That's the correct one. RJ Simon.
RJ had a hard time getting Brandon out of the seat of these Pro Stocks. Brandon didn't want to give it up. He likes his Pro Stocks.
I know when
these guys have been on a roll. They've won 3 classes already. Two rings and 3 classes. They're on a roll here at Bowling Green.
Ron Tobin, you see in the picture up there in the corner, backing him up.
Yep, that's the third one out of the Kester stable.
You see Adam backing him up there.
And Adam builds the. He's part of the Minor Brothers.
Yep.
He builds motors for lots of pullers right now.
Very, you know, and I just walking past him earlier and talking to him, and that was one thing. He was actually talking to another puller about an issue he had, and you know, he's willing to help out because he wants everybody to get better.
Right, they're customers. He's you know, he helps them, and he's very knowledgeable. Hope you got a little squirrely there at the end, but they have a very professional organization or operation, I should say, and I think with having Shell Rotella on board for so many years, they've learned they have to be professional, and they do a great job of that.
Oh, no doubt. RJ Simon, this is going to be one to watch right here because we know this tractor, we know what it can do. Let's see what happens.
Yep. That was not a typical run for them.
No, it was not.
The start was a little bit shaky, but it sounded like he just never got up on his gear quite. It didn't.
Maybe the engine was.
Maybe he had a little too proud of gear. I don't know, but I'm sure RJ's not going to be happy with that because
they are very competitive people.
They are very competitive.
Look at Ron's run. It started out pretty good, 3:07.695.
It got a little squirrely
right there.
Yeah. It just kind of one-wheeled and.
I was talking to Ron. Ron said they try
Look at that
a lot.
Tire, how big it is right there.
Yep. He is completely unhooked on that right-hand side.
Yep.
And I was talking to Ron. Ron said they try a lot of things with this tractor. This is kind of the one where
R&D.
Yeah, let's just figure out what it'll do.
Yeah.
Now it's worked out. He won a lot with it, but he's had some trying times.
Yeah.
The rest of this season. Look at RJ's run right here. It doesn't see. If you look at the wheel spin, it just doesn't. Now there it looks like it's picking up a little bit. 310, 560.
It just didn't get the ground speed that you typically would see, and I it seemed a little bit rough. Here we go. Last Chance is still up there. Rampage Tinker Toy.
Yeah, Chance McGrath still in the lead.
Yep.
So looking right here, Adam Bauer on the Iron Toy. Now, there for a few seasons, this has been a few seasons back, that tractor was really untouchable for a lot of pullers. And everybody, when one person figures out something, everybody that's going to step up everybody else's game.
Yep. Excuse me. Didn't quite get there, but it was a nice looking pass.
He's a lot. I don't know that the angle we have. He might be closer than what we think.
The man that mans the flag, it didn't move it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But Adam, that tractor won the points last year. But the previous few years, it had fallen off a little bit. But boy, last year they come roaring back, and he's been running strong this year.
He's sitting second, 334, 430.
Yep.
He was right there at it.
He got between the Campbells.
All right, Holt Strickland, you see him right there, and Just Ask. His father, John Strickland, has already got his. I'm not sure the amount of rings he's got, but he's got a couple now.
Yeah, he got one today.
He got one today, so you know.
Holt is just learning this class, and he's been doing a pretty good job. He's had a few little hiccups here and there, but
he said it was
that mini rod thing. You don't just get on there.
No,
and do
he
it.
said it was a lot. He's used to driving light pros, super stocks, super farms, that kind of thing, and that the mini rod's been a little different for him. But right now we got Grayson Shelton on Cutting Edge Pro. Another beautiful machine here.
Yeah, I've always loved the look of these machines. That 1456, 1256.
The old classics, yeah.
Good looking tractor. And those things, when you look at them up close, the workmanship is amazing.
You almost hate to pull it out of the trailer and get it dirty sometimes, you know.
Yeah. I'll tell a story about that here in a minute. Did a little hobby horsing. Didn't it stayed planted pretty well, but it just, I think that kind of hurts you a little bit. But respectable pass. But talking about how pretty these tractors are, back in the day we ran our single engine tractors. We went to an event, it rained, and they cleaned the track. Oops, here we go. Yep, he needed to stop and regroup on that one. It was getting out of control.
Flew off. I don't know if it was a blow-by tube came in latch.
Yeah,
but you saw
shut
something.
her off. Yeah.
You saw something waving.
Yeah.
Kind of waving at him.
That was a rough start right there.
Yeah.
But we went to this event and it was muddy, and this one guy has a real beautiful tractor. It had a 460 Farmall hood and stuff, and so they cleaned the track, and it was an awesome track. We all pulled, and I thought he had left.
Right.
Well, he was standing there by the track, and we went over to talk to him and said, "What happened to your tractor? Is it broke or what?" And he goes, "No, I just didn't, my friend was supposed to come help me, whatever." I'll finish this after we watch this. He got into 22nd with that. They're not going to be real happy with that, but these guys are new to this class, and it's a tough class. You got to be right. You got to be good.
I mean, they've already picked up a win
Yep.
with these tractors, so and they're not going to sit back there long. They're going to be up there in front. Yeah.
So, to finish my story, so we went over and talked to him. He said, "Was your tractor broke or what?" And he says, "No." He said, "I was wanting a friend to come, and it was muddy. I didn't think they would run it and whatever." And my wife Terry says, "Well, this is a tractor pull, not a car show. You can get them muddy; it won't hurt them."
So, I've been told he's dropping 6 places.
Yep.
But that was his distance, 134, 210. But he is dropping 6 places.
He was out of the throttle before the 100 foot, I would say. But it's going to bounce and roll that far, yeah.
And that's one thing everybody's, used to be 75 foot. You had to be out of it, and if you passed 75 foot, that was,
Well, and since the vehicles are so powerful and so fast anymore, quite a few years ago they changed that to 100 foot because 75 wasn't quick enough to make up your mind.
No, I mean, you look in that situation there, and I wonder if that little hop at the end, he was trying to get the tractor to settle down.
Yes.
Because you don't want to slam the front end.
Yeah.
We've seen that already tonight. You bust spindles, and then that really takes you out from coming back.
Yes. Now, this tractor right here is one to watch. This is the Bobcat tractor, and, boy, they have just been laying down some awesome passes with this
Bart
thing.
Vandersloot.
Yep, they're from Europe, and
they've had their share of wins.
Oh, this group, everything they do is top notch. They've been involved in, I believe the other group that's involved in Brent Payne's light mod tractor.
Right. Yep.
Their workmanship is amazing.
Now over in Europe, that's a full-time business. But Justin Wagler coming up on Real Deer Pro,
and this tractor is a strong tractor. He's been around a long time and. Doesn't pull a lot of Grand National stuff, but when he shows up, he's there because he's always right at the top of the class.
I still haven't seen a lot of movement, with the pro stocks.
They're kind of sticking to a road.
Right, yeah. Kind of looking for that.
Now, this little mini rod is one to watch. I don't know which one's going to go down the track. We might have a race here, but which one's going to go first. But the mini is out. Kind of got over there to that left side pretty far.
Good pass, just not quite the distance.
Yep, just
here
didn't quite
tonight.
have it. On the mini rod side, that tractor drifted to the left on him pretty hard, and I don't think that's the spot to be over there.
No,
they don't seem to be getting quite the distance.
Not only that, we've seen that a couple of times. They get pulled hard to the left, and once they get pulled hard to the left, they're having to fight that brake, and then that's killing their distance. So, it's kind of pulling them there, it seems like. Kind of like, especially like this afternoon, it was really apparent.
Yeah. At about 250 foot, they were all going hard left.
Bart on the Bobcat Jr. 328 700 still puts him top six. He's in 6th place.
Top 6, but that is usually that tractor typically would be on the podium somewhere because it's just a strong tractor. But I think drifting to the left was kind of hurt. Wild card
still up top, 338.
Yep. Iron Toys right in there, and then Lindsay.
Hey, Chase Richardson right here on the vibrator. This is, you're gonna hear, if he does really good, you're gonna hear some rooting through this microphone. I promise you that. This is part of Uncle Dave's crew right here.
Yeah.
So,
and Chase is a tall dude, and you just about have to fold him in half to get him in that.
That's what I was looking at right there. He looks a little uncomfortable.
Yep.
324, 690.
Nice pass. He just didn't have the tire speed or the ground speed he needed. But yeah, Chase Chase is tall, and he's.
I mean, he comes in the trailer and he's like his head's above the door. You know,
Yeah,
you're kind of
yeah.
like. You almost got to.
So you think we might hear some yelling going on?
If he does good here tonight, he was my pick for today, and I kind of the reason why I picked him was, you know, he's had some good runs this year, but you know, between him and Tyler and Adam, they have a little grudge thing that
they
podcast,
play that up big time.
They do. The No Practice podcast, going to have one coming up. Had one last week. Should have one in 2 weeks. We'll be back.
Yeah, I guarantee you he's never going to go for the chip challenge again. Have you
Oh,
heard
I
about
can.
the chip
Yes,
challenge?
yeah.
He did not.
We
That
talked
was not a
about
good
that,
time.
Got some good ground speed,
Yeah.
but kind of just ran out. It's almost like it got about 250, 260, and you could see it really.
Yeah.
That momentum was slowing down.
He was carrying the front.
Yep.
Just about right. I think it was a nice pass, but well, it's like anything else. You got to have every aspect of it has to be perfect. Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, these are the top tractors in the country, and you got to be on your A game every time.
He's still. I just saw where the flag was, so he wasn't a length of the flag back. We're going to get his distance here in a second, but this right here is Kevin Shoemaker.
No, Schmucker.
Schmucker.
Kevin Schmucker, Gitter
Dundeer, yep.
His son is right at the top of the class right now, and these guys have been running for years and years and live up in Northeast Ohio, and farmers. We have a lot of fun with them. We got a little back and forth we do with these guys. We have a lot of fun with them. Kevin was teasing me today about something. But they pulled Ohio State. They pulled This is the first year I haven't seen them run all the Grand National for a long time. Well, he's right in the thick of it. Did you see that thing at about 150 foot? It was still gaining speed and carried the front.
Yeah, I was going to say right before they panned in. You could see that he is right there at that leader marker. He's going to be close.
Yes, he's going to be right there in the top 3 or 4, I think. Here we go. Nope, mini rod. We'll see how Chase did.
Yeah.
321 on 14th. He's not going to be happy with that.
All right, Randy Finstermaker. On Rolling Doe.
Okay, well, here we go. Oh,
Kevin Schmucker, 324.
He was back further than I thought. Yeah.
Hey, it did. I mean, if you're looking where the flag is, where he's at, I guess, yeah.
They're stacked in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look 338, Chance McGrath,
yeah.
Rampage at 336 and 51. So, 329 at number
6
10.
Feet, 6 feet between the top 6.
That's crazy.
Before, when I was talking about Becky, said her dad was a puller. This is her dad or brother, I'm not sure. This family pulls a lot of Region 2. They used to have 2 tractors they run in the Region 2, but here they kind of laid out for a couple years, and now they've just got one. But yeah.
You're going to be right around that 300-foot mark.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a regional tractor. He does build engines. Rolling Doe because he has pizza parlors.
Oh, cool.
But he also builds engines. Now that tractor right there, one part of the time, very unique because it's got a Cadillac engine in it.
Yep,
he's turbocharged Cadillac.
Yeah, Gene Seltzner, 304 700 28th.
Yeah.
And I'm showing Kevin. Let me confirm that, but I'm showing Kevin Hill is here going to be running loose screw.
Yeah, I can't tell which one is coming up on the mini rod side. looks like flip side maybe. They're
Yeah.
showing the flip side right there,
Yeah.
which is another regional tractor. He runs a lot of Region 2 events.
I didn't see Kevin Hill by the tractors this weekend. That's why I was kind of asking. I know he's coming up in a couple.
Yeah.
Trying to get that straight here coming up next. But Kenny Boltmeyer, the Stranger WAE, is on the flip side.
Yeah, Kenny has been pulling that tractor for many, many years. Mostly sticks to Region 2.
But this is going to be Mike. This is going to be Mike Connie coming up.
Mike Connie on the Mac.
Nasty. This.
Yep, and
no introduction needed here.
No introduction needed. Awesome thing about Mike is he has that big pull down in Louisville, and it's all for charity. And he any profits they make goes to whatever charity he decides for that year. And he's raised a lot of money for charities at his the pull that he does during the farm or the truck show in the spring.
Oh, we got a drag race.
Yep. Mike is just short of the flag. But I think this year at the, Mike said at the pull down there at the truck show, they raised something like $50,000 for a veterans group. And
wow.
Really, really just a...
And that's the first class show. I mean, that is when you go to that, that's the indoor bowling green, I would say.
Mike does that one, and like I said, it's a philanthropic thing for him,
right?
You know, and he's been very successful in his business, and he's kind of paying it forward in that way.
All right, check it out. We're going to go to the replay. Got a drag race happening right here.
Yep. The mini rod gets out first, but...
Yep. Kenny at 3:15.030.
Mac Nasty, 330.85. That puts him into number 8.
Wow.
But boy, they are getting stacked up right there at the top of that class.
That one, if you've got to read the numbers down, I mean, you're looking 338, number 1, 10th place, 330.40. But look at the top 3.
8 feet between
that's
the
it.
top 10, yeah.
That is that's tight competition right here. Looking at mini rods.
Yep.
The wild card still sitting 339.43. Iron Toy at 334 and 4.3, and short fuse. Lindsey Campbell sitting.
Lindsey held on to it for a while, but they're getting past her a little bit now.
But they've got to find the right. Like you said, everything has to be perfect on
Every
that
piece
setup.
of the puzzle has to be perfect, or you're just not going to get there. And you can miss tire pressure, you can miss the spot on the sled, you can miss how you drive it out of the hole, your weight balance. People think it's just a simple little thing, but tractor pulling is more complicated than people realize.
We've talked a lot about tires this weekend with Mitas and Pro Puller and all the different brands out there, trying to find a tire that's actually going to work with your combination, because that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And then, so they kind of give you a rough range, say on a mod, looking for, 4 to 5 pounds.
Yeah.
And your tractor may not like that setup.
Yeah.
With what gear ratio you're running and all the other variables.
Exactly.
So you've got to look at that.
I am not familiar with that tractor.
That's Kevin Hill on the loose screw.
Kevin Hill, okay.
Yeah.
Was he the first hook and dropped?
Nope, he's actually in lineup.
Oh, okay.
Number 39.
What was the first one?
Bryce Cullen on Crazy Horse. He had dropped down.
Okay. Now this next tractor coming up in the Pro Stock side, that's almost a legendary name right now in the Pro Stock class. They were kind of out of it for a little bit, but his dad won so many Pro Stock titles, and they're back at it now with the Pro Stock and a light super. So it's good to see them guys out there again. They were a very popular team for a long time.
You heard that Youngblood name.
That's right.
Yeah, for a long time.
It's
Brian
been around, and I think he won 5 titles in a row or something like that.
That
in the
was
Pro Stock.
one mean tragedy here. Brian Tramick on the Youngblood out of Maryland. This is an iconic tractor, the orange Youngblood.
Out of Missouri.
Oh, Missouri. I'm sorry.
They're out of Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri. Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Yep. They're a very competitive group.
That's going to be close.
He got right in there. I can't tell if he's past the flag, but he's close.
You see the flag right there. He's a little bit short. That AGCO orange.
They've always carried the flag for the orange colors, and they ran a D21 for years. And there's a legend right there, Mr. Ken Vinny. Look at that cone of fire. 6th place. He got in there, got in the thick of it. There you are again.
There's
a bunch of them right there in that 4 or 5 feet.
All right, I just got word Holt Strickland is coming back right now.
There he is. Yep.
So I'm not sure what happened. You saw that hose just kind of flop around. I don't know if it was a blow-by tube or something came loose. Yeah, I see John Strickland right there.
Yeah. Dad's giving him a little pep talk. Jim goes over and gives him the fist bump. That's when you know it's go time.
That's right.
When Jim gives you the fist bump. Yeah, that didn't sound good.
I'm looking for fluid. I'm looking for something that...
I don't see anything on the ground. It was blowing a lot of oil smoke. Like, if you get a valve cover that leaks it'll blow onto the headers. That's really not a big concern. But if it's blowing a lot of oil out, you could run the engine out of oil. But I don't think that was the case. But it did kind of pop right there at the end.
Right. You heard that drivetrain. Either drivetrain let go or either it just detonated. 316, 700.
And it could have been a burst panel. I didn't hear that kind of pop, but it might have been a burst panel. But Holt's still in that learning stage. He's trying to learn. He got pretty aggressive out of the hole. Yeah. But I think he was trying to do that because the first time it got so crazy on him.
Yeah. 339 and 43. That one's going to be tough to catch. You know, Adam Bauer's got up there in the mix. This is a tractor. Gene right here has been working, trying to find the right combination to bring it up. We're going to go back to Brian real quick on the Youngblood. Good pass. Classic Youngblood pass. I mean, I mean,
they've been doing it a long time. He's the 3rd generation, I think, in that family to drive these tractors, and they know how to get down the track.
All right, we're going back to Gene here. This
Gene
is
Zeltner. Like I was saying before, this is a Cadillac engine, turbocharged. So how different can you be? And he's actually had it running pretty good here lately.
All right, what I got coming up on the Pro Stock side, showing Brad Moss on Money on Black.
That's a driver right there. That man can drive anything.
Really?
Yes, sir, he can. He used to drive the Longs 2-wheel drives, and he drove Pro Stocks for people. They say he can drive anything with wheels on it.
This is going to be a test because right now it's going to be a challenge to take the lead in this Pro Stock class.
Well, he's got good equipment, and he knows how to get down the track with it. Didn't get there, but he's close, just like the whole batch. You hear that thing popping? That was
it was going down. It was going down the track and literally just a pop, 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 pop.
And you wonder if that's an issue or if it's supposed
to be that way. Yeah. Because you got to realize what you're trying to do is you're trying to you got a lower compression engine with a huge turbo and tons of fuel, tons of water, and you're trying to just press it all every time on that compression stroke and make it work. Gene Seltzer, this is one piece at a time.
One piece at a time. That was not a bad pass for that tractor. It ran smooth, and I think he's probably happy with that. One thing about Gene, you ought to see his hauler. He hauls that thing with an antique, I think it's a Diamond Rio semi truck.
I remember seeing that, and I was wondering, because I didn't see anybody's tractor at that point, but
Yeah, you will not see a more unique hauler than what he drives.
That's going to be a good one. I'm going to have to go find that one now, because I remember seeing it in Fort Recovery, but we've had some great pulling here tonight. I mean, 57 years of pulling here in Bowling Green. It's just been a great night of action, and you see.
And we got some really great stuff coming up. I saw Ken Vinny walking around back there. Mary Keel's getting ready. There's going to be some really stellar stuff coming. There's the man right there from Maryland.
Maryland, yeah.
He is a savvy gentleman, I'm telling you.
This is, and you see all these. You see Mike and Mary Kale, and you see that whole group. They all work together week in and week out.
Yeah.
Because they want to put on a show, and that's one thing about pulling. They want to put on a show for the fans. That's what we're here for. Brent Meyer on injected funds.
Yeah. Now this is the tractor I believe that was points winner last year, and I believe he's leading the points now. Here's another rerun of Brad Moss. He went into 20th. He's probably disappointed with that. He's usually right there in the thick of things.
Look at the tire wrinkle.
Yep. And there again, that's part of that game is to find that tire pressure that works for the dirt you're on.
It's going to be exciting. We got semis coming up later, folks. If you've never seen semis pull, exciting class. But we've got tons of excitement here because the mini rods sneaking in here and there, get somebody, Mary Kale backing up right now on spending their inheritance. But right now, this is going to be Brent Meyer on injected funds.
And the Keel family hasn't run a lot this year because they actually had that tractor in Europe, so it was out of their hands for quite a time, and they went over there and pulled at a big pullover in Europe.
Race, but both of those great runs. Mary had a great run.
Mary
there.
had a really nice run, and so did this.
So did Brent.
Meyer. They he didn't get there, but they're right there. And boy, there's a lot of them stacked up.
If you had a chart of all the numbers, I mean, we've got a couple of 290s in the pro stock class, but everybody else is 334. 320, 330. I mean, they're all mixed up in the middle.
Yeah. There's a bunch of them in that 335 and 336. They're just.
$325 and 6.
So 325, 680, and Mary. I don't know what hers is yet, but Mary made a really nice pass.
Oh, in second place, 334, 940.
Boy, they got to be ecstatic.
Oh man.
They came to my trailer today looking for parts, and I didn't have the parts they needed, so I took some parts off of my engine. So they was just a boost. They just needed a boost gauge to see how their boost was working. But
well, they're running a new Mike Janis supercharger setup on that tractor.
That's what Mike told me, and they don't think their computer's reading the boost pressure correctly, so they wanted to just put a simple tire gauge on there, but they didn't have the right fittings to do it. So I went and Terry's motor got hurt, so I took some parts off her motor and gave them to him and told him, do what you got to do.
Kevin Dick coming up on the cat sass.
You got to be careful how you say that.
Yeah.
Kevin scared us half to death the first time he drove this tractor.
I'm getting word that there's oil just coming out of this, but I don't see anything.
Yeah, I saw something splash, but I thought it was I don't know.
I'm looking on the ground and trying to see if there's they're trying to back him up quick, so that's unusual when you're backing up to the sled. So
Kevin, he scared us in Sandusky, Ohio, his first pass. He actually turned that thing over, knocked himself out, and my wife was beside herself. His wife was just all tore up, but he recovered, and he said, I'm going to drive it. So he rebuilt it, and he's got it back out there. He's been he won one this year.
Oh my goodness!
He's right in there. That was a nice pass. He won an event up in Dorr, Michigan earlier in the summer, right around the 4th of July. Jimmy Shaendorf had a pole.
All right, what I'm showing. Andrew Hartman on Hardcore Addiction.
Okay, and this is the tractor I'm not familiar with, but do I understand he's the last hook in this class?
That's what I just heard over the PA.
Okay. So maybe we'll have another one right there at that 335 mark, huh?
Man,
they're going to be separated by inches.
Going to be a little short.
Yep, he is.
So I just got word Kevin Dick just got second place with the Cat Sass.
Yep, he made a nice looking pass, and Mary just took over second. Now he took over second from Mary. It's
maybe we found a new new road.
Groove.
Yeah, got a new road
be.
being built. Yeah,
they're making really nice smooth runs. Now this guy right here might shake things up in the mini rod class. Brian McDonald.
By my understanding, he was the leader as of this morning in the points.
That's correct, and he is. Brian is just one of them guys that gets it. He knows how to make things happen on the pulling track. He's running a 2-wheel drive. He's won points titles with that, with the mini rod.
Victor Miller, 22nd at 3:23.095 with diesels and dirt.
Yep. But Brian, he's one to watch. He's
we've had him.
He's just good at it.
We've had him on our podcast several times, and he always gives you a little bit of a different perspective on a lot of information, a lot of things going on. And he's a real easy guy to talk to, and he's willing to share that information. But you look at, we were talking about those chassis, how far he's up forward. If you remember the old school mini rods, the roll cages were literally in the middle of the fenders, and you had a little stripe at the top, and that was it. But you see how much of that fender is, and you see how close he is to that engine.
Yep, and I expect a good one right here. Right there. I don't think he got it, but he's close.
I think he's going to be in the. He's probably going to be in the top 5. I would have to say.
Yeah, his was bobbing a little bit, but the tires weren't quite touching down. They were just almost touching the dirt. So he carried it pretty much all the way down the track.
And it's really hard to tell. Is he kind of shifting? The Mary and the Cat Sass, Kevin Dick, pulled more to the right side at the end. He was more towards the center. Could that made a little bit of a difference?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Brian McDonald, first place. He
3,330.
Wow, that's a lot. I'm going to say that's 337. Not
337. So and that is first place.
Yes, it is.
And he's second. He's second. Yeah.
Okay, they flashed up there for a second. It said first.
He is second.
Here we
go back.
There you go. Yep. That guy is amazing. And he's such just an easy-going guy.
Oh, yeah.
And just so intelligent.
And that's set number 2. You saw how quick. Look at the crowd here.
Yeah. Getting into the wave.
Yep.
That guy standing right there, Mr. Scott Doty, he has been around. Or not, that's not Scott. Scott is at the finish end of the where the pro stocks were.
Yeah.
Scott has been, I think they said, doing this at Bowling Green for 35 years.
Wow.
And
if you remember Bowling Green, the famous couches, you remember all the couches that they used to line up on the side?
This is Tyler Slaw. Look how far he sits forward and got his feet all cramped up there.
He is, I mean, that is a tight fit. He's a tall guy, too, now.
He is, and they had to redo their – they used to have their feet outside the frame, and the rules changed, and they couldn't do that. So now he has to push down in order to put his brakes on, which is kind of an awkward thing, but he's kind of adapted to it, and if he wants to pull NTPA, they had to do that, and Tyler comes up a little short.
Yeah.
One of the things that the reason they do that is to get more front end weight and not have to lower their hitch and that sort of thing, because they're both big men, and that's a big disadvantage in the class. You know, when you've got people like Mary Keel, you know, who weighs $1.25, right? And then you got these guys that weigh 2 1/4. So that's a lot of weight to give up.
It is, and they make it work. There's a lot of events where they actually have an advantage. On those really aggressive hooking tracks, they get that advantage out of it. But you see there's a ton of iron still left in the mini rod. Mr. Rick Peters sitting back there on the Buckeye Special.
And the Slaws, they build a lot of their own stuff. Tyler does a lot of the welding, and
that's what he was talking about.
If they tear up a chassis, they got enough stuff in their trailer they can practically build a new one.
That's what he was saying. He was saying, well, I guess it was like a week before some pull. He's like, I guess they're gonna have to fix it. I gotta get my feet set. 325, 555.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that.
Oh, yeah.
They're usually right in the thick of things, and he kind of got over there to that left, and I think maybe there's just not as much track over there as there is over, center to the right.
A huge mini rod class here tonight, but we were talking about in the pro stock those top distances. We're only 4 or 5 feet out of the top 10, between the top 10, and everybody's like, well, that seems like a lot, but when you have 50 vehicles running in one class, 4 feet is not a lot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they got the sleds set dead on. I mean, they were with that, both these first 2 classes, and even the Unlimiteds, they'd had the sled settings dead on. You got to give Vaughn credit for that. They got the job done there.
They have done, and with the kind of
they like to have, they like to have pull-offs, but still that's pretty good.
But when you got 1 or 2 go out in a pull-off, that's great, because that's what you want. You want a couple of them to go out and battle it out, one more go around, and then everybody be right there at it. And it's been great all weekend long.
All right, we got another Shelton mini pulling out.
This is going to be Grayson on sawed off.
These guys have so much equipment. They got 3 pro stocks, 3 mini rods.
Well,
and it's they work hard at it, and they have a race team on top of that.
It's amazing.
They race
how
pro mods, and Stan actually won a big event this summer, I believe. He was right at the top. He's Stan does that, and the boys and Camille do this. They got a lot going on. That's a lot of work. I'm telling you.
You notice Grayson, after Camille's run, the other 2 tractors kind of stayed flat.
Yeah.
And I think he was trying to get that front end, make sure that front end got up for a chance at it.
And it was hobby horsing a little bit on him, and he did break a belt right at the end, but I don't think the belt broke until he was right at, like, spinning in. But
oh man, we're switching gears. Here we go.
We're going with the diesel super trucks, and these guys they've kind of struggled a little bit with getting launched and not having a bounce in their trucks, and we'll see how they do tonight, if maybe this dirt's going to treat them a little better.
Grayson, not a bad run, still in 10th place.
Yeah.
You get in the top 15 with this kind of iron sitting back there. This is just you see that belt sling out right at the end.
Right when he was spinning in, yeah.
All right, first one up is Jeremy Yeager on the pipe drain.
Now, this truck, I think, won both nights
in full recovery.
And I think wasn't that his first event with this truck? Wasn't it new at that time?
It was fairly new, yes, sir.
There's a lot of fluid coming out of that.
They run that. If you pop the front of that weight box up, they will be dumping ice in that baby.
It wasn't too many years ago, if you dumped that much fluid on the track, you'd be DQ'd. I don't know, because they claim, used to be people's would, way back,
right?
They would do that on purpose to make it slicker so that the sled would slide better, and they're probably going to have a sled reset on that. I don't know, because first truck,
it's not
328, I thought it was
that's
closer
Grayson there.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're showing the wrong picture.
Yeah, here we go.
There.
Yeah, 353, 615. And look,
How many trucks do we have?
Oh, we got a bunch. We got 25 of them, and with some of the names in here, Craig Dickey. I mean,
that might be their
Ryan
first miss
Funk,
on the sled this time around.
He did take that. No word yet.
Okay.
If they're going to reset. So
right, I'm sure they'll talk.
They might look at one more and see where it goes, but that's been a strong truck ever since Fort Recovery.
It has
definitely,
and you have to consider that if it's been a winning truck, you don't want to take something away from them that they deserve and earned.
All right, this again is going to be Dave Lacey on Triple Play Unchained, out of Canada. We were talking about that earlier. Great Region 2 competitors.
Absolutely, these guys, well, they really do well in the region.
Oh, he saw where that was going real quick. He said, "Nope, I'm just going to shut it off."
He knew it was time to pull back.
Now he doesn't have a lot of places he can drop to last, but he's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, no, 4 left.
Yeah, and he could come right back, but that's unfortunate. He just got to bounce as soon as he opened the butterflies, and then that's hard to overcome. He knew it wasn't going to get better; it was just going to get worse.
I think he was trying to get it to settle down as quick as he could so it could stop. So he has just got word he has dropped.
Yeah,
he's only got 4 hooks. That's what I'm showing here.
One of the things on a mini rod like that, the fuel tanks don't hold enough fuel. If you make a launch like that, you drive out on the track and you launch it, you don't have enough fuel to start that thing back up and then go down the track. So they're going to have to go back and top the fuel off at the very least.
You see the oil tank, and then the fuel tank is over there on the right-hand side.
Yep.
These mini rods have because they're 2,050 pounds with the driver in place, they have just enough fuel. And I've been working with mini rods. You go in and look at the end of a run, and there's literally, very, very little fuel left in the bottom. Another 10 or 15 foot, and you're thinking, are they going to run out of fuel?
Yeah, or if they have one of these tracks where they let them run way out there, it kind of scares you. But they'll top this one off and give it another go. But they did the same thing at the Enderley last year, and he went to launch and it just didn't go well, so they stopped and dropped, and he put fuel in it and made another pass. He'll come back. But boy, there's still some good tractors coming.
We got quite a few. We got Ken Vitti, Rick Peters, and Rick Peters has never won a ring here, and he was so close that one time, and that gearbox broke on him backing up, I believe.
Right. Now, I don't know they're going to do. They haven't said yet, I don't think, on this truck side where they're running the super stock diesels.
I haven't heard.
And he stopped. He was still going.
Oh yeah.
And he stopped, so he had more in it.
Well, see, with the ruling, go past 350, you're going to have to get in the pull off. But look, all 4 tires off the ground.
Yeah,
he.
Now it looks like he's got probably a little bit of suspension on the front of that. See how that thing goes down and it doesn't really pop the tires or anything like that. It gives a little bit. There are some tractors out there that have a little bit of suspension on that front end to keep from breaking.
Wait, you see how much you see the absorption, and you think all that weight is slamming down on that front end. You saw the spindles earlier.
Yep.
But you see that's absorbing a lot of that. Not only in that case there with as hard as it's slamming, but you got to look at it like this. If you're going down the track, that front end slams on the ground. Instead of it throwing you back up in the air, it's kind of absorbing it and letting that response or rebound be a little less aggressive. But Rick Peters, Buckeye Special, classic name. He runs a body shop, and if you've looked at some of his tractor schemes or his paint schemes, he always changes it every year.
Yeah.
And
he's just been doing it so long. He's been around the world and back in the mini rod class, and just a really good guy. And he said he's retiring several times, but he just keeps coming back out.
I don't think he can do it. I really don't. I've talked to him a couple of times. We actually bought one of his old chassis, building one, and we talked to him for a half a day out there in the shop, and just the experience and knowledge he has of this sport.
Yes.
Let's see what he can do.
Rick got that. He had kind of a rough start too. He was able to come out of it a little bit, but when he first applied the throttle, it just did not behave well.
And I'm wondering if maybe he was in the tracks of Dave Lacey. Yeah, a little bit, or I would have thought.
I don't think they moved. I don't think they moved the sled.
That's what I was kind of wondering. I wish we could have got a head-on shot where we could kind of see where they were at, but that could make a difference.
Yeah, that was. He's not going to be happy with that run.
All right. What I'm showing right now, Rick Peters, we're going to get that distance here in a little bit, but the legend Ken Vinny coming up on the funny little farmall.
You talk about knowledge. That man's got some knowledge.
Man.
Oh, my gosh. And you sit down with him and
he
tells stories and the name dropping. And he doesn't do it as a name dropping type thing, but he knows everybody in the old school drag racing that's famous, and it's
you
amazing.
See two legends right there, Ken Vinny and Joe Ader, standing right there. I'm kind of curious what happened to Joe. Not being able to run in the Unlimited. Yeah.
So and Joe he's a competitor. He wants to get out there.
All right, Cliff Carnes on Carnage. Oh, out of we're gonna have to look at this one.
I know where that is. I've pulled there before. Coshocton, Ohio.
Coshocton,
yep.
Coshocton.
The guy that I sold my chassis to, my first mod chassis, he lives real close to Coshocton. That's his home county fair, and we pulled there several times.
It's up
in kind of northeastern Ohio, northeast of Columbus, anyway.
Now we do have a sled reset. They did added a little bit more weight or did some adjustments to that sled. So Cliff Carnes is going to be your first hook on the Carnage. I think
that was a wise decision.
Oh, yeah. He's going to have the option to take this first pass or turn it down. Wow.
I believe he's probably going to turn that down if he's not hurt. I see some oil coming out of the front up there, but that thing really started bouncing on him bad at the big end. Usually they bounce kind of, out there to 75 foot or 100 foot. But
and we've talked about that before. You could watch the smoke on Pipe Dream. You could tell he was feathering, trying to get that truck to lock in.
Yeah.
and if you ever get the opportunity, look at the tire cuts they got on. They've taken a regular four-wheel drive tire and shaved a lot of that cleat off because.
Yeah.
But going back to this legend here.
This motor's going to turn some RPM. It'll sound like it comes up to a certain RPM and just stays there all the way. That's the man right there.
Oh.
The man, the legend.
I think we might have a new leader. I'm not going to say anything until we get official word, but he is right there.
He's right there, and
you see the white, you see the light blue flag, the blue shirt flag.
I didn't see him move the flag, but
no, but he's right there at it. That's one thing you look here. The blue shirts. Look at the crowd out here this evening. This is a packed house, but the blue shirts.
There's a lot of people.
That light blue, when you see it, you know you're getting the best of pulling.
Look at it. Carrying that front just.
And you see it kind of raise up, but it just kind of
never touches the ground.
Just sitting there bobbing.
Yep.
Your new leader, 347.15. Man, he has. He won both nights in Fort Recovery. He's had a lot of strong runs all season. So,
yeah, he's just so smart when it comes to that kind of stuff. And
all right, so we're going to do a replay. He has dropped this run. No, he kept it. Okay, I just got word.
He had some oil coming out of that thing at the end of the run, so I wonder if there was some damage or something.
That could be, yeah.
Watch it bounce right there.
That whole truck just really got all distorted.
Yep. But I say there's three kinds of pullers. There's the guys that know how to get the power to the dirt.
Right.
And then there's the guys that know how to make an engine run no matter what. And then that third guy, he's the one you got to watch out for. He's the guy that knows how to make the motor, the engine run, and he knows how to get the power to the dirt. That's Ken Vinny in a nutshell.
That is.
That third guy, you really got to watch out for him because, you run into those guys at every level.
Oh yeah, whether it be we used to have some regional guys down in Region 4 there for I would say years. They were almost unbeatable.
Yep.
Because they knew the dirt, they knew their tractor, and it really worked.
Right, and if they had problems with their tractor, a lot of them, they can rig things up to get down the track one way or another.
That's right. Brian Guza coming up on Grandpa's Disaster out of Denmark, Wisconsin. All right, we got Craig Dickey on the Cummins Killer. Cummins Killer 3.
Short, but he made a nice run.
Good pass.
Those guys pulled a lot of region stuff up in Region 3 and recently started running the Grand National, and they've been doing a good job.
All right.
This is a V8. We see a lot of Cummins, but this, or a lot of
Duramax. This is a Duramax. Yeah, we see a lot of Cummins, but
yep,
that's why they call it the Cummins Killer.
Unique sounds totally different.
It does.
And I think Wagler Motorsports has been involved in the development of this engine, and it's unique, and it's been running pretty strong.
They had a little bit of a rough time in Fort Recovery, but that's really, other than that, they have been solid at the top all season.
Yeah. And there's so much technology and development in the Cummins engine that it's hard for somebody to take a different platform like this one and go out there and make it work. It takes a lot of research and development.
Even the Duramaxes, even with the Power Strokes, it takes a lot more to do it. That Cummins engine is just so solid.
And there's been so many people working with it.
And you look at Brian Guza, not a bad run, but 327 and some change, but still 14th.
Yep. Yeah,
I mean, that's just crazy.
And they've been running strong this year. This Cummins Killer, it's a unique sound, and like I said, I think
special PG and BG, and the crowd the work that went into this weekend with the weather, it's something special. Old Rat and me get along real well.
And I'll tell you, the track crew doing a great job. We saw it consistent all night long in that pro stock class, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was worried. There was an early hook for Saturday night on this side, and it held. It just goes back to what Kevin can do for us at shop.
I'll tell you, definitely a team effort out there. Great job. Who else would you like to thank here tonight?
Well, back home, the whole Masterson family watching. It all started with them. Kevin being here, Joey to my left, Daryl at home, Dimmitt, Phil and Keith at Riverside. They make the power plants that happen. The guys at Weimer, Chad Mayhill, Mitas Tires, phenomenal jobs. Josh Miley made the cup that I can go down the track. Brad Moss helps out. There's so many other people that just jump in and do everything. Our other sponsors, being here in front of this crowd. The army of workers in the blue shirts. Hats off to you, the track crew, NTPA. Just another great night. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. We'll send things over here to Dave Schultz, the president.
Pat, on behalf of Sandridge Customs and all of the blue shirts, congratulations on 5th place tonight. Great run out there tonight.
Thank you very much. And like I said, great crowd sticking with it through the weather. A lot of fun this weekend. Ready for next year. Thank you.
All right, fans, nice round of applause here tonight. Pat Gentry, number 5 in our pro stock class on the River Rat.
All right, Chase Eller, Lafayette, Tennessee, the Caretaker Dodge up now, chasing 326 and 5 for $10,000 from Bad Gear.
Okay, we just had a mini rod run. It's not one I'm familiar with. I didn't get to see his run, but we got another Diesel Super launching.
Wow.
That was a nice run right there.
That's going to be Chase Eller on Caretaker out of Lafayette, Tennessee.
Now, you got to be careful. In Tennessee, they call it Lafayette.
Lafayette, okay.
And they will correct you.
Oh,
Trust
really?
me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we used to pull tractors in Lafayette, Tennessee.
Lafayette, okay.
And my sons went to Purdue, and that's called Lafayette.
Well, we learned stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Trivia night.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like they're getting ready to go with the Unchained again.
Yeah, David Lacey's coming back after that wild start. But looking at this run, good
Nice.
run. Your new leader, 332.060. Yep. Now, here's the other thing about tonight. There's extra $10,000 on the line.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
These guys are. They might push it a little harder
I
tonight.
was here
right?
to say.
That was a nice run right there. Really nice pass.
That
Didn't
might
have
be
any
why
bounce.
Cliff decided to just keep it, because he may have hurt something, and knowing that he wasn't going to be able to come back.
Yeah.
And you never know, because
That's right. That's right.
You never know what's going to happen in any of these classes. If something crazy happens, all of a sudden the track kind of comes apart, which here at Bowling Green, I've never seen that happen. Butch Poland coming up on the bull hauler. He was the second one I had on my list. Hang on, let me pull my list. There's so many of them. Let me go back to page 1.
I think he was the first one we saw.
Yeah, Butch Poland. So he dropped to last out of Canada.
That might be why I hadn't heard of him. They're having a hard time getting that thing to stay running. It's firing, but then it's shutting right back off.
I've seen
Long, kind of back and forth, but good to see you back behind the wheel here in the toy.
Yeah, Tigger treated me real good tonight. I'm tickled to death. I'd really like to thank my team, Joey, Patrick, Ralphie, as we like to call him. Rob Dimmitt is his actual name. And I'd sure like to thank Riverside Engines for giving us a good power plant. Phil and Keith are wonderful to us. Weimer, Fuel and Turbo. And I'd like to give a shout out to the boys at home watching. And just like to also like to thank Josh Miley
Okay, we're back. There's so much going on right now, but that is definitely not the bull hauler. They're trying to get him fired up in the back. We were just discussing that. Fired up and shut it down. All right, now we're going to have a drag race. One heck of a drag race. Marshall DeBrua, I hope I'm saying that right, on Flammable. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he had some issues going on there. It sounds like he had a blue burst panel. Motor might have leaned out. It might have been, when they were trying to start it, it sounded like it might have been a fuel issue, so it could have been it leaned out on him for some reason. The fuel pump might have gave up on him.
Or a fuel filter. You've seen those fuel filters, and this can happen, like if you park it for just a couple of days, and you'll have that stuff kind of crystallize and all that junk.
Yep. But they, fuel system or something, and then it leaned out, it seemed like. But they were having issues starting it. Now we got Flammable. That is a truck I have not seen. I'm not sure where they're out of.
Out of New Franken, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Oh,
we got some damage. We got driveline problems.
Oh, look at that right there. That is a busted carrier. If you look, you see the carrier laying on the ground.
Yep, and all the oil come out of the differential.
Oh my goodness. That's one thing that they've been struggling with in this class. All that hopping is horrible on driveline components.
Oh yeah. It's going to take them a few minutes to get that one off the track, I think, because they're going to have to get somehow get that thing kind of picked up so they don't drag it. But, that was kind of ugly.
Look at this, Butch Poland, 164, 270. Not what he wanted to do all the way from Canada, but, like we were talking about, just had issues on the starting line.
And
good to see you, Reese Shelton, number 4 here tonight. Great run. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Dan. We're excited to be here in Bowling Green. We're excited to pull pro stocks here. Been a little while since we got to do that last year for the first time. But we're new to the class, and we're trying to take to it pretty quick. Got a lot of people I want to thank. I got to thank Kevin Campbell and Kyle and Ross with Chaos. Without them, we wouldn't have the power we have. I'd like to thank Weimer Fuel and Air. They're helping us out as well. Bob Nichols with Mitas Tire. He helps us get down the track. Got to thank Cole Plumber. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. Especially my crew standing here, my mom and dad, my brother and sister. Couldn't do it without them, especially my wife. It's a great family affair for us, and we like to do it with a lot of friends and family. So we're just happy to be number 4 here at Bowling Green.
Absolutely well said. We'll bring in Dave Schultz here, the president.
On behalf of Sandridge Customs and the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers, congratulations on a great 4th place run.
Thank you, Dave.
We also got a blue cooler for you that you can load it up and celebrate tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. We want to thank all the blue shirts as well. Without them, this event wouldn't be what it is.
Fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Reese Shelton, number 4, here tonight in our Pro Stock class.
You just saw that run, Dave Lacey. Just had a rough time, even though there's not so much you can do either at that point when you're across the scales.
Yeah, that was a rough start. I'm kind of thinking maybe the starting line might be getting in rough shape or something for these guys. They're having a hard time launching these mini rods and getting a smooth takeoff.
Maybe there's a little rut, little wave on the starting line.
Yeah. Or they're getting down to dirt that's a little harder.
Ken Finney in the lead right now at 340. Class is over. This is going to be your top 10. Freddie Little Farmall, 340.71. The wild card holding it for so long, 339.43, very little sanity. Brian McDonald, that one's going to work out pretty good for him, 337.85. And the Cat Sass, Kevin Digg with that oil leak at 336.46. Mary Kale on spending their inheritance at 334.94. Adam Bauer on the Iron Toy at 334.43. Short Fuse thought was going to win it the way it was looking. Miss Lindsay Campbell at 330.86. Off the Rails at 330.19. And Jeff Hurt on the B-Bear at 328.71. And Bobcat Jr. rounding out the top 10. That's been one heck of a mini class at 328.70.
That was a very good mini class.
Major growing pains here the first couple of hooks, but only one place to go from here, and that is up.
Awesome. All right, we're down here in the winner's circle. Sandridge Customs Pro Stock Winner's Circle. Danny Schmucker, the Rampage. Great run here tonight, bud.
Thanks, Dan. Anytime you can get in the winner's circle of Bowling Green on Saturday night in front of a packed house, it's really cool. You know, we work all year to be here. We haven't done very well this summer. We had a lot of problems, and Riverside Engines and Weimer Fuel and Turbo really helped us out, and we're really happy this weekend. Second and sixth in this bunch is awesome. We almost got that ring, but congrats to the Shramick family. They work hard, and this whole class is awesome.
And Danny, we got a trophy down here as well. What?
Yeah, my son Andrew got third in the pedal pull this morning. We forgot to come out here when they did the kids' presentation this morning. We forgot about it, but I want to thank Riverside, Weimers, Nichols Tire, CM Tires, Sempico, my mom and dad, my whole family, all our crew, just everybody. The Blue Shirts, NTPA. I know Sandridge Customs for sponsoring our class. We use their intercooler, and it's worked very well for us. And just everybody, thank you.
Well said. We'll send it over here, Dave Schultz, the president.
Danny, on behalf of Sandridge Customs and the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers, congratulations on your second place tonight. That was a great run.
Thank you. When my son got third this morning, he said, "Daddy, I can't be the only one to go home with the trophy this weekend," so we had to make sure we got here to see you tonight.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause here. Dueling trophies here at number 2 spot here tonight.
Welcome here. Tell everybody who you are.
Yeah. Hey, it's Brandon Phillips, Light Superstock. Kind of do a little bit of everything. Everybody calls me crazy, so we do what we can at least.
Well, you got to be in this sport. I mean, look at some of the stuff we have seen this weekend. We have seen fireballs. We just saw a rear end, the whole chunk, come out on the track, but they're going for that extra $10,000.
Yeah, I walked up to Van as soon as I was walking over here, and I said, "Hey, Van, no pressure. 10 grand's on the line, so might change your tune up a little bit." So, no, he was having a good time. Van's always fired up. Kick tires like fires. Everybody knows Van, so it's a famous saying.
This is, I'm telling you, I've been to Bowling Green before. This is the first time I've been in the booth or out on the track. This right here. All right, here we go. We're changing gears again. Hold on. This is going to be North 3. Yeah. Hans Boxler.
Yeah, New York guy.
New York on the special. So, what has been your experience so far in Bowling Green this year?
Anything's possible with a great crew and a facility manager that can take everything and make a not so good situation a great one. Give the fans what they want, give the pullers what they want. You know, we're here to pull, put on a good show, and the fans are here to see a good show. So,
with the weather this weekend has been a challenge, and you look at it. We had a downpour an hour and a half later. We're back pulling. We're gonna sit back and watch Hans right here on the special. This is a classic tractor. You've seen it everywhere.
Very much so. Yeah, and I think this thing took a little boat ride here not too long ago, being over in the Europe
with
part
Mary,
of the
Mary. They went on over there and put on the show.
Great. kind of got a little wild there, a little light on the front end, but he always runs good. Here's Van. Let's see what he can do. I'm sure he's going to lay down a good pass.
Oh, the rock hard ram. This has been a challenging class.
He's definitely want to try that again.
You see the amount of weight. You see that big weight box up front. And you got to think about it like this. If you're new to the sport, you look at it, all that weight's on front, because as that sled, the weight box comes up, the blowdown happens. All that's is going to put all that weight on the rear tire. So you got those hooked. You got to have a ton of weight.
Oh yeah. You know these things. You know these things weighing 8,000 pounds. Look at you.
Breaker, Salem, Alabama, is a scratch. So Kent Payne, Petersburg, Indiana, the Super Rooster, your defending Grand National champion, will be up next.
All right, guys, we're back down here in our Sandridge Custom Pro Stock Winner's Circle. Chance McGrath. And Chance, it's been a while. Career win number 3, but congratulations. Great job.
Thank you very much, Dan. This is an honor. This is a dream come true with the Pro Stock class. Pull the Bowling Green and win. I want to thank all the blue shirts, everyone at Bowling Green who puts this event on. This is the best of the best. I want to thank my mom and dad for making this happen, let me do this. My wife beside me, my kids at home. I've been away every single weekend since June 1st, pretty much. My buddy Andrew here, he drove this thing 15,000 miles around the countryside. He's been on 30 different airplanes, driving around the country. I've been on about 40 different airplanes. I want to thank Kevin Campbell and Colin Ross for putting this motor together. They built me a motor this winter, and it's been working really well. I'm really pleased. They put their heart and soul in this thing. Weimer Fuel Injection, Jim and Steve, they've done a hell of a job. Chad Mayhill for the tires, Engler Machine for the chassis. We're very pleased to be here.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, where you guys are located is not actually centrally located to run the Grand National Circuit.
No, it's not at all. We went to Benson, North Carolina. We always go to Benson, plan to pull there. We had no intentions to run the whole circuit. We did okay that weekend, so we went to the following weekend, did okay. Went to the next weekend, did okay, and here we are. Right, we had no intentions of running the whole thing, but we're sticking with it. We're stubborn.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been great, working with you folks. We back out on the old state circuit days, so good to see you here in the Winner's Circle here in Bowling Green. We'll turn things over here to Dave Schultz, the president of Blue Shirts.
On behalf of Sandridge Customs and the Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers, congratulations on first place tonight in a really tough class.
Thank you very much.
We also have a blue cooler you can take along and load that thing up and celebrate this victory.
Thank you.
Fans, how about it? Let's give our winner here tonight nice round of applause. Chance McGrath. Where's our Canadians?
Building the boost on the far track, the north track. Ken Payne.
All right, Kent Payne owned the Super Rooster.
Yeah, number 2 man. Looks like we had John Belfan's scratch, so see what Kent can do here.
That's a good run.
It is. It's a very good run. He's sporting those new Pro Pullers. Talked to Aaron back this week, and the Pro Pullers are working out good. He showed up down there at Benson in the Open Super class.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, he put on a demonstration.
Yeah, he did.
On how to do it. Hey, normally we talk about that a little bit. Alcohol super stocks seem to have, I say that, and then you got the triple bypass, but it seemed to have a little bit of an advantage over the diesels.
Yep.
And but he went down to Benson and put on the show. But go back to this. This was just wow.
Yeah,
So, and he made a second attempt. This was his first.
Those things get pretty violent, and as you were saying earlier, these trucks being 8,000 pounds, and then you just see a guy come over and grab the back of the truck and move it around.
Slide it over,
Shows you how much weight's on that front axle.
So we're looking right now, Caretaker in number 1 at 3:32.06, and Craig Dickey in number 2. So that class. What I've noticed here, they're harder to get launched.
Yeah.
I see they've shaved. Some of them have. They've shaved the tires down just a little bit to kind of. Yeah, 329.61 for Kent Payne on the Super Rooster. Dropped. The special evidently dropped.
Congratulations on some great work this weekend.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a big honor. Thank you all for all the work you all put into it as well, and to come out here as a fill-in for my son. I'm just very pleased to get back on the scene and add this to our collection.
We also have a blue cooler for you. You can load that up and celebrate this victory.
We certainly will do that. So, thank you.
And fans, at Brian Schrammick's first ring in Pro Stock Comp. Let's get a nice round of applause on our board.
All right, we're back. American Pride. We've already seen a couple of tough runs. I mean, really, out of the hole. Trying to get these trucks hooked in.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Keith Witt,
He's been at it a while. No, Brady done a driving of his other truck there for a little bit, so we'll see how he can make a pass here.
Biggest thing is if they can get it smooth out of the hole. And you see them feathering that throttle with all that horsepower.
Still a good run, maybe a little rough there off the start, but he made a good pass. And
you see that the whole truck kind of gets out of sorts, and really saw them in Fort Recovery, and a lot of trucks really struggled in Fort Recovery on Saturday night, just trying to get out of the hole and just get it to finally hook up and go. But Brandon Hutt coming up on Living a Dream.
A long family friend here, Brandon and Darren both, Shane included, just live about an hour and a half south of me in Hopkinsville. They do a great job. Quite large farming operation, along with H&R AgriPower. So, as we see Keith there.
301, putting him in 5th place. Caretaker still sitting number 1 at 332. That's going to be the trick here, is whoever can get that better launch. But right now we're going to switch gears, going back to the diesel tractors.
Yeah, Brandon's been running strong. Kind of got out mid-season, but see what he can do.
That's going to be a full pull right there. Now, remember, folks, if you're sitting at home, if they go past 350 and we get one more person to go past 350, we're going to have a pull-off.
Oh, yeah. That's what everybody knows here at Bowling Green. So
I think everybody loves to watch the pull-offs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you watched Galot yesterday and Jeff hurt, and everybody was trying to help Jeff get back around and get put back in the situation where he could run in that pull-off, even though he knew he had problems. But Jeff, he's not going to cut in his like anyway.
Mr. Excitement, that is exactly
Mr.
right.
Mr. Excitement. Ryan Funk coming up next on the Funkin' Movin'. You got to be careful how you say those.
Yeah, I was going to let you go with that one. That rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, that one. So. That one is one that when I started looking at the names at one of the first events, I was like, I really need to be careful. That and the Cat Sass.
Oh yeah,
with Kevin Dick. So, but these trucks, they're actually parked right behind us over here. They're a fun crowd to hang out with.
Oh yeah, they they've been in the truck game here for quite some time, and ran a couple 3.0 trucks there for a while. I actually think they had some 3.6s as well. So
here in the winner's circle from Hot Shot Secret, the Hot Shot Secret Challenge of the modified winner with Bill Lashner. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, Matt. I was a pleasant surprise. I didn't realize we were up there and won that, but we got to thank Hot Shot Secrets for this and all the blue shirts. And all the fans that come out for that. And I got to thank my team. That's why we do this, the Dirt Slinger team.
Definitely. Well, congratulations, guys.
Okay, so I just got word they took parts out of the other truck to get this one running.
Oh, nice. You know, I guess sometimes you just have to do that.
You really hate to do that. I mean, you really do, but you look at it, you're going for $10,000 tonight.
Yeah.
Why would you not?
That changes quite a few things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do we try to make one good truck or two that are not quite there?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
All right. So we're going to get his distance. In fact, it may be coming up right here. Good launch. I mean, great launch.
Very.
You look at it right there. Sitting in number 2 at 328.725.
Yeah, such a good-looking truck there.
I just love the Gen 1 Dodges.
Oh, yeah.
I just do. That's one of my favorite styles right there. But
Yeah,
right now, Chase is right there in the lead on the Caretaker. That one's going to be a tough one to go with.
Yeah, and that's
right
Patrick O'Brien power on that Caretaker truck.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, Patrick's down in my neck of the woods, so does a great job with a lot of Cummins engines there.
Scott Feldkamp coming up on Trophy Buck. Now, this Superstock diesel class.
I think this is Rich.
Is it Rich?
Yep, we got a scratch on the Trophy Buck.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, this is Rich Horton on A Little More Patience. Out of New York.
I think his brother just ran on the other track in the Pro Stock class.
You see a lot of these teams with saw that tractor. You kind of heard it kind of fall off right there.
You know, he lit it pretty hard, suspecting maybe it may come underneath the Charger there, but yeah.
There's a lot of variables, and we've talked about them tonight and all weekend long. You got to have the water injection timing. All the turbos have to all be working, because if one's a little lazy, it's going to keep it from breathing. And, you know, the engine's got to be perfect. I mean, everybody I've talked to in the Superstock diesel class, Brent Payne was the first one that told me this. He goes, these are nothing but ticking time bombs. They have
exactly
like when you get through it a run, you put a check mark down. Okay, I made that one.
Yep.
I made that one. So
it's not a if, it's when situation. So Eric Stacy coming up. You know, Eric's been in the four-wheel drive diesel truck game, I think, since the beginning of this class.
I was going to say this class, since it's took off, I've seen this. You've seen this is kind of an iconic truck because it's I mean, you've seen it. It's out there, and it's, you know,
one of the few Chevrolets in the class. Now, of course, it may be powered by another source of engine there, but
Rich Horton, a little more patience. 202, tough run for him.
Let's see how Eric can get down there. They've been doing pretty well this year. I know his wife Lily has been driving as well. They kind of take turns there.
Well, you got to keep it in the family, right?
That's right.
That's right.
I think she fits right in with the being diesel.
Happy wife, happy life.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Took a long time to get that hop out. Yeah,
definitely lost some footage there. So Eric could probably want to try that again, but I guess that's part of pulling, right?
Well, you know, they spun the wheel today.
Yep.
We had light super stocks got it in the afternoon. We are sitting here with a pro these diesel trucks, these super stock diesel trucks, are just put on one heck of a show. And they're kind of like a mini rod in a sense, because they got all that high wheel speed. You're trying to get it hooked to the ground, and this is going to be, that's going to get interesting. Who's going to turn it up a little bit more?
Oh yeah.
Here we go. This is hopefully going to show our distance here. You see that hop? It's still going. In fact, you see the whole truck kind of shifting.
Yep.
310, 655. Yep.
Put him in fifth. Yeah, Eric would probably definitely want that run back to try it again, but that's just part of it sometimes. So we've got Steve coming up on the diesel superstock class. So Blake brothers, they've been around quite some time.
That's another. You see a lot of iconic vehicles here in Bowling Green, and that's what kind of makes it such a big deal. You see so many iconic vehicles, and then you see a lot of new ones coming around here too.
Yeah.
So
another tractor with pro pullers on, so definitely trying to do something different.
Oh, so close. That little bit of a hobble in the middle killed his momentum.
Yeah, it did. And it got a little oil running out on the side, so hopefully nothing too major.
Saw a little puff right there in the end. Maybe just I don't see any parts laying there, so it may be just something, a blown oil line or valve cover gasket or something pumping out oil.
Cody Hastings, another guy, I don't know if many people have walked up to this truck to actually see the graphics on the side of it, but they're quite amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hand painted too.
All right, we watched that run 320.590, still third place, but you saw that little hiccup right there. Tractor got unsettled, and then
kind of stopped abruptly there.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too bad. 11 a Dream still. He didn't pull it out. 348.64. So we don't. Yeah. So we don't have a pull off yet.
Yeah.
Maybe I was getting a little hasty.
Yeah, there you go.
Looking at it. Oh yeah, I can see the detail on this side.
It's amazing. And Hazley power here.
Oh, that was going to be close.
Yeah.
We're going to wait.
Kind of see some of these guys moving over to the left. The caretaker truck was on the right-hand side there a little bit, but
so and that was one of the things we were talking about tonight with Todd Weiss was in the pro stock class. Everybody kind of took the same line, and everybody was getting wadded up. I think there was like 4 or 5 feet altogether. Yep. At some point, do you make that decision? Well, maybe I need to try something different, or do I need to look at it and just keep it there? 323.095 sitting in fourth. Not a bad run by Cody on against the grain.
Caretaker's still sitting out there, so
332.06 and Funkin' Moving. And Funkin' Moving sitting at 328.72.
Have Mr. Larry or Miss Lisa, one of the two from ProFab.
Congratulations on behalf of ProFab. Everybody in this sports family to us. I appreciate it.
Anybody else you want to thank?
I forgot.
Well, that's perfect.
We'd like to thank Brian Mack for building a hell of a motor for us. Brad up the modern machine. Everybody's helped. Mike and the boys back at Jansen Motorsports for building their blowers. And all these guys behind me. We're all just a bunch of little mutts from Western New York, and we're really pleased to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Give him a nice round of applause. Miss Mary Gill, she is number 5 in our ProFab sponsored mini division.
Lock and load out of Lynn, Indiana. XD Birds has got the hook tonight. Like what Larry Peterson said, it's all just family here as we gather for the big family union we hold here in Pulltown. We call it the National Tractor Pulling Championships, but many of these teams have friends and family. Many of you fans out here know these teams over the years, so happy to see Brian Knox have his handiwork up here. Congratulations.
All righty, Steve Burge right here on the iconic lock and load. You hear me say that a lot, but this is one tractor that has probably had more YouTube views just because of the engine explosions.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
You know, we get famous off the bad stuff.
All right, if you watch what's going to happen here, we're going to see if he can keep it settled in and keep it smooth.
We kind of heard that tractor pull down just a little bit.
Right.
They were saying that was a bare block Monday morning.
That's a lot of work.
And they were here Thursday night. So props to those guys for getting it back together. But I think that comes with owning a diesel super. That's what they say.
Well, you know, like the comment I made earlier,
Right.
it's like a check mark. Okay, I made a pass. Everything
That's
looks
right.
good. We're good. And you run out of check marks after a few hooks. But
yeah.
Working on a few. Looks like they're having some camera issues out there right now, but they got it settled in. Todd Dugan on Angry Shine. This is a beautiful truck. I went out to it, and I mean, it's just,
you know, which it should be, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
all the product that he sells, it should be one of the best looking ones, and it really does. They do a great job, and it means very well for the sport.
Steve Burge, 317-200. Tractor never settled. Not sure what happened there, and it kind of popped off, and then that was it, you know. All right, Living a Dream, 348.64. The Super Rooster, Brent Payne at number 2 at 329.61. And Red Horse at 320.59. Lock and Load at 317.20. And a little more patience with that little bit of a hiccup at 202. We might have a new leader right here. That's going to be close. It's hard to tell from the angle. That is a shiny. I wonder if that helps with the aerodynamics of pulling a little bit, as long as it's smooth. The dirt doesn't stick, obviously.
Hey, was it the other night somebody was talking about they were going to take the Angry Shine product and put on their tires, and it's going to be like a friction-resistant type of a spray.
You laugh. I used to run a mod, and what we would do, it run old 8-ply Firestones.
Yeah.
And if we went to a track that it had rained and was muddy,
Oh, there were two 11-year-old kids sitting on this catch basin over here 50 years and a day later, here we are again.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. Well, you made a beautiful pass. Things are really coming around for the Cat Sass.
Yeah, I want to thank the fans and the blue shirts and Larry and his wife for ProFab, for Lisa for sponsoring our class. And then I pulled a couple guys off the scrap heap here from the Thundermaker team, Grant Wonders and Lee Swift, 4-time national championship. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, along with Jim and my wife and my family. And that's why I'm here.
Well, I'm going to let Larry and Lisa present your trophy.
Hey, congratulations on behalf of ProFab. I'm not going to say the team name because you know what I'll do.
Don? Did you really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story about Don, speaking of cleaning tires off.
there's lots of stories about Don Dean, but right here we got Joe Degenhardt. I hope I'm saying that correct. On Digging Hard.
Yeah.
Digging Hard. Right here is going to have to, I mean, right now it's going to have to be whoever can lay down.
He's
the
got to
road.
get out there.
Yeah, but it's going to be a good.
Kind of got off to the left there a little bit, come unhooked.
Right. And I wonder if he didn't have a little bit of maybe a boost leak, exhaust leak.
Yep.
You saw all that smoke
billowing
around that tractor there for a little bit. So,
you know, we was talking about tractors getting famous on YouTube.
Yeah.
This one unfortunately got famous. It's a new build for this year.
Right.
They were up in Hutchinson, Minnesota, and broke some rear end parts and pieces there, and unfortunately went up in a ball of flames. So it was never good.
Justin Gerhardt coming up right here on Cream of the Crop. This is we talk about how, we were just talking about the Angry Shine. Every one of these trucks has a very distinct look to them.
Yep.
They have their own style, some are old school, some are new school, some are just kind of crazy, but that's what it's just like you guys coming in here, and that's the whole point of Full Pull Live, is to give y'all an opportunity to kind of talk about your part of the pulling world.
Yeah.
Because everybody's
Yeah,
is
sure.
different. We were just having a little discussion about that. We'll get into that when we got a minute. The way, and that one person we were talking about, he's got a story for everything.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
All right, we're going to have to see right here.
Justin has done quite well with this truck. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this was Shane Kellogg's original truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a good truck to get.
Yeah, it was.
All right, right now, Todd Dugan in the lead on the Angry Shine. I don't think it's going to be enough tonight, though.
No, he kind of moved back over on that right-hand side where Caretaker was, but still I don't believe it's going to be good enough.
That truck was kind of hobbling the whole time until probably something I've noticed, and this is what I'm visually seeing. Let's go back here to Joe Diggenhart right here. 285, 625. And if you got...
Today's my daughter's birthday, so I want to wish her happy birthday and thanks for all the help she gets. She's helping produce the live stream for everyone, and my wife at home, she takes care of things, so lets us come out and get it done.
Absolutely, sir. Well, that's a new aspect for Allison to get to experience this summer. There's no question. Who else do you want to thank?
Yeah, she'd like to be out here with us. Got to thank Brad and Derek and Les from Modern Machine Crew. They do a fantastic job. Chase and Dave and the UD Motorsports crew. Great, fantastic bunch of people to work with. And SSI Superchargers took care of me. And Chad, I've been a pain in his butt all week, basically. And he gave us the tires to get it done. And Ryan Knox helps me. And Noonan helps me with the engine program. So everybody does a really good job. It takes a village to make this happen.
Well, you make it look really easy. There's no question about it. Mr. Larry Peterson from ProFab.
Brian, great pass. You had a great weekend. I'm really proud of you, and on behalf of ProFab, we'll get that award. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry and Lisa. Great people to work with. Fantastic. Thank you.
I appreciate that. All family here.
We also want to send you home with a blue cooler. You load that up and celebrate tonight.
We definitely will.
Those lights, yeah.
Hopefully he can get it off the line and get it down the track here, so. Oh. It's not good. That is parts on the track.
That is, yep. And check out the oil underneath.
Yes.
If you're going to do it, you're going to do it here. The only problem is if he is past that 350 and somebody else gets in there, that's an automatic second place. But you see the oil and the parts laying on the ground.
Yeah, that's not a good day. There you go.
He is in pull-off territory.
Yeah.
This one's Aiden Hodges. Yep. On borrowed time.
You know, Sean, his dad, had driven this truck for quite some time, so it's kind of nice seeing it stay in the family here.
So if a vehicle is running, if you talk, it sounds very good.
I think he was going for that $10,000.
He was definitely headed that direction. So.
For winning the Hot Shot Secret Challenge on the mini rod class, we're down here with Brian McDowell. Congratulations.
Thank you. I want to thank all the blue shirts for making this happen. And Hot Shots, I use their products. They do a great job. And Chase helped me out with this by driving. And thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Oh, there's Chase down there.
Look at that pass, 359.33. But unfortunately, you know there was some damage done at the end of that run. Yeah. But looking here, this class right here has become very exciting with the combinations. You know, you have your Chevrolets, you have your Dodges. The tire cuts are all a little different.
Yep.
326, 520 puts them in fifth. But you see how that truck just gets all over the place. And I've noticed this, and this is just coming from my perspective, is that as that box moves up, looking at Angry Shine, still sitting at 332.15, Caretaker 332.06, Funkin' Moving still sitting at third at 328.72, and Craig Dickey on the Cummins Killer 3 at 326.56. On Borrowed Time, 326.52. That's a good time. I mean, this is a tough group of trucks to handle and deal with here. The track conditions have been a little bit challenging, but something I've seen is, especially in the Superstock diesel four-wheel drives, is that when they're going, it takes them just about until that pan tops out to kind of calm them down.
Oh, yeah.
And then they kind of get distorted a little bit when the blowdown hits them, you know. So there's a fine line on trying to get those hooked up.
Roger Peterson coming in here. We were out at Rockwell, Iowa, and Roger was actually parked beside us. Got to talk to him for quite some time. We used to pull with him back in the day in the diesel super days when Dad had his tractor, and it's kind of good to catch up with Roger there again. So glad to see him back out for sure.
John Mann's coming up on Crazy X. Now, we were talking about, we just had a little conversation during that metered section about Don Dean, about stories that, you know, Don Dean has told us. I used to pull against him back in the day. He actually used to build some of our engines.
Okay.
And we were talking about some of the stories, and I'm going to go with one that's really quick, and you may have heard this one or not. His turbo went out, and as he was going up a mountain, the turbo went out. So he goes up, fires up his generator, gets his plug-in blower that he uses to blow off his tractor, duct taped it to the intake of the turbocharger, made it over the mountain.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Now, he was rolling a lot of coal, though.
Yeah, haven't heard that one, but it doesn't surprise me coming from Don.
All right. Right now, Crazy X. This is John Mann's out of PA, Fawn Grove, PA. You see my...
You know, one of the best looking trucks in the class, my opinion.
Old school Ford.
Yep. Let's see what he can do.
Oh my goodness. Exactly. You're running $10,000. You're going to leave it on the line. We're looking.
Yeah.
You heard the big boom, so we're trying to figure out if anything's like. You see him scanning the ground. Is everything still connected? Oh, what is that? That looks like a it looks like a drive yoke.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, he was that 10,000.
Oh, yeah,
he was going for it. I bet you that baby's hot right now. That is a drive yoke. It looks like out of the gearbox. Back of the gearbox, maybe?
Yep.
Yep, they're dragging it out.
Yeah, nobody wanted to reach down there and grab that.
No, I don't think I would mess with that one.
He still looks like he has a smile on his face, so.
Well, it's still fun.
Oh,
when you're going for it like that, just like, okay, why not? Let's see what we can do.
It definitely changes things.
Hopefully, didn't hurt the engine or anything else, but yeah, I guarantee you, if he handed that to some kid right now, that would be the perfect gift to bring home to mom.
Oh yeah,
and then you get oil prints and grease prints all over everything. But that's one thing the pullers love to do that. They break blower belts or break parts. It's no good to you anymore. But look at this run. He had a little hob going. You see him going. It smooths out great. All of a sudden that pan hits, that blowdown hits. You see the truck start.
Yep.
And there she goes. Yep. There it is there, laying right there.
Yep.
They were kind of scanning the ground. It's kind of hard to see through the viewfinder. 325.765, not enough, but definitely a good effort.
Definitely. Yeah.
Angry Shine's still sitting up there. If you look at this top 10, you've got really only about 6 feet in the top 5,
Yep.
kind of tight there, and that's one thing you're seeing a lot more in pulling. Used to, you'd have one or two that were like 400 feet, 350 feet, and then everybody else was like 300, 310, 320. But the competition is getting so tight now in this sport. It's exciting to watch and see what they're doing because they're trying new stuff every time.
See Roger Peterson here. Looked like you may have been trying to roll it out a little bit, but might have to get a little more aggressive about it.
Do you think it might be a setup thing? Maybe he's got it set up kind of aggressive for here tonight? Or?
Yeah, he definitely could have changed something, add a little extra water, took a little water away, and
he wants to get a good, smooth start before he launches it. Now, we talk about, the water injection and all the things that go along with that, and we were talking about timing it up, and this young lady right here, she has been proven a lot here lately.
Yes, she has.
Yeah, Jaden Littman on Something to Prove.
She did that just the other night here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was in the top 3, I believe. All right, here we go. Second attempt. Good pass. You saw that hiccup in that first 25 to 30 feet, and you wonder how much did it affect him on that pass, because you're trying to get all that momentum of that weight transfer machine to you're trying to get it as fast as you can to get it moving.
Yeah, for sure.
This truck is very capable of getting it done.
Yeah, she's going to definitely try that again.
You think the hop was getting ready to happen pretty bad?
Yep. She definitely was about to hook it up there pretty hard. So, yeah, they were talking about the, we all know the 100-foot rule. You got to be out of the throttle by 100 foot, and so that way you can get your second attempt. And the trucks, of course.
Do it and do it and do it with absolute no effort. It just seems perfect, sir. Congratulations. Welcome back here and a pretty neat sweep.
Thank you very much, and I just couldn't be happier winning in front of the Bowling Green crowd. It's the best. It's why people come here. The crowd is so good, not just from a puller standpoint, but the people here are so friendly to each other. It's just like a big party. It's incredible how the people are.
Well, this crowd loves you and your wife very much. Every time you perform out here, they absolutely go crazy. So you're supposed to be right here. You're supposed to be here.
You know, I'm not a good speaker, so I don't know what to say. It's just that I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad that the crowd loves it. You know, we try and put on a good show because that's what keeps the people coming back.
And Miss Rona, you told me you had something you wanted to say as well.
I just wanted to say, Kenny is 84, and I'm 80, and it just goes to show you old folks know how to have fun, too.
Absolutely. 84 and 80, and old folks know how to have fun, too. Mr. Peterson, I'm going to let you make this trophy presentation.
Hey, Ken, I'll tell you what, everybody in this place looks up to you, and I'm just glad I know you and Rona and your whole crew, and on behalf of ProFab Machine, and I'm sure I'm glad I bought that picture of you today on the Make-A-Wish auction.
Anyone else you want to thank tonight, sir?
I'd like to thank the ProFab people. I mean, there's a perfect example of friends. It's not only a friend, but a sponsor. You know, it isn't like it's a machine. It's a friend.
And Mr. Schultz, he's got a couple presentations to make.
We got
for
a
you.
couple things, but first off, Ken, want to send back a cooler so you can fill that up and celebrate this great victory tonight. Congratulations.
Does that mean I'm going to have to start drinking beer?
Yes,
well,
sir.
You can fill
You
with
better.
anything you'd like.
I would bet you somewhere around here you could probably find you one too, mister.
I guess we can be live now.
There
But
we go.
the chain reaction right here, unfortunately not on our list this evening. There were a lot of changes right there before the show.
Yep.
Everybody knows this tractor is.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be one if it's going to catch that triple bypass.
I would expect to see the front end up on this tractor.
And fairly quickly.
Yep, fairly quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, some great guys here.
Just smothered.
Laid down. Definitely had some good ground speed going there.
John Belfance right there. Good run going. All of a sudden, it just kind of fell off right there at the end. I don't know if it just got under the turbos or this goes back to that gear decision. You know,
Yes.
you're going to try something. You want to get that ground speed up. Check this out here.
Got a sled cam view here.
We're almost done. Yep, 800 hooks and counting. Pickups are doing very well.
Is this the last tractor, Jim? Yes.
Rough riding tonight or not? Diesel pickups are really smooth. It's going well. Yeah. That's like the total opposite from what it looks like. Usually. The Pro Stock's dug some pretty big holes. The other end is a little bit rough, but not bad.
yourself over here on the south side.
We're back. Good run, but maybe a little bit wrong side of the track on that one.
Yeah,
Or just...
it seems like all the guys that have been getting out there have been on that right-hand side of the track. And, Nick finishing there on the left. It's definitely a better shot than he had the other night, though. So
Nick Gillette, and that's another name in this class you're going to hear.
Yep.
You know who it is. This class has really grown, the excitement behind it. You see a lot of local pulling organizations trying to bring in a diesel truck class, with the 2.6s and the 3.0s and bringing that out. That tells you the popularity. Now, this is the top dog when you come to Superstock Diesel four-wheel drives right here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Check that out when you're taking off there. We're going to have to strap a camera in that.
Yeah,
thing.
Definitely.
You wanted to see miles per hour, didn't you?
That was kind of interesting. I did not know that they actually. I mean, we've pulled before where they show us mile an hour before.
Right.
But
322.575.
We have it out. We're up to 12 cars. Probably by the time we get.
What do you think, Jack? Good night?
Very good. Good night.
That was Ned, president of NTPA.
Yeah, WPI.
That was Ned with NTPA. You see them all walking around, and there's some key figures right there you saw.
Absolutely.
They're enjoying the show with us here tonight. With the things going on with NTPA, they're really stepping up the game with Full Pull Live. A lot of things going on. Hans coming off on the special, he had dropped 6 places.
Kind of similar run. It definitely wanted to pull that left-hand tire out of the ground. And
is that? Do you think that's from like a brake jab, or
it could be the your left side on these vehicles are always your torque side, so
right.
The left side's always going to try to come out of the ground before the right. And but of course, if it was kind of drifting to the left there a little bit, and he's getting on that right-hand brake, it's going to definitely speed that left-hand wheel up.
You see that a lot on mini rods too, especially.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
you have to jab that brake, and then next thing you know, you are in trouble in a heartbeat.
Yep. So our first puller of the class come back there.
301.545. Not a bad pass, but obviously, if he could have kept it settled.
Yep.
Colin Ross, that triple bypass, the only that 350. That's the number to beat right now in the Superstock.
I'm wondering if that's going to be our class.
All right, this is Jonathan with Roland Cole.
Another great-looking truck. That was a great pass. Finished on that right-hand side again, so definitely seems like the track may be over on the right.
That's one thing we've seen. Everybody on the left just either having a hard time getting out of the hole or getting down to the end and losing every bit of ground speed. You know, your new leader. He rolled some coal on that one. It just barely took the lead, but just enough to get it done. Might be your $10,000 winner right here.
I think that was definitely on his mind. So
Jonathan Waskob sitting right here at 333.905. We got a couple of tough trucks sitting there. Angry Shine 332.15. A little more than a foot difference. Caretaker 332.06. You're talking about like millimeters.
See the semis getting pulled up here. You know, it's always an interesting class.
All right, triple bypass 350.93. Your winner here tonight, Living a Dream 348.64. The Super Rooster 329.61. Just another one, 327.49. This right here. Yeah, this is it. Colin Ross. It cost him a little bit, but you know what? I think it's worth doing it here in Bowling Green.
So.
350.933. You look at that run, picture perfect. Front end just stays at the same point.
Yep.
Wheels are turning. You see that wrinkle, and that wrinkle is even. You don't see that flexing any. And then I think that's when the damage was starting to be done.
Unloaded. RPM came up on the motor there. Didn't do it any favors. Kind of see some sparks underneath of it there. So, you know, Colin, the only one in the class with METOS on. So, props to him for definitely getting them figured out. So,
and that's one of the big challenges, and just like in the Superstock Diesel 4-wheel drive, I think that's going to be one of the key things. Whoever can find that cut or that shave and the angle, and we talk about a lot of things, and a lot of times you buy tires, whether it be METOS, Pro Puller, or you know any of these brands, and Nichols or anything else, and you go in there and you've got to get that tire to work with. In fact, you can look at it if you ever walk in the pits. Todd Custer coming up on Coal Mine Express. If you ever walk in the pits, look at the differences in the front tires and the rear. There's a difference on how they're cut. Yeah, it was. Good smooth run. You know, had a little wobble at the end. No ground. Didn't have the ground speed of anybody else. You know, but look where he's at in the track. He's more towards the center than everybody else. All right, we're going to go to semis. This is where it's going to get fun, folks. This is, I would probably say, one of my favorites. The first time I ever saw semis, obviously, was here. But Matthew Catlin on Temperamental.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, in the semi-class tonight, we have a championship to crown.
Yes,
so
we do,
the points end here tonight. So I think RJ and Brian and Nikki's Nightmare there.
319, 225. Not a bad run, just not enough here tonight.
Rolling Cold took the lead. That's a pretty impressive run.
It was. Because we've kind of seen everybody kind of wad up in that same little section, that 324, 325. But you've got some tough trucks. Right now, RJ Simon, I think, has figured out his mojo with it. Nikki's Nightmare. But you look at any of these trucks here, they're all tough trucks. And there's different combinations. We got some multi-turbocharger setups. We got some single turbocharger setups. So this is going to be... I met these guys in Fort Recovery. One of the cool things with the CAT engine, with the technology that they're using. Watch this, folks. This is worth watching. Sound like we might have had a little misfire. Yeah, I mean, you heard that little flutter.
Down pretty good, yeah. You know, I was told last night that these engines could range anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 cubic inches.
Yeah,
it's
huge.
It's huge.
I mean, that is
absolutely huge.
And I was talking to them in Full Recovery, and one of the challenges that they're having with a lot of these engines, they're finding the weak links now because they're producing so much horsepower. And he said, you know, valves have never been really an issue, but now we're turning it up so much that the valve train that's our next weak link.
Wow.
That's where we're at. And you're thinking about something that goes over the road for 1 million miles and do very little maintenance. And he did take that run. We're going to get his distance here in a second.
So there's Keith Witt again.
We're going to hop into replay real quick. See that little fireball at the beginning, which is not uncommon.
Yeah, these electronic fuel trucks are quite interesting. you know, Ryan the Bro was kind of one of the first ones to get
Do
that
that.
started. And now we have quite a few following this same path.
I was going to say a good smooth pass, and then right there at the end,
Yep.
that truck just got all distorted.
Yeah.
And that's
Keith is definitely a good driver. As I mentioned before, Brady Ingram was driving this truck a little bit at the beginning of the season, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's pulling his 3.6 truck down in Shelbyville, Kentucky this weekend.
There's a lot of pulling going on in this country right
Yes,
now,
there is.
all over the place. I mean, if you want to watch pulling, definitely go support your local event. If you can't, go to fullpull.live. We'd love to have you with us watching every night. We're trying to bring you the best action we possibly can here. Folks,
$39.95, is that right?
you can't, and don't get me wrong, if you get the opportunity to come to Bowling Green or any of these big pulls or any pull, go to them, support them. But for $39, we've seen over 400 vehicles in competition, over 140 hooks in every session. So it's like one of the things, I have a buddy of mine that we used to come up here all the time, and he said, so on the way home, we're not going to talk about pulling. We're going to let it rest today, okay? Alrighty, Chris Jeffries on the Bad Dog. Keith Witt on that crosswired. We're going to get his distance in just a second.
It's kind of hard to beat these old Mack trucks.
They're just cool.
Yeah,
They sound
the old
good, and they're
Bulldogs.
just cool, yeah.
Kind of see him let out there. He knew
he was getting ready to possibly break something. All that torque. We've seen that a couple of times this year. I think the new thing happening with these trucks, just like the Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drives, is the drive lines are taking so much abuse, trying to get that maximum torque. You know, those guys are running DOT tires, so that they can't have any cleat on them or anything else. But you've got a lot of rubber meeting the road. Shane Kellogg coming up right here on the Trump truck.
You know, Shane, not living too far from here, always has done very well kind of in his backyard here with the Trump.
This is a tough truck anyway.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
especially I think it was last season or the season before, he got on a flat-out tear there for about half the season. Looking at this pass right here, I don't have an official distance yet on that, but Chris Jeffries. I don't know. I don't think he's going to have enough.
No, I don't think so. He was definitely wanting to, but I think he's going to come up a little short.
You know, that's one of the things I'm seeing right now is everybody, and he's over on this right-hand side. So I think if anybody's going to beat that winning distance right now, they're going to have to find something different somewhere else.
Yep.
And find a new groove somewhere. And this track has been worked pretty hard today. It's definitely holding the power. 322.955 sitting in number 10. I know he would like to have that back over again.
Yeah, I think so. But as you said, somebody's going to try to have to do something special.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to stick their neck out on this one and find a new spot, I think. Pretty smooth run. You saw a little bit of bounce in it. You know, that's kind of normal right now.
Good old Cummins truck coming up here. These guys are actually parked beside us here. Great guys.
All right, Rolling Coal's still sitting at 333. Now, these trucks, you ever just, if you get the opportunity to go to a local show and listen, you got to listen, go up in person, listen to these trucks, and just hear. I mean, because you can stand next to them. It's kind of like a blower motor. You ever stand next to a blower motor? You feel that pressure in your chest.
Yep.
You stand next to one of these, let them wind up a little bit.
Yeah. You know, they've always been impressive. I'd like to ask, I guess Simons, they have owned a mini rod and a semi. Which one they'd rather work on? You know, you're taking something that's 2,000 pounds and 20,000 pounds.
Ben Gordon, letter tater chip. Oh, man, that thing was hooking hard to the right. Had great ground speed. I mean, enormous ground speed there. Just, he knew what was going to happen if he stayed in it. Yeah. He knew it was going to get bad real quick.
You know, if we're in the points race at all, definitely staying inbounds, taking your shorter distance is better than crossing over that white line and not taking a distance at all.
Watch this run. You can tell as soon as he comes out of the hole, that truck's already trying to fight its way to that right-hand side. $271.5. Not what he wanted, I'm sure.
Got Brian Withrow coming up on the nut job truck. These are always interesting trucks. I know Brian has owned a few different trucks in his past.
Now, I've heard that in the pro stock, but I've not heard that in one of these trucks before. And he is...
There's a lot of smoke coming out from underneath the hood of that truck.
That truck is not running right now. It does not appear. Watch when he comes out of the hole. Everything looks like a clean. You see that fireball right there in the middle, and that wasn't just a normal puff out of the exhaust stack. That's almost like maybe a drop valve or a piece of something.
Yeah.
You see that right there? Slow it down. Yep, there you go. We're going to see how bad it is. Now, he's less than 100 feet, so he can come back if he thinks he can keep it running. But you see a lot of smoke rolling out. I hear him fired up back there. Here we go, switch back up. No, he's not.
Yeah, probably going to pull him off there. And
we're going to wait and see if he can get it back. Now, he can drop 6 places or drop to last. Looked like he had a good run getting ready to happen. He had a great launch out of the hole. This night of pulling, no doubt, you can hear the crowd getting wound up in the background. This is Bowling Green. If you ever come to Bowling Green, this is one. If you like pulling and you like to have a good time, you need to come to Bowling Green one time in your life and come do it, because I'm telling you, folks, I love it. Ryan right here with Playing with Fire. Now, why do you think he came up with that name?
Well, a couple different reasons. What he is trying and what he has done with this truck is definitely playing with fire, asking for that challenge to make it work. But also, if you all ever get the chance to look at the graphics on the side of this truck, they are quite impressive. And I know Ryan is involved there with the first responders back in his hometown, and does a great job with that.
Good run for him.
Very good.
You notice all the smoke?
Yes.
I mean, he was burning the tires off that truck out of the hole. He was not going to cut it any slack. I think everybody's trying to chase, number one, points. Number two, trying to get that ring. We're here in Bowling Green, and this is the Super Bowl of tractor pulling. And one of the things, you know, you talk to a lot of people, and I've talked to a lot of pullers this weekend. Look at this run here. Watch the smoke come out of those rear tires. I mean, it's just enormous amount. He's number two right now, 324, 160. Definitely cannot complain with that pass, but he was going to get everything he could out of that one.
You know, lost a little something there. Hopefully it didn't amount to too much, but
something fell off in the front.
Yeah.
You see that bouncing around.
Got Calvin Miller coming up here running in the red. You know, Calvin's won the Farm Machinery Show before.
Uh-oh.
You know, Calvin moved all the way back over to the
left-hand side.
So, giving that right-hand side a break.
Calvin Miller right here. That's going to be close. That's going to be close. We're going to wait and see. You see where you see the blue leader marker.
I think he's excited.
I think, yeah, that one right there, that one's going to be good. That was going to be close. We're going to see. We had to go past 333 and some change. Waiting for that distance. We're getting some anticipation. Remember, folks, this is for 10 grand.
Yeah.
Oh, fourth place, 330.060. He looked like he was close.
Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, at home, you see that triangle with the 3 dots in it. Right there above the buckboard. That's how they shoot it with the laser at the beginning. And then at the end of the run, they shoot it again. And that's how you get your final measurement.
You know, being able to take measurements to the third decimal point definitely hones in on that accuracy and gives everyone the possibility to have the same footage, to say the least, but also getting down to that last bit of.
You look at our numbers here today. I
Yeah.
mean, there's when you're talking 4 to 5 foot in the top 10, you can't go with that. Rolling Coal still sitting at 333.9. Though Angry Shine might need to put a little bit more on the body work to make it slide through there a little bit. But you're talking less than a foot.
You know, we got Brian Elthorpe coming up on the Super Semi. So your current point leader. And you got R.J. Simon sitting in second.
Well, and what hurt R.J. was a switch in Fort Recovery.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets reminded about that a few times.
He might have put one of those little stickers up there to remind him, don't forget to turn this off or turn this on. So, that's one thing about pulling. There's so much. I mean, you look in the cabs of these trucks. It's not like a normal semi. I mean, it's like any of these classes. It's
so we were talking about this class and the different combinations. So Brian is still a mechanical fuel injection truck, but also a multi-turbocharger truck too.
That's the ingenuity there. Yeah.
And just the old school Kenworth too.
The colors are awesome on this. It's when you get out in the daylight and let the sun hit the side of this, all these machines are amazing. But if you watch, he's going to have to lay down a pretty good run. He knows RJ's back there in the back.
Yep.
So he can't slip up here.
Right.
He's got to be on his game. Oh, no. Oh, we broke a drive line. And you heard the RPM. This is going to mix things up big time.
There's a chance.
There's a chance at it. And you could, I wish they'd go back to that shot. The frustration.
Yes. Got the triple alpha process here. Maybe we can get the camera crew to zoom in on the helmet.
Right.
You
could see his expression was crazy.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Meaford, I hope I'm saying that right, Meafig, on triple alpha process, Hades edition. This is a new truck, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
So
he had a truck a few years ago, sold it, then now come back, I believe, this year, and
Jeff Meafig. Yep. That's gonna. There's basically what I'm hearing from our room here. is that all RJ has to do is make a pass.
Yeah.
Pretty much make a solid. He's got to beat him by 4 spots. Okay. Got to beat him by 4 spots, which is very possible here. You know,
that's the first time this year I have seen Brian not make a full pass. So
yeah, so he's got to go past 324. That's what RJ's got to do to take the points. But you look right here. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, it broke right before that, and you can see he was trying to feather out. But if there was a way to zoom in on his helmet reaction, because he knew what that meant. Yeah. Man, oh man, this is Bowling Green. This is what happens at Bowling Green.
It is.
Man, that's going to be. This is going to be amazing. This is going to come right down to the wire.
You know, if he can do this, I think that'll be his second championship this year so far, because I think he sealed the deal in the light mod class, didn't he?
I believe so. I'd have to go back and verify in points.
Yeah,
but I believe so.
Think he did. Hey, Jody or Brandon, I know you're driving back to Farley, Iowa, and you're not here to see RJ potentially win the points. But if you could let us know if RJ won the points in the light mod, that'd be great.
Yep, that'd be good. Yeah, there we go. It would take me longer to pull it up on the computer. But, full pull live right here. We're giving you some different angles maybe you don't see. Because you got to realize, you look at Nicky's Nightmare, that angle point where he was taking off and moving down the track, you get to see what the whole bottom of that truck is doing, how the tires are really working. That's what we want to show you. What's actually happening on the track.
Maybe we could talk Jesse into get a couple GoPros put on the chassis of some of these trucks or tractors.
I've got some. I should have just put them on. Jeffrey Mufik, 323, 620, sitting 9. That tells you how close this class is right now.
They're all stacking in there pretty tight.
Justin, let's see who we got coming right here. Justin Beller coming up on Digging Deep, and Chris Whittle. There we go. Uh-oh.
Pass.
So they're all. Look at that run there. That is going to be right up in the mix. Remember, 4 spots is what it's going to take. So anybody who gets in between is making it easier on RJ.
Or harder.
It depends on where they're at. Yeah. I mean, if they're at the top, then that's going to make it harder for RJ.
Sure.
So you want them in that lower bunch, to kind of help you out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Waiting on a distance here. This is going to right now everybody I think is focused on the semis. Don't get me wrong, we like the $10,000, but all of a sudden we got 2 lanes that have got hot all of a sudden on trying to figure this out of what's going to happen.
We got 10,000 on one track and we got a points championship on the other. This could get interesting.
Yeah, this should have been that should have been Chris Jeffries on general stupidity. My wife has probably asked that question about how general my stupidity was some nights. All right, look at this replay. Triple alpha process. Good new truck, new setup, good smooth run, but just not quite enough. I think people are starting to get gutsy on one side or the other, just trying to find a little something. Yeah.
No rolling coal still sitting on top.
That's going to be a tough one, I think, to beat. I really think so.
No, but we got Kent Crowder rolling up here, and Kent is very, very good at what he does with this truck. So
320.4. Not a bad run. Didn't have a lot of hop. Just not enough. Yeah, looking at that leaderboard, you look at these numbers, 333, 332, 332, and that's the way it's going down. But you can see the tires breaking loose down there. 323.655 puts him in third. So RJ's going to have to still put down a good solid number.
Yep. Wonder how many times he's getting reminded about that switch right about now.
So third or better is what RJ's got to have.
Yep.
Third or better. You look at this right here. Bad Dog sitting in first, 324.17. Playing with Fire, 324.16. And General Stupidity at 323. And some change. But check out this shot right here. You see the drive line loops that baby's got to have. And that's so if that rear end or drive shaft doesn't come out.
And we just hope it stays in there.
We do, because you know when it comes out. Those drive line loops are going to help. But,
absolutely.
All right, we're switching lanes here.
Got Kent Crowder. Had to back out of it just a little bit to keep all the driveline parts in there, but I believe Chris Wood's driving this truck tonight.
Yep, Chris Wood's on it tonight. Yep. The Class Act, another beautiful truck. I mean, look at it. I mean, just
truckers drive America. It's no more true statement than that.
That's it. Man, that is a full pull. This is becoming a class. $10,000 on the line on one side, a points championship on the line on the other. So RJ's thinking right now, I hope everything's right. I hope all my bolts are tight. I hope my drive shaft loops are good.
Absolutely.
All my kill switches and all my stuff is in the right spot, and I'm going to make sure that airbag switch is ready to go.
That's exactly right.
He's probably going back there going, it's working?
Yep.
On, off, on, off, yep.
Can we just turn this on and leave it on now?
Yeah, let's just go ahead and get it done now. Chris Wood. Wow. Yep. 360.315 in first place. Look at that run.
And
you see you see the torque that truck was putting down.
Yep, just kind of backs out of it after he gets flagged there. So,
yep. Wow. So, wow, what we got coming up next? In fact, R.J. Simon is coming up next out of Farley, Iowa. On Drivers Wanted. This could be it. This could seal the deal.
Yes. Yeah. And this is going to get interesting.
I'm looking at what we have left. Let's see. All right. Ken Crowder was the last one, but the nut job, yep.
Yeah.
Brian is going to be the last hook if he can come back.
And Jeremy Yeager, they reset the sled on him.
Look at this. This is the leaderboard, correct? This is Rolling Coal, Angry Shine, Caretaker, Running into Red Survivor, 333, 332, 332, 330, and Funkin' Moving at 328. So you look at those top 5 trucks.
Did you just say, is this your leaderboard, right?
No.
Did you ask us if this is a leaderboard, Bert?
Now, I wanted to...
I know it's been a long weekend, Bert.
I wanted to confirm because I've had some screens that said leaderboard and some said finishing order, and I just wanted to make sure.
I didn't say finishing order.
Okay.
We just tell you. Yeah. We tell you.
You tell me. I'm just here.
Get control of him.
We're having a good time tonight. R.J. Simon, drivers. They're giving me a hard time in here.
You know, he looks fired up. He's making sure the tires are straight. He is not wanting anything to go wrong here.
Well, and that's one thing here. He has had great runs all season.
Yes.
This is a new class for him to be in, too.
It is.
You know, I mean, you think about it. He's driven a lot of stuff, but you're coming in to semi-class against some of the best semis in the country. and all of a sudden you kind of take the lead in the class.
Yes.
You know, this is and this time, yeah, this is it. This is going to make it or break it right here.
Yeah.
Does this truck come out of the hole smooth? He gets a good solid hook, or is something going to happen that you don't want to happen?
Right.
RJ Simon on Drivers Wanted.
There's a lot on the line right here.
This is, yeah, man. We got 10,000 on the line here, points championship on the line here. Whew. Deep breath. Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that might seal the deal.
That was a pass.
All right, Pipe Dream's coming back. Okay, he dropped it. That's right. He dropped the last.
He either dropped or they reset the sled. I can't remember which one.
Just could not get the hop out of that one. He's thinking right now, what in the world? You can see the frustration right there. He's getting kind of settled in, knowing that, you know, man.
You know, he's got another chance here, but he's taking his helmet off as if he thinks there's an issue. Unless, if the sled was not reset, then that was the second attempt.
That was his second attempt.
Yeah.
That was his second attempt.
Yeah, see.
Yep.
So
are they pulling him back?
Yep. So they did reset the sled.
Yep, they did.
So
okay.
now he's going to try that again, and
I wonder why he took his helmet and stuff off. I was just
know.
kind of wondering
Maybe
that kind of.
Maybe he thought that was all he had, so he was going to take what he had and head on. But
So I'm getting word we are going to be running a pull off in the semis. So that means he went past 350.
Yeah.
So 357, 215.
You know he has to be excited. Has to be.
That are very nervous.
Yes.
So looking at the distances here, this is a leaderboard alley. So Class Act 360.31, Drivers Wanted at 357.21. RJ, I know he's got a little bit of relief there. The Bad Dog at 324.17, Playing with Fire. They're kind of all wadded up there except for those two trucks. But look at this right here. Just you could tell that truck was unsettled from the word go, and he's probably thinking, "Yep, I just don't need to do it." So he's back at the starting line. We see him on our start line camera. We're going to switch back to the semis here. This is
Monty Craig Mile.
Yep, Monty Craig Mile Limitless.
So Monty has ran some street trucks back closer to home. So Monty lives about an hour from me, and has always kind of been around the semi pulling, but it's always nice to see him at Bowling Green here too.
Just a rough run.
Yeah,
that was just a rough one.
He's definitely headed there. Just
he knew he had to get on it. You can watch after that first about 100 foot. It was still hopping real bad. Could not get it to settle down. And he's just like, you know what? We're going to go with it. Yep. And that's what we did. And unfortunately, I think he's going to come up a little bit short. Good effort. Had a great season, especially Fort Recovery, I would say is probably his big. You know, you get 2 wins in Fort Recovery, you're doing something. But right here, Monty on the Limitless.
No, a good-looking truck.
It is. If you look at that, good solid run, didn't get crazy, good straight. We call it an A to B pass. Or this is going to be. We're going to look at this last run right here. Watch this hop. It's hopping. And then,
big one there, yeah.
And then he's just like, I got to go if I'm going to get it done.
Yep.
A 323, 450. Jeremy, I know, wishing he could have that one back on the setup.
You know, I think that's a few trucks at that same distance, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Well, in fact.
Just down there.
Yeah, down there past the 10th spot.
But as you mentioned, a very tight class.
Monty Craig Mile, 308, 145. Good run, though. Placing in 6. Yeah,
very
I mean,
good.
Sometimes that's what it takes. But right now, we're looking at it right now. Class Act sitting at 360. So we got a pull-off coming. We know it. Now, this.
The nut job, Ryan Withrow.
We're going to, this is going to be the last hook of the night. This is the last truck. Remember, he had a little issue. We saw that fireball come out of the exhaust. And,
for sale sign, too.
I just saw that, too. I was sitting there looking at it right there in the bottom left-hand corner. It depends on how it runs. Somebody might go buy it tonight. If he wins 10 grand with it, he might take that sign off. Yeah.
So these characters are from a movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, my kid loves it. My 6-year-old. Yeah. I've got her into tractor pulling though. It's gone from the nut job to tractor pulling. Come on, what do you want to watch, honey? I want to watch tractor pulling. Okay, let's go for it. Daddy's good with that.
Yep.
All right, this is gonna be. He's already dropped.
Yep.
So this is it. For $10,000. Oh.
So no fire that time out the pipe.
No, but
a lot of smoke underneath the hood.
Tough break.
So that completes the four-wheel drive diesel superclass that someone is going to take home 10 grand.
$10,000. We spun the wheel at the beginning of the evening. This afternoon, like super stocks. Tonight, the super stock diesel four-wheel drives. We're going to give you the official rundown. I'm going to wait for the official rundown. We're going to get that up for you here in a second, but we're going to be going right in the semis here in just a second. There we go.
Cat scratch fever.
That.
I believe this is your ring winner from last year.
I believe so, yeah. And
Ohio State truck always running really, really well.
One of the good old Macs.
Yep.
Can't miss that Bulldog. This is going to get interesting. We've got two in a pull-off. I think we've got points kind of sealed up in semis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think so, but it just we got to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's how tight it is right here. Here in Bowling Green for the ring. For the championship, right here. Look, looks like a turbo housing.
Oh.
Or piping. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
that was probably the problem.
Yep, that might make a difference. You got to get that boost in the right direction.
Yeah. Hopefully that wasn't too hot.
Evidently not. Oh, good effort.
You know, a great pass. Didn't get the ground speed that the other two trucks have got that are being our pull-off so far.
He was doing a lot of lugging.
Yeah, yeah. But the fire show that we got was pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd try to cook a hot dog or a marshmallow on it. You know, it might taste a little funny coming out, you know. But definitely, we still got a pull-off happening in the semis. So we're going to give you that update here in a minute.
So winding down the class here.
This is a great way to finish Bowling Green.
It is.
We've had some crazy pulling. We've seen some fires. We've seen some people lay the parts on the track. See how that pop, pop, pop at the beginning, launching it out.
You know, they tell me the injectors that are in these electronic fuel-injected trucks are the same injectors or similar that are in your locomotives.
Oh, really? 325 005, Michael Asterico. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Good run, just not enough. Look at the fire coming out of the exhaust right there. You can see it just flickering.
Class act and drivers want it.
Yeah, this is
pull off.
Yeah,
this far.
Yeah, we're going into pull off right now.
So this next truck coming up, Scott Rule on Rules Royce. That'll catch you off guard.
That one, I don't believe is actually registered here tonight. Let me go back and look. Yep.
You know what? You're exactly right.
2024 Superstock Diesel 3.3. Thank you very much. It's what we dream to do. Thank you very much. One more time. Let's get the Los Angeles Night Round of Our winner.
Hey, so we're back up here. All right, here we go. Roland Cole's going to get the 10 grand tonight, 333.90. Angry Shine just coming up a little bit short at 332.15. Caretaker, 332.06, running in the red. Good run for that truck, just a little bit short at 330.06. Funkin' Movin' at 328.72. The Shy Diesel truck at 328.22. The Cummins Killer 326.56 on borrowed time at 326.52. The Crazy X at 325.76. And the Triple Alpha Process Hades edition at 323.62. You look at all those distances, tight class tonight, but
yeah,
that's what it comes down to right there.
You know,
10,000.
Every one of them guys were shooting for that 10 grand. But just one lucky winner was able to take it home.
One of the changes we made for the pull-off. Out of the way. Change the trip for walk? Nope, just one way, 20 foot.
So just talking about this weekend, a lot of pulling, a lot of hooks, and all in all, a good weekend.
I mean, you look at the Blue Shirts have done a fantastic job with the challenges of the weather and getting everything done. You look at every show that we've had rain this weekend, hour delay,
right?
Hour and a half, and we were back pulling. I mean, and that track, you know, you go to some venues, and this is not cutting venues, but you go to some venues, and after a rain shower, it kind of makes you question the track conditions.
Right.
If I had, 5,000 horsepower was put to the ground right here, Jonathan Waskob just making an unbelievable pass on Rolling Coal, 333, 905. That for $10,000.
That's what it took. That's what he did, and got it done.
I bet you when he goes and accepts that check tonight, he's going to have a little bit more of a smile on his face. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're going to go right into the pull-off. This is going to be tough. I mean, RJ's, when he has lost this season in the semi-class, it's normally right there at it. But the Class Act blew that one out the gate. So I'm not sure what happened. Maybe this is, we go to certain tracks. As a puller, you go to certain tracks and you go there, and you know that your vehicle is going to do well.
You're right.
Because the track conditions, the atmospheric conditions, if the weather's good, and you go out there and you know you're going to put on a good run. But here, this is Bowling Green. We've had some challenges this weekend, and this is going to be an epic way to finish Bowling Green right here in a big pull-off here in the semis.
Looks like everybody's standing up in the stands.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just on their feet. Everyone loves the super semis here.
Oh, yeah. It's 12:30 at night. The crowd is still hanging out because they want to watch this. They want to see this. Oh, look inside the cab. Check out all the stuff. And that's his throttle. You see that little thing looks like it's got almost like a bicycle handle, kind of there. I mean, you don't want it to slip off, obviously, yeah. So that's his throttle. And you see him trying to get it in gear. Check that out. I mean, you saw the effort it took to get it in gear. We got a tight chain, folks. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be good right here. This is all. This is what it's for right here.
Yeah.
We're going down to the last hook to find out who's going to win points and how this is going to lay out.
Points and the Bowling Green ring here.
Yeah. Oh, he said if I can do it once, I can do it again. Man, what a run.
After adding 2,000 pounds, he still makes another great shot.
Well, and here's the thing about it, too. You got to look at it like this. He just made a pass.
Yeah.
So clutches are hot, motor's hot, everything's hot. Had just a beautiful run right there on the second attempt. It was almost like John Strickland yesterday on the Galat 2.
Yeah.
When he came out of the hole, that second pass was just as straight as an arrow and set up perfectly on that second pass. And he got his Bowling Green ring today.
Yep.
So, switching things around. You see him kind of look at this front. I mean, front tire off the ground. That right front's just touching it. 342, 830. 2,000 pounds makes a difference.
It does. Just carrying that left-hand tire there. Hooked up well.
You don't see, there's no bounce at all. Great straight shot. I'm telling you, that's going to be a tough one to beat.
It is.
Yeah. And we're going to see what RJ has got for him. We've gone back to this over and over here in the last little bit. The 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships here in Bowling Green, Ohio. The show that we have seen tonight, just in a lot of these classes, is just amazing. Four-wheel drives, or the Super Stock Diesel four-wheel drives, $10,000 being handed off. And all that was decided. It wasn't decided a month ago saying, "Hey, we're going to give you an extra $10,000 to the winner." No, it was decided right here before the show started.
Yep. Thanks to Bad Gear Diesel for that. They believe they pitch in quite a bit there. and bring the big wheel out to be spun. So I know Marty and the crew do a great job there, and being a part of the light super stock class, you know, I got the chance myself to run against the entire class and take my shot against that 10 grand and come up just a little bit short, but Josh Blackburn took home the win, took home the ring and the $10,000 as well. You know, our class got rained out the Thursday night session.
That's right,
there.
sure did.
So, you know, everything was
what was it, like 3 or 4 tractors left? It
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
it wasn't.
So,
and just unfortunately, that's just what happened. It was just kind of like the two-wheel drives and the super farms.
Yep.
This afternoon, unfortunately, I think they ran 13 two-wheel drives and had to call it, and only had 4 super farms left, so 2/3 of the class was run, and it was just going to take a long time. The track conditions weren't going to be the same, so you were going to have to restart that class. Drivers wanted. This is going to be good right here, ladies and gentlemen.
This is kind of a prime example of why stay positive and always think that you have a chance, and you know, coming in those points behind, he's definitely able to capture all those back now.
All right. Watch those rear tires, folks. He is working every inch. I think he thinks he's done it. We can hear the fans from inside the trailer. They are just totally excited. We're going to wait and see and get that official distance. This is going to seal the points right here if he does it.
He's getting a thumbs up. So.
Yeah, I have a good feeling this is.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about it. RJ Simon is pumped up.
You know,
somebody who has been in pulling as long as he has, just as excited right here. 344.
Very, very cool.
565. You can see he is excited.
So there's Jerry.
Yep. And we just heard over the announcements there, he is the 2024 Super Semis.
There we go.
Championship right there. He worked hard for it. There is no doubt about it. Those guys work extremely hard for it. That is.
See Brent Meyer there.
Yep.
Just helping. I mean, everyone so proud of him. And here comes Brad.
Yep. And that's the thing about it. His first season
Yeah.
in this class. Now, he's driven a lot of other stuff. We're not, not cutting him down. He's got experience.
Yep.
But this is a semi.
Yes.
This isn't a tractor. This isn't a two-wheel drive. This isn't a four-wheel drive. This is a semi.
Yep.
And you've got to have it set up right. You saw that one.
There's his wife, Kayla. Super happy. Coming up
This has been... What a night of pulling. We're going to give you that rundown here in a minute. This has been one of the best nights of pulling.
It has.
It's just been extremely exciting. Watch this run. Couldn't have been any better. Didn't have to steer it. Didn't have to fight it. Front tire just bobbing on the ground. Straight pass. You see those rear tires. They are just torqued down. There's no bounce. The left front tire is barely off the ground. Slow rolling. You see that? You can see some flame in that baby too.
Look at him. He's looking over his right-hand shoulder, seeing where that leader flag is, and just creeps by it there.
Fantastic. All right, guys, right here, RJ Simon taking the win and taking the points championship. Class Act, not far behind of 342.83. So, been a great night of pulling. This has been epic. I'm glad you were coming here to join us.
I'm glad I could. That was very, very cool.
You see, everybody, they know the show was over. I'm sure there's going to be a little more party.
That...
Oh, hang on. No. Ladies and gentlemen, been a great night of pulling. We're going to let you watch the people exiting here tonight. Appreciate you joining us here. FullPull.live, been a great night of pulling. We're going to sign off here in the booth.
Yeah.
We're going to have a few winners that are going to be presented their awards here tonight in Bowling Green. 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships. FullPull.live. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And we are going to head out, get us to something good to eat. And but this has been exciting. Glad you joined us here tonight.
No, thanks for having me.
Fantastic rings. Handed out some battles for $10,000.
Yep.
Battles for the rings and battles for the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless. And I know R.J. Simon right now is smiling from ear to ear. All right, folks, we will see you next time. FullPull.live. Check us out.
All right, we come right back to the winner's circle, our Scheid Diesel sponsored Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drive class. And Mr. Calvin Miller, congratulations. You continue to do a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. After a little rough run yesterday, it was a little surprising we got up to the top 5 tonight. So I'd just like to say many thanks to Corey and Kent for sticking with me the last. It's been rough. If you ever have to deal with cancer, you all know what I'm talking about. Just very thankful for having great friends and keeping me going. That's what kept me going mostly, and the good Lord above. Thank everybody here in the blue shirts and the whole weekend. It was an awesome weekend. Appreciate it very much.
Absolutely, sir. Well, Miss Debbie is going to make a presentation on behalf of Scheid Diesel.
Congratulations, Calvin from Scheid Diesel.
And we also have our friends at Blue Cooler have a cooler for you as well from our friends at the National Tractor Pulling Championships. Again, congrats. And you kicked cancer's tush. You make sure you know that.
Thank you. I just really appreciate all my sponsors that have helped me over the past 2 years and sticking with me. It means a lot.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. He is a gracious winner, and he is a fighter. There's no doubt about it. Mr. Calvin Miller. He did a fantastic job here tonight. All right, so we come back here with Mr. Seller, and we are going to tell you congratulations on behalf of our friends from Scheid Diesel. You are number 3 in a really tough Superstock Diesel 4x4 class. Great job.
Yep, we're just thankful to be here. Thank Scheid Diesel for sponsoring the class. Thank the blue shirts. And thank Patrick O'Brien and Adam White for keeping this thing running. Dad and JD, they keep me going at the pools, keep me calm, all that stuff. And my wife and kids at home let me come. And the guys at home farming while we're out playing. So just thank everybody and all the fans.
Absolutely. Miss Debbie.
Hey, thanks. Chase, congratulations on behalf of Scheid Diesel.
We also have a cooler on behalf of our friends of Brew Cooler and also the National Tractor Pulling Championships, Northwest Ohio Tractor Pullers Association. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. And first time being in the winner's circle here, so hopefully we can just keep moving on from here.
Absolutely. Let's smile for a photo real quick. Number 3 in the Superstock Diesel 4x4 class, Mr. Chase Eller out of Lafayette, Tennessee. Hey, we're going to come back to our Scheid Diesel Superstock 4x4 Winners Circle. We find Mr. Todd Dugan. Pretty good evening, sir. Congratulations, and a really good weekend in Bowling Green.
Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I'm not quite sure where we're at just yet, but I heard I got second, so.
Yeah, you absolutely did. I can verify that and validate that. I know that you are a busy guy, obviously, with your big display back there. Obviously, thank you for all that you do. I know there are people you want to thank as well that help get that truck up and down the road.
Most definitely. I really appreciate everything from everybody, mainly my group right here. My goodness, Jeff Schaefer, his wife Pam been right there, Jim and his wife Pam, of course Miss Nicole, all the girls back here to Trailer and that, Scheid Diesel. What can I say about that kind of power? I mean, they're just awesome people, just absolutely awesome. Nickel Tires, and I want to make a big shout out because he didn't make it tonight, and Carl Atley just won the time. We did it again, so thank you.
Absolutely. This is Debbie from Scheid Diesel. We're going to let her make that trophy presentation, which you know her, I think.
Congratulations, Todd, on behalf of Scheid Diesel.
I'm going to let you pass that out.
All right. Todd, I got a couple things for you. First of all, you said you like those Nichols tires. They got a little bonus check for you for they wanted me to present that to you. And I also have a blue cooler. You can fill that up and enjoy this victory.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank everyone. Oh, that's from Nichols. And thank Nichols again.
And let's give him a nice round of applause as he is second this evening here in our Superstock Diesel 4x4 class. All right, we're going to come right back to our Scheid Diesel, Superstock Diesel 4x4 class. And Jonathan, congratulations, sir. That I've seen you make some really nice passes, but that one was pretty awesome and epic.
Yeah, it felt real good. I wasn't quite sure at first. Gave me a little bit of a bobble, but it set in and took off. And, I mean, I know the fans are clearing out tonight, but, you know, this place, I mean, that's what makes it, you know. Fans are just awesome for us. And, yeah, I mean, it means a lot. This win here, especially a place like Bowling Green, I mean, yeah, I'll remember this one.
Well, and obviously there's a lot of people that are working with you and helping you get down the track. I want to give you that chance to thank them now.
Yeah, absolutely. I got my crew here. You know, this is Mike Weekland, his wife Amanda, my brother Ash. He comes with me as many of the big events as he can. Hazley Machine, man, I got that new billet Superstock engine, and I mean that thing. If you can get her hooked up, it'll give you all you would ever want. Yeah, nickel tires, that helps me out, get me hooked up. Weimer Fuel does my, fuel and air. So yeah, this is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, Debbie is here from Scheid Diesel. She's going to present you with your trophy.
Congratulations from Scheid Diesel, John.
And I also have Mr. Dave Schultz. He's the president of the Blue Shirts. He'll get to make the first of a few presentations to you.
John, on behalf of Nichols Tire, we've got a bonus check for you. And on behalf of the Blue Shirts and Blue Coolers, we have another Blue Cooler for you. Congratulations. Nice job tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, there's just so many people, you know. It's like, of course, thanking the Blue Shirts, that's number one. Fans, of course. But now we can use this. Thank you.
And we're not going to finish yet just here. I have Marty with us from Bad Gear. I'm going to let him make a presentation to you as well, as Bad Gear has come on board about 4 years ago to present a $10,000 bonus check to one particular class on Saturday night here at Bowling Green. We spun that wheel, and it was your class tonight. Marty, take over.
Jonathan, that was a great pass. I think it was really close, but you did edge out Todd. That's great. Truck looks fabulous. I've seen it several times. I don't think I've met you in person, but really appreciate you coming to Bowling Green and making a great pass and putting on a good show. Hopefully we see you at Diesel's and Dark Corners in a few weeks. But anyway, good job. Awesome. Hope this helps you keep the truck running. I know it's expensive for sure, but we hope you do a good job and keep going and keep the class going as well. Congratulations.
Yeah, this is like nothing I've ever had before. So, maybe we'll be able to take a couple days off because that's in the middle of my harvest. You know, this might help me feel a little better about myself staying at home or coming to Diesels and Dark Corners, and it definitely helps out because it's cost us a lot, and we all work real hard for it. But yeah, definitely never experienced anything like this. So I really appreciate it.
Well, get your fuel money, get you there. All right.
Folks, give him a nice round of applause and our friends at Bad Gear for presenting the $10,000 bonus this evening for our Superstock Diesel 4x4 class. And one more time, we come back to the winner's circle for our Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck class. And obviously, over the course of this weekend, we have been working to present those championship rings. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Dave Schultz, and he will make that presentation.
Todd, we talked about this a couple years ago, and you said at some point you wanted to win one of these rings. And it is my honor on behalf of all of the blue shirts to present to you your 2024 Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck Bowling Green ring.
Carl Atley was trying to help me get one of these last year and the year before that, and I just didn't really honestly think she was in the cards. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Everyone. Thank you.
That is the first time I've seen Todd Dugan almost speechless.
Whiteford, and you are?
I'm Barbara.
Barbara, okay.
You're
All
the
right.
class sponsor?
Sounds like you're is it
representing?
Yep.
Yep. And then it's Dr. Preload.
Is the class sponsor. Yes. All right. Well, we're down here in the winner's circle here for the Super Semi class, brought to you by Whiteford Kenworth and Ryan DeBrew, our defending class champion here, number 5 here tonight. Great run.
Thank you. It's always fun pulling that BG, and to have some success here means a lot to us. Want to thank Whiteford Kenworth for presenting the awards, our class sponsor, Dr. Preload, and then our team sponsors, Bennett and Ace Dorn and Cat Reman. Without them, we couldn't get this all done. Back home, I got to thank Brad, my mechanic, and all the guys at DeBrew Custom Work that are getting all the work done while we're out playing. So this all means a lot to us, and I can't do this without my family. This was a fun day for us. We got 5th place in the semi, but the victory that I had is I got to see my son go down the track in his diesel Superstock 4-wheel drive. That's cool. I don't know how else to describe it. So this is a great time. Thank you to all the blue shirts for all their hard work. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I was going to mention that nice run here tonight in the truck class. And we'll bring in Debbie here with Whiteford Kenworth.
on behalf of Whiteford Kenworth, congratulations. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, fans, nice round of applause here. Number 5, Ryan DeBrew here in our Super Semi class.